The argument is not so complicated, I think simply is, cattered as rats. This is how Harry felt at that moment while the scavengers took them to Merlin will know where just because he was reckless enough to exclaim that his deadly enemy was looking for a wand. And that imported that. May Ron not warned him not to say the blessed name that. And now he and his friends headed towards an ancient mansion with a clearly uncertain destination. In these moments he would like to appear wherever it were if it were not for two reasons. One would take his captor with them and that would only be kidnapped with even more violence than before, and two, he could not leave his friends behind, not after everything they did, not after what they sacrificed. While they approached the mansion I looked to their left to Hermione. Nagini that Christmas day, not counting everything she was helpful in her 7 years in Hogwarts. Hence his head towards Ron, who had to leave the comfort and security that Madrigera offered him, that despite his mistakes and everything that could happen in his absence, he was still his best friend, he who was like the brother who could have had and flat-faced did not leave him, the one who welcomed him at home saving him from starving in second despite the fact that the Lord and Mrs. Weasley were going to pick it up anyway would always be grateful for getting it out of there, and the first one that I advise him to go out with Ginny. How many best friends recommend you as a couple for his sister? 0. That and several more factors made Ron, with defects and virtues, to be one of the people who would never move away from his life regardless of the nonsense he did. But all that could end that same night if Voldemort discovers who he is and kills or tortures his friends just to see him suffer before ending him. Hey, damn slag, look here. I listened to a voice that was heading towards him, and I noticed that in all his rambling they had entered the mansion, and was facing the one who snatched those who had wanted as a father. Yes, Bellatrix Lestrange, Sirius's murderer, was in front of him looking at him with those same eyes that denoted contempt and disgust towards what he had in front. Who is this Greyback? Exclaimed the witch heading towards one of those who took them there. I have no idea, but the other two are surely friends with the Potter boy. They may have information about her whereabouts, he said before Bellatrix sent it to the other side of the room with a movement of the wand. Tell me something that doesn't know. Idiot. I'm not going to tell you anything, which speed Hermione with all the hatred he could put in his voice despite the fear. Bellatrix. Iracunda turned to Ron. What your family betray the enormous honor of possessing magic does not mean that you have to follow the shame. Always. There is someone who gives the opposite as well as my dear cousin. The way I mentioned Sirius made Harry Hervia to anger, but he held. For his good and that of his friends could not betray. If you tell me where this Potter could intercede for you before my lord, and he will reward you with all the wealth that you can imagine in his ear in such a way that it was perfectly audible in the room. It's deadly psycho, Ron said, causing the anger of the crazy. I say of Bellatrix, causing him to point to the redhead with the wand, breathing deeply, containing the impulse that told him to kill the Weasley. However, it seemed to change his mind by the way his face illuminated. If you want it so much, he said with a smile, that I did not cause good thorn to the golden triotinia. I exclaim in the air, and with a sound, crack, a masso elfina appeared, except Dobby height of brown eyes and fallen ears. Miss Bella called Tinia, said the elfin with excited voice, as if he were happy, which left her surprised to Hermione on the disgusting dirty blood. The Tinia is, prepare, dramatic pause, the dark surprise. I culminated with a diabolical smile. The creativity is not your fort, right? Ron mocked. It would have been a lot of fun in another less mortal situation. However, Harry and Hermione struggled to endure laughter, and apparently Bellatrix was fun since he showed a smile. Scrubble marks the moment when Tinia prepared everything. Wait, do you mark umbrage? Oh, Meyer, seems fun. Not a traitor? Bellatrix said with a tranquility that scared. Let me tell you that the dark surprise is the name that I put to an ancient ritual that breaks the barriers of time, causing a setback of your consciousness to a certain extent of your life, as long as it does not pass back from your birth. But it is a powerful ritual and the results are very valuable. Therefore it requires a valuable sacrifice. It is more valuable than power, he said, looking at the trio while the suspense increased. Focusing on the one that caused the laughter, the human life culminated, enjoying to see how the girl of the trio paled. That of the swollen face shook, and the redhead was erased. The smile. Bellatrix smiled, enjoying the scene. As I continued, I thought to use this so that my lord had the guaranteed victory, since it would not fail for the second time. When the baby Potter killed towards the elfine that had moved the furniture in the room and written with blue ink for some runes, and in the hands had an object that the trio immediately recognized. But all were destroyed. Hermione exclaimed, since the object they observed was, without a doubt, a spinning. That is what you create dirty blood. However, I can get one out of the debris that does not work at all well. Even so, with this ritual it will serve as a catalyst to release its maximum potential. since by itself the ritual transports you a couple of years ago, but with this one, he said, pointing out the spine, and I will help the dark man to achieve his plan, the domain of the magical world and the purity of the sorcerers. I end up exclaiming with the arms raised with his fixed hearing in the trio. Then it turned. Greyback brings the traitor to the blood, I exclaim. After getting up from the floor, the werewolf approached Ron. No! The chestnut and the Harry shouted with all their might, while Greyback released Ron from their chains while it is Erised to carry it. With a movement of his wand, Bellatrix appeared chains that tied Ron back to the floor. Bellatrix took out a knife from his robe. Kneel in front of Ron and ignore. Primus claustra sua destroy ut uter me will perm absorbed by the runes and the sand of the rotatiempo of red dye. While this was happening, attracted to the screams, Lucius and Draco entered the room. Bellatrix, that diab, but what dianters is this? So much father and son stayed as a stone when seeing Bella nailing the knife to Ronald Weasley. Lucius, thinking that his sister-in-law lost all the sanity that his son remained, taking him by his shoulders, while the Turismo began to shine in a golden color. It's working! It's working! Ha 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 ha! Definitely, Bellatrix lost the quarterdime, something that does not know. When the sphere stopped rising above Ron's body, the strange began. First Hermione. It was the tour began to move in circles around the room, baffling everyone present. Impossible! This should not happen, said Bellatrix, incredulous, seeing the sphere of light to flutter around the enclosure. Greyback threw himself on that, but the sphere elusive and ended up colliding with the fireplace. Draco treatment of cutting the pass, but was useless. The sphere only surrounded him and approached Harry and Hermione, who watched stunned. Bellatrix, in his last attempt, I try to catch him in a bottle that conjured, but the light only put aside, meeting Lucio's that threw himself right from the other side. Giving himself a head with the bottle left over, that I leave marks, and the sphere arrived where teenagers touching them on the forehead, starting with the raven. Then there was a blinding shine that when dissipated there was nothing left but empty and hanging chains and the Krylatrix frustration cry. Harry opened his eyes and found himself in a room, or at least that seemed, completely white and empty. Where am I? This does not resemble anything I have seen before. I think as I walked that strange place. Hermione. Where are you? I shout, starting to worry. He had already lost his best friend. He didn't want to lose her too. I am Harry, said a firm but sore voice. Hermione! Harry exclaimed by pouncing and hugging her cheerful friend to see her, while Hermione broke down to cry. Why did Harry? Why did this have to happen? What is this place? What will happen now? Many questions and no answer, thought the Raven before saying. Are many questions you don't believe? Well, if I didn't ask many questions, you wouldn't be the Sabelotodo eat books, don't you think, Harry? Well, just behind Hermione was Rum, without wounds or blood, just with a smile on her face. Ron. The two teenagers shouted, pounce on him, without more result than to go through him and give himself against some type of invisible wall. While the redhead was screwed with laughter. They won't be able to go through me, I died almost, he said. Harry could not believe it. I was there like a ghost, but without that feeling of ice water when you go through one. It only looked semi-transparent and with a slight shine around. At that moment Harry had too many questions in the head and no answer. It was Hermione who began the interrogation. Dinos, what happened? How are you alive? What is this place? And what will happen now? Well, said thoughtfully, something that was already rare in him when Bellatrix nailed the knife. Harry mildly trembled. When I remember the scene, apparently I only caused a deadly wound that, despite the fact that it hurt horrors, I did not kill me immediately, but I kept awake the time enough to pass my consciousness to the clock that as an interval between 1 second and another. And this is where I will send them to the past so that they can avoid all this and to look. Why send us to the past? Why not just get us out of here? Where did you get all that information? Hermione asked at the moment when Ron goes away from the reaction of her friend Harry. In addition to lowering her eyesight, she simply felt out of place, for being looking for him had killed his best friend, and to Very, he had not been able to do anything, just look helplessly. His parents, Cedric, Sirius, and now Ron. How could all this stop? At the moment he raised his eyes, he saw Ron kissing Hermione. Okay, that was out of place. What did I miss? I asked, confused. I also thought we couldn't touch you. You can't touch me, but I can touch you, said Ron, once separated from Hermione. Well, that is why all that. I hope you resolve your doubt. I finished telling the chestnut that I was blushed by Ron's action while he began to fall. Hey, what's happening? Ron, hey. Hi. At that time Hermione is swallowed by the floor or whatever they stopped. What did you do? Harry asked. I sent her back. At the past? No. To the Corianti Caldero, of course, Harry. It is better to send you two before you flood me questions. You're not gonna kiss me, right? No. If I you, how good, because you are serious, you will be my best friend, but you don't pass from there. Don't come with Harry nonsense. The thing about her was, well, I finished smiling now. A couple of things before you go. Harry began to pay attention. First, do not feel bad about what happened. Any friend in my place would have done the same, including you, to exchange the papers. Second, give me a good blow in case I need it, because it will be good for me to learn a lesson and for you to give up something. And third, try to meet with me and Hermione LL Express in first, right? Heck, friend, Harry said as he began to fall towards what seemed like a deep void. Ando things, can the voice of Ron does not confess so much in Dumbledore. That? Harry thought before the speed of your fall increased. It fell while seeing small screens passing at enormous speed that were passages of his life. The point was that he did not know which to stop. He knew that it had to be before first, but he did not seem to live again with the Dursley, so I hoped to see something that reminded him of the sea, a boat, and Hagrid. At least from that moment he began to be happy. He was so concentrated in seeing his memories that he did not the light crack as a glass breaking, while Harry began to fall asleep until he slept. Above, Ron was beginning to disappear. While thinking about remembering, I told Harry that if he heard a crack he clung to the first memory I had at hand. I think, oh shit, I just hope he ends in a good place or dimension. He will definitely not be happy, was the last thing I think before spending a better life ending up disappearing. Harry opened his eyes and found himself in front of a screen in which a red-haired woman and green eyes appeared. Mom? Harry thought when he saw that Lily smiled at her. I did not notice that she had stopped in the air or that the cracks sounded stronger, since she was more focused on seeing how the door behind Lily's back was shot to the other side of the room while Voldemort entered the scene. For Harry, no. Take me in his place. To sighed woman. For please have mercy. I beg you to have mercy. Avada Kedavra. No. Harry exclaimed. Avada Kedavra. His past self began to cry while the spell bounced and Voldemort disappeared at the time Harry crossed the window and took his self of the past. The rest of what happened was weird. Harry and baby Harry were absorbed by that hole in a vacuum at the time Harry entered his baby self, and the rest became dark. The last thing he noticed before fainting was the pain in the forehead where he knew he had the scar. Harry woke up and did not recognize where he was. Besides that, he could barely move, his movements somewhat clumsy and slow. We were going a year. Where am I? He thought as he saw the strange forest where he was cursing his fate. Or the last thing he was missing was starving in a forest that he didn't even know with just 1 year. And what dianters was that? Any convocation spell or something? I didn't even recognize the place. Boom. Okay, now he was scaring. Boom. I was afraid. Boom. Let Hagrid be, that Hagrid is. He thought with all his might, even though the shadow and noise of the footsteps looked like Hagrid. Boom. What is this, a baby? Who relieves, will not be Hagrid, but at least it sounded rational, as if he thought on his own. He was a stranger, but could have been worse. He could have been an ogre, a giant, an acromantula, or a, who will this breeder be? Who refers to a baby like a young? Harry stopped crying and opened his eyes to meet what he expected least. A dragon stared at him from above. Oh shit, he thought before his baby sighed again, starts crying even more loudly than before. Well, they will ask why a crossover with fairy tale. It turns out that I was here for fanfiction and I have to look for one of these. And only one in Spanish. I know in English there are many. I no longer distracted them and I continue with the chap. They belong but do their respective authors. What are you frying? The dragon shouted while, with his teeth, he took Harry to his cave, trying in vain to shut up, since he drinks did not stop crying no matter how much he shouts, even if that is not the right way to shut up a baby. While the dragon continued to walk Harry, he desperately begged someone to help him. After all, a 1-year-old baby could not escape, and no matter how rational the dragon sounded, did not know when he was going to go hungry. Swit, mother, to my pa. I don't have a father either, take me out of here. Hermione, Hagrid, teacher, McGonagall, Dumbledore, whoever. Fuck Ron, where you sent me. Goo. Gwa. I'm not good with baby sounds. Gwa. Baby Harry cried as the creature lost patience. Oh, and shut up or eat you. Gwa. Said Babe Harry, are you not going to eat me? What relief, but I don't think it is a vegetarian, but still is not hungry, or simply the humans are not to your liking. Harry made some typical babbling of a baby that the dragon could not understand. What are you saying? I don't understand you, well, let me see. Goo goo gooza. Hey, my mother was a saint. Oh, of course she can't understand me, surely there must be something in her cave that can help me communicate with a stick or something similar. Raise where my wand was, Harry said without stopping to think a minute why he understood that attempt in vain of the dragon to communicate. When he reached a small cave in the mountain, the dragon left Harry on the floor of the cave. What will I do with you? I don't know where you are, and I don't even know what happened to your parents' decisions. It seems that you can understand me, but I have no way to communicate with you or understand what you say, but I notice a very strong magical nucleus inside you, and apparently you can still develop more. I would adopt you, but surely your parents are looking for you after that last. Harry, I am speechless. For a dragon? Is it possible or legal? I had to find a way to communicate quickly with him, but he didn't have his wand or... Bingo! As he could, Harry crawled up to the cave looking until he found a wooden branch of a tree. But it was still too large for him, so he returned to the cave where the dragon was incredibly continued with his wandering. I also have too much free time that I spend traveling from here to eating, sleeping cag. He felt a light touched his leg where Harry was calling him, giving him small taps. What do you want, baby? Harry pointed out from the cave to the branch. Outside the cave. Harry nodded. There are your parents, Harry denied. Then you want outside the cave? Harry made a gesture as writing. You want something for a moment. You are a baby. You should not know how to write. Harry lifted a finger. Now I see. The capital letters are from Harry. Just so that they are not confused. Now yes, differently ready. Let me tell you, but how do you know how to write? After a while, in which Harry could erase with his little hand and write again. It is a long story. I would say that I am smarter than any baby of my age. By now I'll settle for that. Now tell me, where are your parents? Dead. Oh, I'm sorry, child. So I suppose that since I found you I should adopt you. Don't you think? For me it is fine. Perfect. Now you are my adoptive son. But you need a name, let's see. Do you think Henry? Or Harold? Hermes? Francisco? Bartholomew? Harry immediately shook his head. He didn't want to be known otherwise that Harry. Quickly that a 1-year-old boy could write. I already have a name. Then what is it? Harry. Well, much of the first options is not varied, but if you want it from now on you will call you Harry, and as for your last name let me put the M.I.B.A. to continue until I saw that Harry wrote something new. Potter. Potter? That is your last name? Seeing that I am still continuous, good Harry Potter, from now on you will be my adoptive son, and since you can use magic I will show you mine. Will you show me to use fire or something? Not only the fire but also the earth, water and air, and when you finish you will be a dragonslayer and write. Dragonslayer, what is that? You know how to write, and you don't know what a dragonslayer is? These children of now, thought the dragon, rolling their eyes before continuing. Well, you are a baby, you cannot know everything, and writing in itself is enough, so I will explain it to you, Harry. I leave the stick aside and sat down. A dragonslayer is a human raised by a dragon. Even what I know is the only way to learn this magic. As I said, this allows you not only to have certain dragon features, but you can also conjure the element of the dragon in them. And in addition to you, how many dragons are there? Harry returned to, right, special in what sense? And what happened to the rest? When what happened to us is an unimportant issue. Now, in the sense that dragons alone have an element, however I am able to master nature itself, which gives me control of the 5 elements that make it up. I understand the water and wood, but that have to do with fire and air. Simple child. Air is essential for life itself and fire is a representation of the heat that keeps the world alive. You understand? I understand, and now what? As that your movements are restricted by age, for now you will only study the theory for a year. From there the real training will begin. I understand, sir. Wait for your name. Well, Harry. Shear it well. I am Krulak Elements. The elementary dragon Krulak said, proud of himself, as if she were in front of an enormous imaginary crowd. I had neither. Baby babbling and a note on the floor took him from place. Krulak, do you know that we are alone? Well, he said, sorry, sometimes it is good to have self-esteem at high, right? Thus your enemies make it difficult to reduce yourself with words, and if you train well they can never get demolished with blows. There Harry had to admit that Krulak had a good argument. Okay, for now I will give you the reason, so changing the subject when the classes begin. Primero would have to teach you to read and write, but that you have already covered it, so we will go to the theory, and once you can stand more than 5 minutes you would train your body, and that is when the practice will begin. It ended with a smile that although I inspired confidence Harry session that I was going to have it difficult. He was not wrong. While all this happened, in another place much farther from that forest, in another dimension to be more precise, In a street in the middle of the night, Albus Dumbledore was heading towards a particular house, at the time when a cat attached with marks around him approached the house. He was seeing her here. McGonagall, I hope she was comfortable there. The cat, who was now an advanced woman, headed towards the old man. Does Albus believe that one will be comfortable sitting on a wall all day? No, but I understand the reason for his behavior despite his discomfort, he said, turning to the house. What seems strange to me is that he is here instead of being in all the celebrations that there are right now. I think he happens in front of a dozen on my way here. If I have seen it in the news, owls, fleeting stars and other events that are obviously caused by sorcerers, and the muggles are still not seeing it. What makes it easier to respect the statute of secret and keep us safe? But what everyone says, I wonder if it's true. What do you want to know? If it is true that the Inum, McGonagall silenced before the gaze of Dumbledore. Well, Voldemort, he said, without avoiding shuddering slightly at the mention of the name. It's better to know things by name. If you want, you can still call it Tom. Yes, I would use that name to refer to him. Everyone would believe me crazy, since they would not believe that that boy became that monster, which leads me to ask me, Albus, what did he do? Disappear? I don't know, we can only make conjectures. What is known is how it began. He headed towards the Potter house. McGonagall paled before the latter. That's a sign that Lily and James are. I fear that both are dead, Dumbledore said, giving McGonagall palmatitas that began to sob. Lily and James? Why, Albus? Because? I fear we don't know, said the man, even though he knew it perfectly. How do you want to kill a simple baby? Who wins with that? Nadia knows Minerva, but there comes the strange thing about the matter. I try to kill Harry, but the bouncing spell making him disappear. And now that he will happen to the Albus child? I'm going to leave it with the last family you have left. And I said, reading the expression in women, I mean those who live in that house, since they are direct relatives of Harry. But still, I know that Harry still has people who care about him, but the protection he had would fade, and there are still many of Voldemort's followers out there. So he was going to continue, but someone appeared in front of them. A gacker-nosed man, fatty hair and frown, the latter, which was normal in it. It was replaced by a gesture between concern and fear. Lord, I just returned from the Potter's house where I met the Ranger in Black, he said, missing the two present for such a strange encounter, until he continued. He had arrived after the Dark Lord disappeared, and I saw that his son, Lily's son, disappeared in front of my eyes. That one desatus, the alarm within the two teachers. QQ, what said Severus? Said Minerva, starting to worry since he was just assimilating the news. How has he disappeared? What I hear, Professor McGonagall, the child was absorbed by some kind of vortex in front of my own eyes. Black and the Ranger, Hagrid I think he was called, they are looking for him around him. The two people in front of him were dismayed. A vortex? How was a child to disappear as well? Dumbledore was the first to react by heading towards Snape and Minerva, who was still assimilating everything. Then it is clear what we have to do, he said in a voice of command, surprising both adults. Severus returns to the Potter house and tells Sirius that he looks for anywhere that he can come to mind, and that Hagrid looks around, and you start investigating about any type of vortex. If what you said is true, that for now helps Severus, and when you manage to calm you, go to support Sirius in the search. They heard me? Both adults nodded. And what will your Albus do? KG asked. I say, Snape, I will go to where I will and do everything I can to obtain support from the ineffable department to find magical nuclei. Now move. It is a priority to find Harry Potter. Dumbledore turned to the number 4 of Privet Drive. He thought to leave Harry with a letter, but now it is not the right time. Finding the child of prophecy is a priority, he thought before disappearing. Now that I have his attention, here is Harry's 3rd chapter, the elementary dragon. I really want to agrassled your visits and everything, and well, here is Prab thinking me a note. Thought of. 6 months had passed since Krulak adopted Harry, and in all that time Harry only made effort to the theory that he was being taught. However, both Harry and the dragon were bored. You will not learn anything, Harry, he said, throwing himself on the floor. You know what he explained so far, but you will forget if you do not practice it, and wait for you to stop is desperate. I hope I can achieve something, he said before trying to stand up. However, although I achieved the latter, he fell on his back, hardly trying to take the first step. Tuss legs are still weak, so you can't stop and practice any other type of technique without being stable standing. Useless. Is it so necessary to stand? Said the child. Of course, that if Harry, you never heard that for things to go well you have to have well-planted feet. You are guiding you for a blessed phrase that neither I have even heard in my life. I clearly exclaim. It's not only the small phrase, the most powerful technique of dragons needs a stable base. To use the fists you have a leg point to be able to hit and go back quick. He has meaning, but we still could not see even the control of the element or something. See, what happens is that, well, Krulak was thoughtful. In reality, it never occurred to me. So let's start with that, said Harry, while both students and Dragon left the cave. Harry remembered some events of the last 6 months. They had spent 3 months since Krulak found Harry, and it was a sunny day outside and both were in the best possible place. Notice sarcasm. ZZZ, what? Does it still with that? How heavy. I was not so bored with a theory from the threshold classes, and this heat is, like the guesses hall, yawn if I keep so I will stay. ZZ. Harry, hey, wake up, said the Dragon, getting Harry to turn to. Fed up, started roaring. Makosa disported that I have been talking to the air for half an hour. Harry, said the Dragon, calling the attention of a sleepy baby. Is it me or you just talked? Harry asked before waking complete. Well, at least I can speak now, so I don't have to use that convicted tool. My arm was already hurting. You will be a curious baby, you know how to read, write, talk fluently, and you can go to the bathroom alone, but you can't stand. I'm even right. Well, hurry or take years to start practicing magic, and you still have to explain how you do all that at such a young age. Do you think that the day I can stay correctly, I explain everything? Whatever you want. Well, hey, changing the subject, how can you bring all that food, he said, pointing to the mound of meat that was in a corner of the cave, and we couldn't go out a little to some lake or something like that. It warms of hell. Do you dominate the fire and complain about a climate as fresh as this? Believe me, a child, there are much hotter places, and I could train you there if I wanted to. Thank me unless we are in this place, and in terms of food, I am a dragon. Hunting is in our blood. This, Harry said before Krulak continued to explain that rare theory, trying this time not to fall asleep again. And Harry's thought. Now that Krulak and he came out and walked a stretch, arrived in the lake where Harry bathed next to the fountain where he drank. Seemed too much coincidence that the water came out of a stone exit from the floor when there were only trees around. Now that I think about it, this lake seems too artificial, said the felling down the dragon's head. I don't seem like it. It is. And who did all this? Are you really? Wow, quite useful, and now we could start with everything and do things like these. Appears to walk before running, but you are going to stumble. For now you will only begin to feel the energy of things, so concentrate and empty your mind. Is it necessary? I am not good to leave my mind blank. You don't think a year you still have enough memories to be difficult to empty your mind? Besides, have you tried? You have no idea, said the raven before sighing. Well, I will wait for a minute. So talk now. If you help, you can close your eyes. As if that were going to help, he thought before closing his eyes and trying to empty his mind. Sieve yourself in what surrounds you. Feel your energy flow and feel your own. Connect with the world. Empty my mind? Seriously? It would be easier if I concentrate on what touches me. He thought before he began to regulate his breathing, as I had heard in a TV who saw Mrs. Fig's house while the Dursley went for a walk. And there he began. He began to see things even with his eyes closed, figures, shapes, and slight lines that crossed in the middle. Can feel it. What is it? The Harry energy flow, or as humans call it, simply magic, something that allows all beings to live and at the same time generates in some creatures that power that we possess. But remember that all objects, not only living beings, have this energy, and if it learns to handle correctly, you can move and manipulate the elements around you without the need to touch them or be close to them. I understand. Well, now that you feel the energy, concentrate it at a fixed point and feel the energy of its interior. What object could it be? I know, you face about 5 meters away there is a stone. Focus on that and try to attract it to you. Let's see that it can be done. He opened his left eye slightly, observing that stone that was indeed about 4 or 5 meters away. He closed his eye and put all his focus on that stone. Passed a minute. Step 2. There were 3. After half an hour, the stone was still in place while Harry kept frowning as if their needs were stuck. Zzz, I hear behind his, and knew that Krulak had fallen asleep. Well, for now it was not important. He continued trying to focus on the stone. Wait, thought about 15 minutes. Is it so necessary that I keep your eyes closed? He opened his eyes and saw the stone at that distance, fixed his view in it and let his magic out, although it was quite difficult without a wand. Well, nor did he still have to put more effort. What if? He remembered what Hagrid told him when he went to pick him up from that cabin. Do not strange things happen when you get angry or scare yourself. There was the answer in his own emotions that boosted his magic. But what could he do it angry? Until now his life had been abnormally calm, and he was already taking Krulak love, so in this life there is nothing that bothers him. Anyway, he had to review his previous life. He kept his look at the target while remembered detail in detail his previous life, Uncle Vernon's screams, the times he escaped from Dudley and his gang, the horrible cut made in Privet Drive by Tia Petunia, the times when Snape looked badly, everything he felt when he believed that Sirius betrayed his parents, all who turned his back in the room Malfoy as that stupid squad, how frustrated he felt in the death of Sirius, his hatred of Bellatrix, Malfoy and Sixth, the hatred of Snape for killing Dumbledore, when Ron left and his death at the hands of the same crazy that I take his godfather. The stone exploded in pieces, Harry as it could covered with his arms waiting for anything to fall. All he did not need was another scar. Once the explosion Harry looked where the stone was, or rather a slight burn on the floor as if, precisely, something had exploded there something there. If, exclaimed the child standing up and starting to jump with the arms in the air. I did it. I did it. I did it. I did it. Did you use what? Apparently the explosion woke Krulak, who looked towards the brand on the floor, looked at Harry, then to the brand, Harry, Mark, Harry, brand, and so for a while until he realized that Harry for the emotion had begun to run in circles. This seemed the best of you comes out of pure accident, right? Nope, Harry said, stopping and taking my chest proud. It even stand up? Well, Harry then, he said, focusing his attention on the child, which seemed strange in him. Then prepare for what is coming because she will be exhausting, very exhausting. Harry was confident, now that he could stand up and explode stones. A training with Krulak would be simple, he couldn't go wrong? He was wrong, it was worse. In another dimension, Minerva McGonagall was engaged in all the books he could obtain on alternate dimensions until I hear a pen as a pen against parchment. They will be the students for next year, he thought as he observed this role. If he had been older, he would have given a cardiac arrest right there. It was not possible. When a younger child of 11 made accidental magic in the English territory, his name, whereabouts and his age were written clearly. However, this time he was leaving blank spaces. He was usually aged from 6, but what he saw left her out of breath. The letter said, ARRY pot ter edad, uno endum mezzo. For Darrow, boss that of the Dragon, his R of Fiori. With all the haste he could, he took a handful of powders from a vessel next to the fireplace, throw them into the fire causing the flames to change green, breathe a couple of times and started talking. Albus, he said, Albus, you have to see this immediately, we find it. I do not know if one or the other because they say nothing, and if they say nothing I will assume that it is well like that. While all of the above happened, see Cappy 3 somewhere. From London Muggle, a little brown girl watched the baby program that her father had put on television. Where will the red barn be? Said the girl of the program is behind you blind stupid Deetris. Thought, that girl saying only the first 4 words since it would be frowned upon for a girl of almost 2 years to say a rudeness. His father only looked at her fun as his daughter quickly reacted to the program. Tranquila Hermione, you don't need to despair. Take your time, he said, stroking the girl's head. Well, said the little girl, accepting her father's caresses. After all, she liked to have them by her side and with all possible attention. She got bored, yes. After all, she had no books and she would have to wait 1 more year to give her the classic stories for children and even the 6 to read a decent book, and the worst thing was to pretend not to know how to read or write. How heavy this was. Fake that you do not know anything, not studying anything. Really that I did not understand the people who envied babies. In the long run you get bored of doing nothing and you are locked up all day until your parents or take you to the neighbor's house to play with their children or take you for a walk on weekends. Luckily for them, Hermione slept all night, and when she wanted something she only asked or made gestures and did not cry. She made her parents less stressed and therefore more affectionate to her. Oh, Mione, I brought your costume for the photo, he sang, the voice of his mother at the door. Yes, so hell was the family photo of each year. He would have no problem if it was a simple photo, but every year his mother chose a subject and the 3 had to put a disguise according to the reason, and it was like that 1 year after another, a custom that stopped when he entered Hogwarts, year the magic. This year we will go from dentist, said his excited mother, showing him the costume he managed to rent. It is a truth joke, by Merlin tells me that it is a joke, please. He begged desperately and looking for some help looked at his right to his father who had risen, cheerful for the disguise and congratulating his wife for the excellent toothpiece, because this year Hermione would be disguised as a tooth. Ron thought of his internal despair for more than the you who see it is not the you that I know, no matter how much I have my parents again. When I find you aspire everything you know. He was not sure if the magicians prayed, but would make sure Ron learned, because they will need it. On the outskirts of the town of Ottery St. Catchpole, a red-haired boy began to cry suddenly, as if he felt someone wanted to kill him. His mother, who was attending to his minor sister, quickly ended his work to take care of his son, who cried as if there was no morning. "Ron, what happens to you?" "See, murderer, Mommy," said the little one in tears. "Ah?" Molly asked, meditating for a second the answer of his little one before understanding what his son wanted to say. "He had toothache." "Oh good, Roni. Let Mommy check your mouth, so I said," the woman said, approaching the child, taking out the wand. "Don't melee the Mela. The Mela chases me." "Nu!" I shout, escaping her mother, while two identical boys encouraged the redhead to escape with phrases like "the wind, Roni," and the baby laughed his brother's misfortune. Dumbledore did not know whether to be happy or furious. He had found the boy, yes, but they had no idea where the site was left or how to get to him. What race was Fiore? Where was the dragon forest? How the hell was he learned that stupid of Skeeter that Harry had disappeared? On that last he had a theory, but it was impossible. In addition to illegal, then he would already take care of that. Now he had to warn the one who would help him find Harry. A task that only someone who had a strong sentimental bond with the boy could do. Blood also served, but the only person available refused. Dumble's thought, "I say, Dumbledore, are you sure of this, Albus? He knows that black is something impulsive. He barely see the boy on the place where he is sure he will jump there, and we will have to do 2 bailouts," Snape said when the director asked him to bring Sirius. "I know Sirius well, Severus. I am sure that when I tell her what we have to do, she will put all the seriousness she possesses in the matter." "It's fine, Lord," said Snape reluctantly before entering the fireplace and leaving. When he returned, he did it with the one who was Harry's godfather and the author of the greatest idea he could hear. He was almost perfect for not being due to betrayal. "Well, Sirius, I guess you'll know why I called you," he said with a smile. "In reality, Quedgicus told me nothing." Dumbledore turned to Snape with a questioning look, and he directed a look that clearly told me that he would bring it not to explain what happened. Sighing resigned, Dumbledore began to speak. "Sirius, we found Harry, but," he added, seeing that Sirius was going to speak, probably to ask why they were not on their way there, "it is satious that it is in a place that is for the moment inaccessible to us, since it is in another dimension. In the ineffable department, a portal has been working for many years that crosses the barriers of space and allows us you. We need someone to share a loop with the little one, whether blood or emotional, and since his aunt flatly refused to look for the son of his own sister." Snape frowned at the mention of that event. "I perfectly remembered the words of such a repulsive woman. I do not care at all the son of that phenomenon. For me it rot wherever I have not been." Dumbledore, there they would have sent him to Azkaban for torture, murder and sample of magic before Muggles. Nobody, and said no one, insulted Lily or his child, his worst enemy. Dumbledore did not ignore the reaction of the Professor of Pions and continued, "We chose you, since you are his godfather, and the few times we coincide visiting the Potter you demonstrated a deep closeness and affection towards Harry. You would help us bring him back and put him safely under your care. Are it okay?" Sirius did not think twice, "except when we start. Foring the portal was already used, so we will call you once ready to be used again." Once the serious issue was agreed to its respective house, much more cheerful than when it arrived, while Snape looked for ways to survive a Potter care for a black. "Marlin saves me from this one," he said, not very convinced that Merlin can help him. He still remembered how relatively little that it was hard for him to convince the minister to use the ineffable department, but for the part that he did not believe that Voldemort would continue alive, although it was more a method of manipulation that finished doing the job. Dumbledore's thought, yes, again. It was November 1st and Albus Dumbledore was heading to the office of the head of his society, yes, to the office of the Minister of Magic. He knew that Fudge was ambitious, too much, as well as naive. Give him what he wants and we'll do what you want, quite manipulable. Once he entered the office, he closed the door with a privacy spell. The fact that Voldemort's fall has disappeared will only drive his followers to continue revealing himself. And if someone listened to him, the news would fly. What he had not noticed was a small beetle that was waiting for the moment when the door opened to sneak into the ministerial office to see what juicy news he found. "Good afternoons, Fudge." "Dumbledore. Good afternoon, you know. Your letter asking me for an audience was quite strange. You said it was very important. And this is Fudge." As Voldemort knows, he began ignoring the minister's chill. He said, "When trying to kill the last descendant of the Potter family, Harry, and the spell bounces him for unknown causes, and that caused his fall." "Well, then, that is what everyone knows. Even so, Dumbledore, I don't understand where you want to get. Harry, on the day of the attack, disappeared." Fudge almost pale. "Well, it is an unfortunate fact that the child has had to become a martyr at such an early age." "You didn't understand me," said the director, interrupting the man who looked at him strange. "Where will Albus be more? The Alps? Mexico? Or is it in Machu Picchu, Peru?" If he had been in another situation and not require the help of that man, Dumbledore would have collided his palm against his forehead for the incompetence of Minister Facepalm. However, for this time, he contained himself. No, Fudge, he said, controlling himself as he is not in any side of this world. Apparently, when they tried to kill the young Harry, there was a break in the space barrier that transported the child to another dimension, and there is no method by which we reach the help of that curious department of the Ministry. But Dumbledore, do you think it's too much to use the ineffable department to find a child? Then look at it in this way, Dumbledore said, lowering his voice by taking out his triumph letter. You give me the authorization to find Harry through the portal that I know they are doing since you told me in a letter, and I give you all the credit for not only finding Elnenoholived, but of finding another dimension in which it could be convenient to generate an alliance. Imagine the head of the owner of the Prophet Minister Cornelius Fudge, discoverer of a dimension that will lead us to a brilliant future. By the time Fudge finished, he had stars in his eyes. Dumbledore fact. You will have all my authorization so that the ineffable department helps you in what you need as long as you do not break our treatment. Okay, he said, extending his hand. Heck, said Dumbledore, narrowing it before Fudge wrote a note that came out the door at the time. Dumbledore and the beetle who felt that Christmas was made. The next day, Dumbledore quietly took his pumpkin juice in the great dining room at the time his owl arrived with the Prophet's edition. The holder left him speechless. Besides that, he almost spits his juice in front of the entire big dining room. Missing hero. Elnenoholived in Whereabouts by Rita Skeeter. Shit was what he thought before the great dining room, especially the House of the Snakes, would whistle about what happened. I think a couple of more chapters before Harry arrives at FT and another Parcito more before Dumley finds it. Sirius will be explained later. For now, 2.5 years had passed since Harry had been adopted by Krulak, and although he already dominated the 5 elements in several ways, he still lacked the fundamental part of a dragon, the roar. He could create a good one, but he still had practice. Harry, who by then already had almost 4, carried a different set and was much higher than he remembered to be in his old life. Perhaps the excessive training of Krulak and the food that he gave him had better results than the famine in which the Dursley maintained it. And not only that, once he had control over several elements, Krulak also taught him the basics to survive in the forest: hunting, climbing trees, 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 and how to make a fire with magic without burning the whole forest. You just have to create a bush and burn it with fire. Once this was over, they returned to the subject of the roar. Mal, you can barely scratch that tree, Krulak said after Harry tried for the umpteenth time to knock down a tree with a roar. It's very easy for you to say it, you get it naturally. All the dragons we had to learn once. No creature of this world was born knowing something, but they do it instinct. And thus they use their own instinct as a teacher, and that is why they survive. For example, before you decided to hunt, you spent almost a day without water and food. However, once you saw that you did not return, you started moving on your own. That was because you left me in a blessed forest, saying I return in a minute, and it took you days. It was eating or dying, said Harry malhumorado. But at least you learned to survive, right? Although you rarely seemed accustomed to hungry. Will it have to do with what you still don't want to tell me? Okay, I will start, but sit, because it is a fairly long story and it is not very pretty. For about 3 or 4 hours Harry told his story to his dragon. His life with the Dursley, how he reached Hogwarts, his friends, his struggles against a flat face, the search and the ritual that brought him back to the past. For when he finished, Krulak had tears in his eyes. You lived too much to just be a year of your life. You understood badly, Harry said, exasperating. Sometimes Krulak could cause that effect of respect and sometimes acted as an idiot. He didn't know who reminded him. Bay will already be agreed later. After explaining it about 3 times, Krulak understood. But from there the questions began. What is Hogwarts? A school of magic. And where is it? As somewhere in Great Britain. Where is that? I will know. I don't have a map. I have one in the cave. Wait for me for a minute to find it. How is that I have never seen it? I keep it hidden with other things. Seriously, where do you think your new clothes take? Harry said, looking. He wore a dark green short, a matching pole, or a gray sleeve vest. It didn't seem very good, but something was something. Spite me here, said the dragon, entering the cave. It didn't spend much time before he came out with a chopped paper by one of his claws that extended in front of Harry. Sirius, I am surprised that I have forgotten to teach you geography, often careless from me. But hey, this is the map of, are you okay? Harry was frozen. He remembered having had geography classes before entering Hogwarts, but what the map showed made no sense. He didn't even seem to something he had seen. mainly because there is no country called Fiori. Where are the devils? I ask once out of shock. You have almost 3 years here and you've never wondered. This is the Dragon Forest, Masso less here, he said, pointing to a point on the map. The closest town is about 3 kilometers. To the north, a little more east of here, there is a meadow where a friend of mine is, but that does not come to the case. Much more northwest is the Crocus capital, he said, pointing out various points of the map. Now you could point to me where this Hogwarts. Hogwarts is not here. It is in another country or in another continent then. No, it simply is not. It is as if this were a parallel reality since the continent resembles Europe, but I don't know. He started talking before shouting at every lung, Maldita is rum, where he fuck you sent me. I don't think your friend can listen to you, and also if that school is nowhere in this world, how do you plan to get there? Shit. Harry began to shout with tears in his eyes. And you eat that mouth? What do you think if we are going to the nearest town and... I really don't know what to do, Krulak said, throwing himself on the floor while Harry kept screaming things like not reassembling a broom or not meeting his friends among other things, quickly exhausting patience to the dragon. You want to call Krulak? Shut up, Harry. This one, even with tears in his eyes, sit on his back to the dragon, watching the trees until a white spot passed several meters from them. Harry did not know what it was. What was that, Krulak? A rabbit. Didn't you see it? I saw a white spot. As that a stain? There is no rabbit so fast. It was half blurred. Can you see Harry well? There Harry began to notice that no, his sight was deteriorating. Your myopia. He had not noticed since he had seen well, but his lenses disappeared along with everything that was his 17 years. He needed a glap urgently. The problem was if there was any oculista in this world. Krulak, yeah. I think we would need to go to a town. I will need glasses because I can't see very well at a distance. Well, we'll go to the town because lenses is the only thing I don't have in the cave, so get out, he said, making a bridge with her arm, allowing Harry to rise behind her. Listo, passenger. Listo, I think I last said in a barely audible whisper while Krulak rose at full speed. It was great, almost useful as flying in broom, although Krulak was much faster. Harry spread his arms, letting the airstream travel completely. Seriously, he loved flying. Hey, Krulak shouted, since with the wind, I did not believe that the dragon would listen to it. Can you fly with wind? If you try and master the magic enough, I do listen to the dragon, although I do not know if you could do it now, as you need to train a little more. But what can you do it? Could. When we start. When we return. For now let's go down and get those lenses. We have arrived. To fast. Vajas of the magic of wind and flying in airlines, Krulak Chico. Now let's go here. They went down in a leafy forest, and in the distance you could see a small town of white houses. Okay, Harry. Now I want you to get off. Paf. Bajate slowly, I told you, don't throw yourself. Well, what you have to do now is to use this, he said, passing a bag with gold coins IR to the people, and look for a couple of lenses that agree. You will see how easy it is. Can I ask where you took the bag? The people do not know how to distinguish between good dragons who want to indicate the exit of the forest and murderous machines, said the dragon, rolling their eyes. Oh well, wait for me then, I will surely love to talk with you. He thought, looking at Krulak, that he had raised flight. I'll take over if something happens to you. I listened to you before addressing the people. It was a pleasant village, houses of white material and orange slabs roofs. The streets were slightly populated and people went and went from stores, nobody noticed. There is only one way of knowing if we are in London or not, Harry thought before doing something he never thought he would do. The bangs got up and left it there a while, showing the scar. No one noticed it. Not even the people who passed by flipped over him. Harry began to walk through the town much happier than before. No one knew him. Could be normal, it could finally be normal. Well, in addition to the fact that I lived with a dragon, now where do you sell glasses here? How much I knew about this place was that nobody knew him, but in addition to that he knew nothing. Even if they had an optics or something, he really was worrying. He also did not know who to ask him. Artefactos, by their magical artifacts for all utilities, backles, swords, shields, and for those who prefer, adjustable glasses. Bingo. Harry thought from heading towards a table that was attended by a long-faced man and wide nose. On the table there were various objects that apparently possessed magic. The sculptor has glasses to improve the view. It turns out that I don't see very well. Oh, of course, little have these, he said, passing some round glasses. This not only fit the head so that they do not fall, but they graduate automatically so that you can see well whatever your measure and even have nighttime vision. Perfect. How much would it be?
5,000 jewels.
1,000 what? 1,000 jewels, niño. who I think is approximate. Well, it's fine, I think he said, turning around and placing their glasses, but when they start making F, he said, turning and encountering an empty table. I have you, he thought before knocking out the mistake. As soon as he entered, he saw about 20 people, all armed with balls and weapons, looking in the direction of the small intruder. Shit, was what he thought before a guy with a deck with skewers headed towards him. Krulak was angry. Where did the child go? He was surprised at how incredibly similar children were from above and how fast he lost between the crowd. Luckily, he could look for him quiet since no one would notice because his disguise was incredible. Look, Daddy, a dragon-shaped cloud said a little, looking at the sky. Yes. How strange. I never saw such a well-defined cloud, said her father while the people around her stopped to observe that cloud. Yes, Krulak thought confidently, with this costume I am a ninja. In another world, a 4-year-old girl looked at one of the stories that her parents gave her a glass of plastic juice next to her. This does not have logic, Hermione thought. When trying to reach his glass, he cracks the juice that shed for the whole table. But how is it going to crack if it's plastic? Harry covered himself with his arms, waiting for a blow that did not arrive. Instead saw a shadow, and when I looked up, the deck was being stopped by someone else. He was a tall man, with orange hair and dark green eyes, with a beard of several days. He did not know who he was, but he was grateful for saving the skin. Do you know? This happens to me as curious. I come from a mission and I find an adult being chased by a child, and when I come to see what happens, not only it turns of the warehouse. Are you fine, child? He said, addressing Harry. Yes, said Harry, surprised by the subject's force. Not anyone leaves someone unconscious, and on top of him sends him to the other side of a warehouse. Okay, if you expect a moment, I will get rid of these guys, do you think? After Harry nodded, the guy headed towards the others that were there. Well, now let me win something extra, he said, crashing his fists. Harry didn't know why, but he decided to get away a little as a caution. I don't think you can defeat us all. We are still 19 against 1, he said, a guy not very high but seemed quite strong. Can try, right? He said before throwing himself towards the crowd. Harry was speechless. He saw spells and subjects fly through the air, but none had to do with the guy who saved him. Well, he sent others to fly, but the most surprising thing is that he didn't even use magic. He only used his fists and some kicks. That's all they have? He said with a confident smile, while the same subject that Astolfo to Harry approached from behind with a huge sword. Care, I shout while heading to the scammer with a flying kick. Wind Dragon Claw, I shout while his foot, which was surrounded by a small swirl, hit the side of the Caralarga, sending him to fly quite far. Harry felt that the floor rose under his feet. Around him the ground cracked and lifted at much greater height than the same man before he descended. When he did, Harry saw that the entire gang was with his head stuck on the roof, and judged by the way they hung their arms, unconscious. You do not think you have passed? Harry asked, looking at the destruction around him, the cracked soil and some giant pieces of stones lying around. No, moreover, I have contained myself, he said, ignoring the surprised face that Harry had. You said a good kick, by the way. My name is Gildarts Clive, he said, extending his hand. There is no problem. Also, one cannot let a child enter into potentially dangerous place. What were you looking for? Angles. It turns out that I can't see very well from afar, and that you saw that subject. It wasn't so difficult to see, not at least with that sword. Yes, you are right. As for the glasses, let me see if they have something here. Wouldn't it be stealing? Is the saying that you always forgive you when you stole a thief? With Harry's help until they found a hidden chest under a trapdoor. Inside there were all kinds of artifacts, swords, canes, and above all the pile, square glasses. I think they will serve you. You are lucky. They usually cost a small fortune. Here are, he said, putting the glasses. It was instantaneous. The glasses adjusted to the measure of Harry. Now he would see without problems. Shook his head a couple of times and discovered that they effectively hit the head and only came out when he put his hands on his temples, thinking about taking them out. Hey Gildarts, a doubt, I ask again, to place the glasses. The guy said something about night vision. Is it real or is it part of the scam? Well, if possible, but it will drain your magic slowly when it is used, so it is a great advantage at the same time as an inconvenience. He paused, looked at the roof and said, I think it will be better than we get out of here. The site seems to fall into pieces. Can you get the chest? I will go down to the roof types. A delivery with hidden glasses in a hairy pocket. Later, Gildarts and Harry of them were heading towards the forest, eating a couple of sandwiches. Luckily Harry was able to recover Jules' bag, so there would be no problem with Krulak. For a certain Harry and your parents? Gildarts asked, giving his last bite to his bread and keeping the bag in a pocket. Muertos, they died protecting me from an evil sorcerer. Oh, really sorry, I know a place where you can stay. And he sent you to the people totally alone. Why? We say you don't like crowds. Say, I know cases like that, Gildart said, remembering a certain person who hated humans. Then I suppose your father will be here, so you better go to Magnolia. Magnolia? The city of Magnolia where the fairy tale magician guild is located. If one day you go around, they say, he said, starting to enter the forest. I leave, goodbye Harry. Harry was waiting until Krulak appeared, and judging by his face, he was upset. I can know where you have been. I carry all the town and no trace of you. After he calmed down, Harry told him everything, the scammer, the gang, Gildarts and the glasses. By the time Krulak was a little quieter. That less you saved yourself on the hair, boy. I don't want to know what would have happened to you if that subject had not arrived in time, while I was in a disguise made of clouds. How is a cloud costume made? Sensilo, wind magic, a little steam that is obtained with fire and water. You put it in such a way that it covers you and ready, but we do not focus on that. Let's return to the cave. I thought you wanted to learn to fly. What we are waiting for? Harry exclaimed from Krulaka's back, if knowing how Rays came there so fast. You don't, impatient boy, in a few minutes we will be there, and as punishment for losing you will train without rest. Harry said, worried about the excess of exercise he was waiting for. Thousands of roars, levitans and exercises later. I'm exhausted, he said just in a whisper, Harry, when collapsed on the floor of the cave. But looking at him on the positive side, you can levitate a few meters, it's just a matter of being a little more. But your roars are still unfortunate. You leave your throat. It's because you shout the name and stay screaming, when you just have to concentrate your magic in your mouth and come out like a cannon. It's very easy for you to say it. I thought we had this conversation, as I want to sleep. Today was a day tired. He rests well, Krulak said before Harry rolled and fell asleep. That same night, Krulak woke up and looked to the sky. Knew he was close, but continuing there would only be in danger of Harry. He took the stick with which Harry wrote and left a note on earth, left the stick on the floor, covered Harry with a blanket. He did a couple more things and left the cave. I'm sorry, Harry, he said before opening the wings and flying. In the distance, he saw that another dragon towards the same. In other places, other dragons also left their children aside. Rather than for pure selfishness, it was for an attempt to protect them from that creature that hates humanity, although of course only they knew it. The next morning, Harry woke up just to find the empty cave. Krulak? A call without an answer. Next to him he saw a travel bag, and next to the stick and an arrow that pointed to a rare on the earth. Seeing that, Harry put his things and came out. Only something was sure. Krulak would not return to that cave. And here the Cappy 5 of Harry the Elementary Dragon. The 7 of 777 has arrived, so Krulak had to leave. Now a couple of Cappies passed, so that Harry just goes to Hogwarts and Cap 6 is already in half. So I hope this time does not take me so much, hee. My beta reader told me that at the beginning it seemed a bit of Gohan's life in his training with Picoro, or Piccolo as they want to call him, so I say that DBZ belongs to Akira Toriyama. But I am not good with the author's notes, so I leave them. As they should know, neither HP or FT belong to me but to their respective authors. Krulak, Harry shouted as strong as he could from the tip of a tree, not getting an answer, since apparently according to the note, he was in danger. Harry's thought. Harry saw the note that Krulak apparent. Harry, if you read this, it means that you have found us and I have to leave. I am not sure if the morning wind keeps it is slaggable, but I hope it is so. Of all modes will be as short as possible. It is about the origin of the Dragon Slayer. Years ago the dragons dominated a whole day, one of us looking for peace between humans and dragons, and that's when peace went to the Tacho. I start a war between dragons who wanted to remain the kings and those who wanted the cooperation. The latter took out an AZ under their manga, taught humans to suck our magic and use them support in war. That is when the shot came out of the cylinder head. One of the humans began to kill dragons to right and left and bathe with his blood. I am not sure what happened, but in the long run, made so powerful that he ended up becoming one of us, for some reason. For more than we tried to stop it, we couldn't, and decided to hide for our good. Some dragons did not lose the custom and adopted human to demonstrate that there is still hope. However, he began a hunt and I was forced to leave. You will look for you and all those existing in this world, since it is a declared enemy of the humanity and seeks us to increase their power. I tell you this because if one day you find him, he runs away, since he will kill you without thinking twice, and I doubt that with your current level you can face him. For now we will not be able to see each other again, but I hope you find me. Get stronger, Harry, and never let your own magic consume you, and be careful with Acknowledge. I hope we see each other. Krulak, I leave you a bag with what you need direct to Magnolia towards the northeast. You see that Gildarts know something how to overcome that slag. Harry checked the bag and saw that he contained a knife, a map and a compass, took the stick with which he used to write and keep it, put on his glasses, took the bag and left the cave. Krulak had to flee so that they would not kill him, and apparently I leave it there for the same reason. Again, someone who was beginning to want was in imminent danger. All those who want to be in danger for some kind of crazy or what? Really, he was frustrated. Well, no way, he had to leave, and if Krulak was right, at some point they would meet again. Harry only had one option. He had to look for him, and for that he would go to Magnolia. Luckily, he learned to hunt and climb trees, and the knife facilitated things a lot. Harry got out of the tree and continued on his way. If the compass was not wrong, Magnolia should stay in that direction. Now it was just a matter of walking. A day later, Harry kept walking. A rabbit hunted. I continued his journey until I hear something a few meters from there. Harry hid among the bushes and waited. Sniff Grandine, where these sniffs Solu, a little girl of approximately the age of Harry, of navy blue hair and brown eyes. Seeing her, Harry came out of her hiding place. "Het, what are you doing here? You missed? Hey? No, I'm just looking for Grandine. Curious. I'm also looking for someone. Tell me, do you know Krulak?" No, I don't know him, and I doubt that you have seen Grandine. I've seen very few people, so you could describe them to see if I have seen it. Grandine is a dragon, the dragon of heaven. A dragon? No, I have not seen it, but expect then that you are a dragonslayer, right? Well, but I'm not very good, he said, crashing his fingers' indices against each other. Curious, Krulak told me that I had a friend near here. I guess I was referring to that Grandine. We will find the one, we will know something about the other, so do you think if we travel together? Seriously? Asked the girl with brightness in her eyes. Of course, why not? I'm Harry Potter, he said, extending his hand. Wendy Marvel, said the girl, taking Harry's hand and starting to run on the right wing. At least she would not be alone. Nothing could go wrong. Until she tripped a few meters later. Are you okay? Harry asked, worried. Yes, it often happens to me, Sniff, Wendy said. There is her head, and smiling slightly while Harry helped her stand up. Well, but be careful. Okay, he began to laugh, and in the end Harry ended up joining that laughter. A little further from there, a blue-haired boy watched that curious duo laugh. For a minute he thought about meeting them, but no, he had a mission and was too risky for 2 4-year-old children. With that in mind, turned and went in the opposite direction to both children. Well, let's start, said Harry, stopping. Well, what? Wendy asked, confused. Well, to look for Krulak and Grandine, obviously. Do you know where to start? Do not really, but I know where to start looking for clues, he said, taking out his map, where there was a hole next to a name. We will go to the city of Magnolia in progress. Hi, Wendy said, starting to march. Wendy, when I said march, I didn't literally said, Harry said with a drop in her neck. UPS. Sorry, Wendy said, scratching the back of the head. It was a bit silly according to Harry's point of view, but it seemed like a good person. Well, it's fine, walking, Harry said, starting to walk to the northwest. They walked in a quiet silence until Harry decided to talk. Hey, Wendy, he said, looking at the girl. When you said sky, exactly what element did you mean? A PI, Wendy replied, pointing up. You have not understood me, Harry said, rolling your eyes. Do you mean to the wind? Clouds or something? In reality, Grandine did not tell me much more than the magic of the sky. Although he uses the wind to fight, he focuses more on healing magic and support magic. That if I didn't expect it, Harry said, surprised. And what kind of healing magic is it? I think it is more like healing the energy of people and several magical wounds, but although I can cure others well, I need much more time to cure myself. Then you need to know. You make a roar, but I don't get very well. I think we have the same problem. I don't get good about the roars. Let my throat hurt. We could try to see what we failed. Well, Harry smiled. At least she wasn't the only one with problems. Okay, I'll start, Wendy said, in front of the tree. Inhale strong and Rugido del Dragon del Cielo. A tornado came out with the force of Wendy's mouth impacting and creating a large hole in the tree that seemed to fall at any time. If that's a badly done roar, I don't want to be the victim of a good roar, said Harry in amazement while Wendy blushed for the halago. You really did it well? I bet that yours is not so bad. It's just a matter of concentrating magic in the mouth. Everyone tells me the same. To see with this other, Harry said, turning to another tree. He stood firm on the floor, took a breath, and forest dragon roar. A small tornado of leaves crashed into the other tree, just making a scratch. compared to Wendy's roar, whose tree seemed to have received an explosion. Harry's barely seemed hit by a stone. It was not necessary to stay shouting the name. I know, the Ran responded with tears in his eyes. Crack! What were both children in unison while the crunch became stronger. Suddenly they saw a shadow on them. When they looked up they saw a tree heading towards them. Core! Harry shouted at all lung before running with Wendy hand. Luckily they moved away enough before the tree made them mash them. What was that? Wendy said with the broken voice. Harry released his hand and followed the tree trunk until he found the root. That was the tree that you hit with your roar, he replied without knowing whether to cry with injured pride or cry because he almost crushed him a tree. In his head he could hear Ron laughing and Hermione mentioning books that help him improve his pitiful rugido. Harry sighs resigned and with Wendy continued with his way. Don't get so bad, Harry said. The little girl, the roar of heaven, is the only thing I could learn before Grandine left. Yes, but at least you learned it well, Harry sighed resigned until he had an idea. Hey, is the only thing you know about combat? If why, I have an idea. Why don't you show you some combat techniques and levitate if you teach me how to improve my roar and healing magic? Wendy had stars in his eyes. Can you fly? Cassie, Harry said, starting to levitate a few meters. I can use wind magic to make my body lighter and drive up, but I lack the movement, although I can wiggle a little, he said, making a demonstration that I take a laugh from the little girl. Ha ha ha, well, I accept, he said, shaking Harry's hand once he is low to the ground and continuing his way. 3 months later, in the end we arrive. I shout, a little 5-year-old girl dividing from a hill a poster that said welcome to Magnolia. Yes, he took time, don't you think? Harry said, 5 years, also seeing Wendy that he had run into circles. Be careful, that it is already your habit of stumbling, he said, despite the fact that the girl did not listen to him. We don't arrive, we arrived. Oh, I told you. Harry rolled with a drop in the neck. He learned healing magic, which would be quite useful in the future in terms of Harry's roar, although he already left the trees more damaged. He was still compared to Wendy's that knocked down 2 in a shot and left a third party damaged. They had to escape flying several times so they would not crush them. Can you repeat how that magician Harry is? I told you several times, orange hair, beard and green eyes. We arrive at the city center, we better descend. They descended to the square where some people stayed seeing shit. What I wanted. Call attention. Harry thought before he and Wendy went out there escaping curious looks. Okay, and now where do we start? I have no idea and I don't think we can ask about it. Higa lady have seen a wizard of orange hair, beard and green eyes? The lady just shrugged and continued on her way. Harry approached the fastest she could Wendy and whispered in her ear. Wendy can't ask people, this city is immense and could take days. Harry, sorry. There is no problem for now, you have to keep looking. Eugen, a voice rang behind his back. He listened to his conversation. Why are they looking for the old man? Heh? Boys turned and raised their heads to see a tall, blonde teenager and with a couple of headphones put. You ask that they want the old. Where do you know him? Harry asked on the defensive. Did not the blonde like? It's a member of our guild, Fairy Tale. If they are looking for him, he will be there before turning around and leaving. Hey, he left and he didn't even tell us where the guild was left, Harry said worried. Lord, where is the Fairy Tale Guild? Or streets below is not difficult to recognize. I didn't tell you anything about talking to strangers? No, do you come or what? I see. Harry began to walk resigned, just as the Lord said it. Some streets below found a 2-story building with a poster at the entrance. Fairy Tale. Well, here we go, Harry said with a smile. And? I do not say anything else and I let them read. As you know, or FT, they belong to me. We're going here, Harry said, entering the guild. It looked like a small tavern with several tables in the center, a bar at the end, and on the left something similar to an Harry and Wendy bulletin plan. Let's boast Guildarts Clive. They told us that we could find it here, Harry replied. And to look for him exactly? Said the boy, who at first glance seemed quite shy, image that was accentuated in the suit he was wearing. We think he has information that can be useful, Harry said, without telling that sounded quite rare, leaving a 5-year-old boy. Are you not too young to find information? Asked the third girl. Yes, if I am, said Harry, for sure. Well, the oldest replied, the teacher should know something. By the way, I am Mira Jane Strauss. Afman said the suit boy. And I, Lysana, said the smallest. I'm Harry Potter, and she is Wendy Marvel, he said, pointing to him and Wendy, who greets the Strauss brothers. Well, if they look for the teacher, he is behind the bar, said Lysana, pointing the sight as he approached with Harry and Wendy. But I don't see anyone, Wendy said while Harry was riding a chair to see if the happy teacher was behind the bar. At the time of seeing there, she saw a stain jumping at full speed, causing Harry to almost fall out of the chair. He was a small man, a less than Flitwick stature, even seemed a little smaller behind them with a smile. "Exactly looking for these two young children here?" asked the confused teacher. "We are Gildarts, Clive, we have something to ask him," said Harry. "Eh?" said the teacher, even more confused than before. "He is in a mission, anything they want to ask can ask me." "We will know something about Krulak or Grandine," Wendy said, and before Harry can say something else he added, "Harry believes that Gildarts can know something." "Krulak and Grandine? I never heard about them," said the teacher. "What people in this world could have names like that?" "They are not people," Harry said, resigning to open their mouths, while 4 looks perched on it, which put Harry uncomfortable. "Are Dragon Slayer?" Lysana asked, surprised. If how did you know our magic?" Wendy asked, confused. "There is a boy who also says knowing that magic, and according to him, he was raised by a dragon. His name is Natsu," said Lysana, looking at both children. "And they know where he is?" Harry asked. "Mission said," Mirajane said, without giving him much importance. "Reyes, I thought I would know something. The only people who seem to know something are not, and we have nowhere to stay." "And now that Harry?" Wendy asked. Harry was also worried. They had to spend their savings on several inns, since they couldn't stay in the forest forever. "Why don't they join the guild?" "Natsu did the same when he arrived," said the teacher with a smile. "I am the master of the Makarov Dreyer Guild." "Oh," Harry thought about it. "I didn't know how long it would be there before the letter came, if it arrives, but it didn't seem a bad idea. I suppose that if we could enter—" "I'm Harry Potter and she is Wendy Marvel," he said, while Wendy greeted her hand in a "Okay, wait a minute," said the teacher as he went behind the bar looking for something. They spent a few minutes until he came out with something that looked like a seal, and well, he said, "Where do you want the guild's mark?" At the end of the day, Harry and Wendy were already official members of the Fairy Tale Guild. Wendy had the mark on the right shoulder while Harry had the brand on the left, since by Wendy's suggestion, as they were a team, they would go to match. Months and years passed and Harry was knowing the guild better. It was quite crazy, for not telling the destruction they caused, but they were good people. Natsu turned out to be a hyperactive boy with pink hair and scarf, dragon skin, of the age of Lysana apparently, but I didn't know anything about the dragons. He was the fire dragon, so from time to time Harry asked him for advice or two, although Natsu was lousy teaching, but he was a good practice partner with Wendy. Next to him were 2 more boys, Gray, who was a boy with jet hair that possessed the alchemical magic of ice the clothes set for more than 5 minutes, and Urza, a red-haired girl with a curious magic that allowed him conflict and possessed a magic that transformed it into demons, which was slightly scared of Harry. Elfman was quite friendly and his magic allowed him good friendship with him, which did not like Mirajane for the fact that she did not want her sister to join the Urza group, although Natsu did not belong to that group. As time went by, several things happened, starting the following year when Natsu found an assumption dragon egg from which he and Lysana took care of, and of which an incredibly against all prognosis came out a cat with wings that Natsu called Happywell. Something more rare cannot happen, Harry thought, until a couple of days later shot by accident an Urza cake on the floor, for which I end up receiving a beating by the redhead that judged by his character and for the color of hair was wondering if he was not wondering. The years passed and all were growing. More people arrived in the guild. Gildarts returned and did not know anything about dragons or ethnology. That Harry preferred to tell him in secret, not he cheated. Looked sideways at Gildarts as if he wanted Harry's point of view. Jet, if that was his name, with speed magic even faster than Wendy's Vernier, almost at the speed of the Saeta of Fire, Drug, who possessed magic of plants, nothing that Harry could not do with Dragonslayer magic. Those 3 ended up being part of his own team called Shadowgear, the blonde they met on his first day. The grandson of the teacher and his team that had been advanced that day, Fried that uses dark writing, Evergreen possessing fairy magic, and Bixlow who had puppet magic. As time progressed, Harry looked at the guild with nostalgia. There was nothing there that did not remember Hogwarts. Levy was a powerful Hermione. Ronald Weasley effect: do not notice the girl as a girl until it goes with another, or in this case, disappear, and the magic itself of the place made him feel at home, with the excellent bonus that nobody knew him. Wendy and they ended up renting a simple apartment through the center of the city and its missions. In addition to being simple, they were well paid. I didn't see that something could go wrong. The misfortune occurred when the Strauss brothers fueled a Class M mission in which, when they returned, they notified with tears in the eyes the death of the youngest of the Strauss. Harry partly understood how Elfman felt, that because of you trying to try an idiocy someone dear dies. Since then, There was a drastic change in the two brothers to the point that they were unrecognizable. Mira Jane became sweet and kind, and it was hard to believe that the demon had called her. An elfman became much stronger than before, and nobody mentioned Lysana in front of Natsu so that she did not feel bad. Harry sighs while returning from a slightly more dangerous mission than usual. It was almost early, and he and Wendy almost turned 11. 2 years had passed since Lysana's death and 7 since her dragons disappeared, and even a track. Albus Dumbledore sigh, receiving for the umpteenth time the letter of the minister asking for advice on how to connect the dimensions permanently. Merlin, give me patience, because if you give me strength I kill him. The very inept does not know that joining the dimensions permanently is not only impossible but also dangerous. While the Hogwarts director was immersed in his thoughts, a man with brown hair, I think it was not. He left the fireplace. Albus said, Remus Lupin, Sirius contact me just a few minutes ago, we find it. Albus Dumbledore smiled and headed towards the much happier werewolf than he had been a few moments ago. What do we do here, Remus? He said with a smile. We go to the ineffable department. At that time the director and the werewolf entered through the chimney, disappearing from the view. At the time Dumbledore entered the room, one of the ineffable headed towards him. Professor, apparently the Auror never knew that Sirius Black found the dimension in which the prophecy boy is, and at this time while observing we are registering the dimension in case we need to connect it again. We know how to bring the boy, but we have 2 contradictions. And what are they? Dumbledore asked, confused. First, it has to be a wizard with an enormous power to enter that dimension, said the ineffable. Dumbledore had no inconvenience with this. After all, the in-person had planned to make the trip, and second, the ineffable followed. There can be no force through force. If it will bring the boy, it has to be brought by his own. He just nodded. He hadn't worked for anything just for the boy to refuse. He would find a way to accompany him. Well, I'll enter, said the old man with decision. A more thing, said another ineffable that was holding a notebook. The time is probably more slowly elapsed than in another. What of the 2 will be slowed? For our luck, I think that will be the slowest dimension, 1 week per year if I am not mistaken. With favor of our dimension, I finish the ineffable. It's fine. I'll go, said the director, heading towards the veil. Sirius. Is it all? Yes, sir, Sirius said with a smile from ear to ear. I won't be difficult to recognize. It is identical to his father with his mother's eyes. Well, then they open steps, said the director. At the time he was free, he took a breath and entered. Harry was talking happily with Wendy, Natsu and Happy. It was a quiet day and without any setback. He did your birthday come, don't Harry? I asked Natsu, curious about what. Harry nodded. My is 31 while Wendy's is 2 days later, he said with his Wendy-est tempo. I Happy said, so they always celebrate their birthday together? Well, since we know each other, Wendy said, remembering that day. I still remember the scare that tree gave us, Harry said, remembering. Well, it's not so much, said Harry, he also blushing. Goo Wuston, said the blue cat with a smile. To know. They both responded in unison, blushing in such a way that they left Urza opaque hair. Harry said, Levy, approaching the group in the entrance, there is a guy who wants to see. Who is? Harry asked, curious. I don't know. But he has a long beard and he wears rare robes. Harry was not the slightest doubt. They had found him. Before he could get up, he listened to the voice of who had been his best friend. Don't trust Dumbledore, Harry? Wendy asked, shaking it. Since the subject described by Levy, Harry saw him as he remembered. White beard, medium glasses and rare tunic. It's a pleasure to find Harry Potter, Dumbledore said with a smile. Who are you and what do you want from Harry? Asked the teacher Makarov-facing man while everyone in the guild paid attention to the conversation between the 2 men. I have looking for Harry and my search brought me to this place. But exactly what looking for the boy? Harry, I await the explosion. What? The entire guild shouted in unison. Among all the voices were those of Wendy and Natsu. What does it mean to that? Wendy turned to Harry, who only shrugged. Well, if they let me explain, I will tell you the story of Harry's family and a small theory of why he is here. But we have to be fast. Dumbledore began to explain everything. From a magician who became dark and made with almost everyone, and in an attack on the Potter left Harry to Harry, and at the time of wanting to kill him, the spell bounced and destroyed the dark magician. It disappeared, and after years of searching they ended up finding it in this dimension. When I finish, the guild was silent. That is the story, but why is it so important that Harry returns to its dimension if the guy left? I ask, to everyone's surprise, Natsu. He has left, only is the too weak to attack again, and Harry is the only one who can stop it, Dumbledore said, and before someone else said something he added, I know it because I faced it several times and I could never scratch when Harry with just 1 year could take away all his power. Now you understand, Harry, why you have to come to Hogwarts. Harry thought about it, although he had promised Ron to form the Golden Trio as soon as he arrived at the train. In the guild he had felt at home, even more than in Hogwarts, but he also knew that the prophecy said it was the last hope of his world. Turned towards Wendy that I look at him, resigning him to the idea that he would leave. Then, I hope that Mione pleases the idea of a fourth member. I will, said Harry, taking a smile to the director, but with a condition. The smile became forced. Wendy raised her head, looking at who her friend had been all this time. The only idea that he left was disastrous, but if that was the fate of Harry, who was she to refuse to that? When Harry accepted, I fight to contain the little tears that formed in her eyes. Tears that became joy when Harry put the condition that she would go as long as she accompanies her. Dumbledore used all his knowledge in the West so that the anger was not noticed. After all, he planned without the need of the veil. But from there he thought better. If he had the girl under his command, he could have Harry in his pocket. He didn't seem so bad idea. This, I accept, generating a smile in the two children. Wow, was the scream of collective astonishment of the guild. Spera and our things? Wendy asked. Oh, excuse me, is that it turns out that in our world time passes much faster. But I think I can wait a little, said the director, generating a general drip in everyone's necks. All afternoon Harry and Wendy went home, took out their things and some savings that Harry had always saved, and they said goodbye to the guild, a somewhat emotional farewell, and at sunset Harry and Wendy were together with Dumbledore crossing the portal. AST in 7 weeks, Harry shouted. At least Dumbledore explained the problem, referring to the time elapsed. The trip was fast and barely remarkable. The problem was that it was similar, if not, to travel in Floo powder. So when Harry arrived, he went from bruises against the stone floor, raised his head, and saw two people who did not see for a long time. Look, Lewin Sniff has the same problem as her father with magical transports, said Sirius Black, drying a false tears. Harry smiled, happy for what he saw. And? How was I? The Sirius will explain the next cap. I was really dying to reach the part of Harry's studies because that is where I have more ideas. The next cap will be about Harry's thoughts about this curious normal summer and somebody who expected, and some more facts will appear. Harry was glad what he saw in front of him, as he remembered was Remus Lupin and, as he had seen in his parents' photos, Sirius Black, his godfather whom he had seen dying through that same veil for which he just left. Wait, what does Sirius here and not in Azkaban? Harry, Wendy, said the director. This Albus, who is the girl? Remus, unbelievable when I see Wendy and his curious hair color. She is Wendy Marvel, a friend of mine, Harry said, looking at her godfather and her friend. Well, if so, I guess it's fine. Remus looked at his watch and headed towards Sirius Canet. Professor Dumbledore, can you know why he brought this girl? One of the Ineffable was heading towards Dumbledore, and judging by his voice, he was not happy. Well, you will see, my Ineffable dear, as you know we have no idea what these children come from. I brought Wendy so that they can just ask a few questions about their dimension. Don't you think this is convenient? After all, the information is a treasure that very few possess, and the better. But I fear that they will not be able to have the girl since she does not seem to want to separate from Mr. Potter. The Ineffable seemed furious, which Dumbledore saw since I ended up saying Harry's friend communicated with Steely and she sent him that information. Does it seem good? Harry had no idea who Steely was, but apparently it was someone of trust because the Ineffable nodded before leaving and disappearing. At the moment, another Ineffable headed towards them. Well, then Black and I will guide you to the house, and there we will be, I suppose, your godfather, and you have a lot to talk about. Minutes later, that Ineffable, Sirius, Wendy and Harry left the department to the atrium. Harry tried, as disguised as he could, find Mr. Weasley, but he was not successful. Then he headed towards his godfather and shot him from his sleeve to talk to him. Seeing him, Sirius aged and backed away a little to speak with Harry. I had to pretend that I did not know him. Sirius, no? Seeing that, Sirius Essentia continued, exactly where we are going to live. Well, it is something complicated, said Sirius. It is about that your mother's protection only works with your relatives, but we managed to create a copy that allows us to have them in my house. However, we had to move close to your uncle's so that your mother's protection is completely reinforced. Harry was stunned, not only because of his godfather's freedom, but because he apparently and Wendy would live with Sirius in a house near Privet Drive. More in front of them, the Ineffable Steely spoiledly talked with Wendy. Judging by her face, did not see the face of the Ineffable had fallen well. Now continuo, Sirius, anything you want to ask me you will do it at home. Here it is not sure to speak. Later, they found themselves in the house of Sirius that was next to number 4. Recognized the house for Uncle Vernon Carr? But inside Harry it seemed that the houses were almost equal, with exception that there was no cupboard under the stairs. The rest was almost identical. Once they left things in their room, Sirius took Harry to the hall and sat on the couch in front. I suppose you want me to tell you everything, so where do you want me to start? For the principal? Well, I suppose the old Dumley already told you about your parents. Harry nodded. You will see. It turns out that your parents were hidden under a spell that hides the location of the house in a person's mind. At the beginning they planned. I said that they named another friend, or at least it was in private, but that I was the public guard, like that if someone wanted to know, I just had to look for me. Since I was the most logical option, they would leave the other subject in peace and nobody with bad intentions would know where your parents were. However, that rat betrayed us, revealing the location of your parents to Voldemort, and the rest I suppose that you already know it. When I see the ascent of Harry, continuous, it is necessary that when I found out I went after the rat, or at least that I had planned, when an improvised one arose much more your parents, which, you disappeared, at that time send my revenge to the devil and started with your search. There Harry understood everything. That was the reason why Sirius was still there, free and without worries. He never chased Pettigrew, they never incriminated him, therefore he never went to Azkaban. That less there comes the real part, said a voice from the door of the kitchens. Harry turns his head, finding a tall woman, brown eyes, beautiful figure, tanned complexion and slightly scrambled jet hair. For Jenna, Sirius said, looking at her slightly imbobby. According to Harry, you have to tell her everything? Harry knew that Sirius's freedom was too good to be true. It does not know that during your search, before knowing that you were in another dimension, Sirius met Pettigrew and this shout to James and Lily. Sirius, how could you? And at the time Sirius took out the wand, there was an explosion in which 11 muggles died and only pieces of Pettigrew were found while Sirius was laughing. Luckily, I was returning from a mission and I found the confrontation and served as a witness, but apparently, for the Wisengamot that is not so important, so they were discussed whether to lock your godfather or not. That I am an ineffable, they decided to leave him the freedom under surveillance, and since I was his witness, they entrusted me with my watch. That I did not put the leg. I finished the girl, while Harry only wondered if she had turned out to be the 12 Muggy who died in the fact. Why did you not have disguised as Muggle? She opened her eyes surprised. Yes, how did you know? Potter intuition, he said with an innocent smile, for the way does not know your name or who you are. I'll take care of that, Harry, Sirius said, hugging her by the shoulders. While she showed up slightly annoying, she is Jenna Steely Potter, your father's second cousin, he said with a smile. Harry, as he told you this, head Sirius, I am Jenna and your father's second cousin. In addition to being Lily's best friend in Hogwarts, I finish with an almost maternal smile, for now the person in charge of your godfather and therefore of you too, your friend Wendy, is in the room above. Your room is next to the side. The end of the corridor is mine. Sirius's, the bathroom is between yours and Wendy's. Harry nodded, implying that he understood the redundancy, everything Jenna told him. Sirius looked at the wall clock and startled. Remus told me that in an hour I was in the Department of Auroras and the time is almost fulfilled. I look towards Harry. I feel Harry. But I have to go to work. Those dark magicians are not going to hunt alone. I finish with a smile, and Harry nodded. The same. After a while, Sirius entered the fireplace and disappeared from the view. Wow, they heard the door to the kitchen. When they turned, they found Wendy watching the fireplace, fascinated. A while later, Harry was lying down in the patio in front of the house. Wendy and Jenna went out to buy from girls for Wendy to feel calmer with this world. Sirius would take him to buy clothes tomorrow when he arrived, since Friday is the day with less work in the Aurora's office. Harry sat down and saw on the side of the front Dudley and his gang, either because of the protections that although the house showed, they did not attract curious, or because they were talking to each other, they did not notice Harry, that by the ear of the Dragonslayer he could hear his conversation. He did not have, because he did it when I hear the word Sabolotto. Come on, we steal the task of next week that you have already done, and so we save ourselves working, Piers said, the boy with a rat face. Dudley seemed to think about it. I'm not at all safe. What if they catch us? We denied everything. After all, she has no one to defend, or for the doubts we intimidate her so that she does not speak, but that was not stupid. He would only intervene to stop them. At that moment they stopped, looking towards their backs. I listened to words as there comes. Harry continued on their visual path and found the person who waited less to be there. His disagreed hair and a large backpack. Hermione Granger approached the sidewalk in front. He, Sabolotto. Come, Dudley, said Malcolm with the last in a whisper as they approached Hermione, who seemed slightly scared with all of them, and even more when they wanted to take off his backpack. Harry enraged. He would wonder what her Hermione in Privet Drive later. Now it was time to get rid of and take revenge on Dudley's gang. Eugen! I shout at full lungs, leaving the barrier while the gang and Hermione looked at him astonished. Don't you think it is wrong to attack a girl in a group? And who are you? Piers asked to see Harry approach. But Harry had not only improved his magic in Fairy Tale. If he learned anything in that guild, he will have to fight without magic sooner. So while Wendy practiced healing magic, Natsu and he fought melee, the elusive, and hit him on his chin, leaving him unconscious. Brinking the rest was an easy thing. The problem was Dudley. Despite it was higher compared to his previous life, Dudley was still bigger than him, but luckily Harry was faster. He dodged a blow of Dudley and directed his right fist against him, but he was intercepted and received a blow to the face. The strange did not hurt, perhaps because, like most boys a little older to him and Wendy, he was accustomed to a couple of blows of Urza. Even so, a good knee almost leaves him without air. He was recomposed and elusive more blows before throwing a hook against his chin that made a par of centimeters. I throw a blow to his stomach, sending him to fly away, but the child seemed just noticed since he got up and ran to Harry, who dodged blows again, throw them and receive them without magic. Apparently it was a very even fight. But Dudley was getting tired, thing that Harry noticed, determined to end this, launched a kick that gave her side and staggered Dudley. Something that Harry took the opportunity to give her a powerful blow to her stomach, and Dudley fell, exhausted but aware. You think, why do you follow these subjects if you know what they do is wrong? Harry knew that Dudley liked to intimidate, but I never got to the point of attacking a girl. Harry looked at him. Was this doubt he knew? In addition, several things had changed. For a minute he thought that maybe, just maybe, in this life he could get along with his cousin. Well, if so, why are we not friends? He said, extending his hand. Let's start from scratch. I'm Harry Potter. Dudley smiled and gave her hand that Harry helped him get up. Hermione seemed to think about it, more than anything for the part of assimilating that she saw Harry fight like never before, but she smiled from there and accepted Drain. I am Hermione Granger. I raise her hand and narrow that of Dudley. Why do you already know each other? I asked, curious. Harry swallowed, but at least he knew how. Swain credible and explain why what you did, said Hermione. Still had a pending conversation with Harry. Well, do you want to come home? Sure, my mother prepared something. On good. I suppose you can another day. By chance, will they not tell anyone what happened today? I do not want to get into trouble. Pope and Mama can be good all the time, but when they get angry they are scary. Harry had to make a great effort so that he would not keep his mouth open. His uncles bothering? With Dudley? They could bother anyone, but not with Doubt. It was easier to make Voldemort fall in love. Luckily for him, Hermione trans, giving a little the facts can be beneficial, only sometimes. Oh, Mione, because you do that? Harry asks, or because the girl began visibly annoying. You have no idea what it cost me to convince my parents to move here. In addition to the fact that when you were looking for you were not, you have no idea what it was hard for me to do accidental magic to receive my letter, and while I walked with my family it turns he approached his ear. Where were Harry Potter? I term shouting. Oh. I will say where I was, but first we must go to my house. In the courtyard of Harry's house he started counting everything: Krulak, his training, Fairy Tale, Wendy. By the time Hermione is with his mouth open and the eyes like plates. Are you telling me that all this time have you been in another dimension? Harry nodded. And did you learn to perform magic without wand? Assent. And in that dimension there is not something like the Statute of Secret? Assent. Sirius already knew. I have lived here for a year, but under surveillance? Assent. And did you also come with a girl? Assent. And Ginny? This, I am supposed to know Ginny yet, but don't tell me you fell in love with that girl. What? Harry blushed slightly. While remembering you like a certain blue cat. No. I don't like Wendy or anything. Similar, only that we spend a lifetime together. I am also like 17 years older, at least mentally. I see. You do not tell me that we have to do everything again as it happened before. I don't know about you, but I don't want to have anything to do with Cho this time, and I think you don't want anything with Victor. In a difference of Cho, Victor did not die, the ex-girlfriend. But still he remembers that Ron did not like it very much. Harry was thoughtful. And what will we do with Ron? I have no idea, said the chestnut with a bleak look, sighed and said we cannot master it as a puppet, but we cannot leave it as it is. I remember that the 2 times he turned away from our side had his reasons, only that the first time he was stupid. And what reasons were those? If you had time to think about it. Harmy, I had a lot of time to think about it. In the 4th were his fool. Viando, so makes sense, but how do we take care of that without being rum? That, I have no idea, in addition to the fact that we must destroy the horcruxes one by one, and the last time we were in half, Harry said, worried, throwing himself into the grass. We remember, Hermione said. throwing himself in the grass, with the fingers the newspaper, the guardian, the snake, the ring, and 2 objects belonging to the founders. Often mess. And if I'm not mistaken, Voldemort tried to do 7. Then we have 7 horror for acquaintances and 3 in an unknown whereabouts. How are we going to do that if... Do we have to go to school? Last time it was by emergency, but now there is no excuse. The newspaper, we will get it at the time Lucius gives it to Ginny. The ring, I can convince Sirius to go on vacation to Little Hangleton. The bodyguard, we know where it is, and Mundungus does not steal it yet. And the snake is not a horcrux but to 4th, so it takes us enough weight. It's serious, we have something big in hands. At that time they appeared in the distance, Jenna and Wendy, who loaded some bags. When they approached, Wendy noticed Hermione. What weird, Hermione? I did not know that you were a witch, said Jenna, looking at the chestnut. Only those who have magic nucleus can pass the barriers without problems. One thing is the barrier of the house and another is the barrier of the doors. Those if they disintegrate if you have bad intentions, added when seeing Harry's look. I said my letter yesterday, Mrs. Steely, Hermione said with a slightly nervous smile. I told you to call me Jenna. Madam makes me feel old, he said. She's also smiling. Outside the conversation, Harry turned to the house where a time later a voice was heard inside this. What happened, Sirius? Harry asked. As crazy attacking muggles, it rarely occurs, but it is a mess to stop them, and... Sirius smiled. Rogue, who is your little friend? Harry? Hermione turned and looked at Sirius, blushing. Oh, Hermione. Greetings. Hello, Mr. Black. She didn't know they had a child, he said, pointing to Harry with his back record. It's my son. It's my godson. And when did you meet him? Several hours later, hours in which Hermione explained how Dudley and he saved her from abusive ones, and were talking and playing between them 3 while they were monitored by both adults. At least Wendy and Hermione got along well. Already at night, once Hermione was left at her house, which was on the other side of Harry's uncle's. Harry was Bokariba in her bed. It seems that families are already known. I will find out that later. He also thought of asking how much things changed in comparison to how he knew them. At least in Hogwarts things would go the same, or at least that expected. Are you fine, Harry? Harry turned his head and saw Sirius resting on the door frame. Yes, I'm fine, but somewhat confused. I know it is something shocking to find yourself in a different place and that you know that your parents died for you, but believe me when I tell you, they loved you as you have no idea. Oh, and I brought you something. It's old when your parents started out, but I hope you like it. Harry saw the photo were from left to right. Jenna, Sirius, James, Lily, and Remus. Sirius hugging Jenna while he wanted to separate him. On his right was James, and Lily hugged, and Remus laughed at Sirius and Jenna's interaction. And like any magical photo, it moved better, showing the happiness of these young people. I love it, said Harry, anticipating Sirius's question. I knew that he would. He went to Harry, stirred his hair a little. He tapo it with the savannah and left. Harry that night slept happy, feeling that finally, after so many years, he could feel like a true family. And so far the Cappy, a somewhat emotional end, but is right. Remember that in addition to the Weasley, and sometime in his 5th year Harry did not know what a family that you accompany until night. Okay, now that they are here, I leave the cap and the answers to Susu doubts in the order in which they arrive. Akane Kinomoto, yes, dumbly, as it will be a bad half since I wanted to do the belt, but did not do so in the right way. As for the dizziness of the Slayers, remember that at the beginning of the story Gajeel did not get dizzy either. I think it has to do something with the level of power, still not toy. How I fix it, but somehow it is done. The cat looks below. Anthony Black. Wait for room in 6th. Pess. Ginny won't stay crossed. Gajeel Red Fox crossover fan. Charles has to be in history because yes, or our favorite troll cat, forever alone remains. In terms of Harry with Exceed, I am not very sure whether to put it or not. Well, that's everything, and here the Cappy. Harry woke up. It was a quiet morning and without problems. When he woke up he saw that his parents' photo was not that. It's a very pretty photo. I listened to a voice about to break. Turn and saw Wendy sitting on her bed. She hadn't noticed her, and judging by her eyes, she wanted to cry. Do you are fine? Algo, he replied, but I can't help feeling a little bad to see that. Despite being alone in Earthland, you always had a family with you. Looking for you there. Harry understood. Wendy felt alone, that he was more, approaching how he could still have his legs under the sheets, while she finished breaking and began to cry. Don't cry, Wendy. It was the only thing that Harry came up to try to comfort her. She understood something as she felt. After all, it was how Ron thought when he had to return to the Dursley. Hey, he said, having an idea. I didn't know if he would officially make Wendy happy. I promise that when we return to Earthland, I will help you not only find Grandine, but also your parents. Wendy stopped crying, and I look at it. Do you promise? As I call me Harry Potter, she said. Taking chest, Wendy smiled and pounced on the knocker in bed. Well, we better go down to breakfast, right? Harry said. At that time a crash was heard, followed by a cry that Harry recognized. Tonks, he thought, what would that be? Arbly someone a few clumsy termino Harry laughing, until he recalled that he was supposed to know anyone in this world. We are going to see who it is? He quickly added. Okay, Wendy said, leaving the photo on the table and going down with Harry. Once on the lower floor they saw a girl with pink hair. Don't you think it's a familiar Natsu? Wendy asked in a whisper. I think so, unless Natsu has also been transported since this dimension to Earthland in addition. Harry knew that the color of her hair was for her metamorphomiga powers. Harry, Wendy, finally wake up, greeting Sirius smiling. This is my cousin Nymphadora Tonks, and just started at the Academy of Auroras a few months ago. Don't tell me Nymphadora, he said this while his hair changed red. Transformation mace? Wendy asked. Tonks asked confused. It's a type of magic that allows you to transform into other things or people, Harry explained, remembering some things he said look before they leave. Oh no, it's not that, Tonks said. I am a metamorphomiga. I can change my appearance at will. So you can transform into Sirius with Harry's face? Wendy asked. I could try, he said before transforming, effectively. It was very funny to see Sirius with Harry's round face. Jajajajajaja, both boys and the Aurora in training while Sirius towards Pucheros for how, according to their words, they altered their perfect image. Chicos, breakfast is ready, a voice was heard inside the kitchen. A breakfast, a Tonks trying to help, several broken plates. A Tonks saying goodbye and a bath later, Harry and Sirius appeared in an alley. When Harry came out, he saw before them a small tavern who recognized as the Coriani Warmth. Before heading to the site he felt Sirius holding it. When he turned his head to see him, he ages and looked into his eyes. Before you enter, Harry, there is something that I must tell you. I take a breath and follow. In the magical world you are incredibly famous and treat you as if you were some kind of deity. I want you. Sirius, who liked to get attention along with his father in Hogwarts, told him not to take advantage of his fame. If that happens, I would probably kill me, he said laughing. Okay, false alarm. Upon entering the bar, it happened exactly as Sirius said. The whole bar approached to greet him, and his treatment towards him scratched the devotion. After evading enough people reached the rear. Here, Harry, as Sirius said, 3 above, 2 to the right, he said, playing the respective bricks. Once that was done, a road that led to a street full of stores was shown, the Diagon Alley. Everything was as he remembered, the stores, the people, and the children looking at the Nimbus 2000. Exactly what will Sirius do? I asked, curious. For now we will only buy the books and some clothes, the wand, tunic, and the pet will buy your birthday. It's fine after all, it was not so bad idea, and in passing I could choose Hedwig and make it go through a birthday gift. The rest of the day was between store and store, buying almost everything. When they returned, Jenna told them that Wendy went out to play with Hermione and Dudley. Definitely something here was not right. When he found them, it turned out that both girls had subjected the poor against the floor and were making hair in his hair. Harry couldn't take it anymore and stirred on the floor of laughter. The 3 saw him and the girls looked at each other and smiled. What good that you like Harry, Hermione said, smiling maliciously, because we kept more for you, he said while Wendy showed more pigtails than they had. Harry lost the color of the face. Harry, if you appreciate your dignity, run. I screamed, Dudley, while Harry got up and obeyed. A while, a persecution, a submission, and a hair treaty later. Look, Wendy. Harry's twin sister isn't pretty? Hermione asked, showing a Harry with hair in her hair while Wendy laughed. This is humiliating, Harry said with terror in his eyes. The less hard half an hour more than me. They took me by surprise, said Dudley in the same way, before they were removed as the hair pigtails could. Dudley's thought. After meeting both girls, they went to the park to entertain a while before Harry arrives. Exactly where they were? I asked Dudley, curious. By Wendy said calmly. What relief, then it's going to be fast, said Dudley calm. What do you mean exactly? Hermione asked. It's just like you, I also accompany my mother's mother and it is a desperate wait. Unlike my father who always finds something good, cheap, pays and we go and we will not get distracted by anything. I finished smiling. But the clothes are pretty, and the pigtails are quite useful effectively. The reason why Wendy and Jenna were delayed is because they were distracted watching clothes and other accessories. Well, we do not take so long, and I do not think that a ponytail is more useful than to love the hair, he said, Dudley stating note. This does not apply to everyone. For example, my father takes for years buying a single pole or shirt, or as they tell him in his country, while some of my friends are quite fast. So you think that doesn't? Hermione said, looking at Wendy smiling. Seconds later she returned her smile. At attack. I shouted the movie while the girls threw themselves on Dudley. Did this start with that? Harry asked. By removing the pigtails too. The other three nodded. Tonteria. Dudley affection we are going to. They heard a voice not far from them. When they turned they found Petunia Dursley looking at the group. Luck that they had removed the pigtails, but she was not looking at that. Her eyes passed the Wendy hair in the eyes of Harry, who stared at her. You, Petunia said, looking at him with fear. Wendy said, looking at Harry. LLA, Harry said, looking at Petunia. Hermione was looking at the group. That scene was funny, something tense but funny. I thought you were lost, he said with palpable hate. Do you know him? I asked Dudley, curious. Of course, at least she recognizes her eyes. A voice was heard behind the boys. When they turned they saw Jenna approaching. Petunia looked at her with horror. What are you doing here? He said, almost shouting. Vivo here, said the ineffable in a calm voice. Do you know each other? Harry asked, noting not to know anything. How not knowing her, said Jenna. I know that she was your mother's sister. Silence, more silence. Where did that rolling straw ball come from? Someone take it away. What? I asked Dudley, confusing. Mom told me that she had no sisters. I look at Harry, who simply shrugged. Do you have an aunt? Hermione asked Harry, who shrugged again. I had a cousin all this time? I asked your mother, slightly angry. You don't need to know that, Dudley. Petunia said sharply. Let's go home. But Mom, what are we going home? Petunia shout before taking. Almost on track. Dudley, who could barely say goodbye, with a hand gesture. Exactly that. Wendy has just passed to Jenna. It does that. Petunia hates everything related to magic because of the fact that she always wanted to be a witch and could never explain, and the fact that you now know that these here reminds her of all the attention that her family gave her mother leaving her aside. How do you know all that? Harry asked. I didn't know that detail of his aunt. He should have felt very alone. Fui your mother's best friend, and one day we found she told me everything. She said with a sadness. Lily always tried to rebuild the ties with Petunia, but she let her jealousy blind her. They undertook the way home, and Harry was thoughtful. As a child he always wondered why his aunt, being his mother's sister, did not treat him as if he were the family. So far because of what he knew was that she had to have felt bad to see that her parents passed her to see her mother, and the reason why she treated him badly was for the simple fact that she saw him remembered all her overshadowed childhood. Wendy and Hermione, who were next to him, one more confusing than the other. The day I don't finish very well, we say. And so time went by. Harry's birthday arrived and went to the Diagon Alley to make the purchases of the wand, robe and, as far away, Hedwig. The journey to Gringotts was as he remembered, only that when he arrived at the Sirius and Wendy camera they stayed in the car with their arms in the air. Atra, another. Sirius, that would be expected from Wendy or Harry. Not from you, so get out of there, said Jenna, pulling the animago of the arm. Aguafiestas, he complained about Pucheros. Yes, you would be more serious, you would understand it. Of course I am serious, said Sirius, unnerving this in my name. As that you come with me from Sirius the Serious, or the Master of Cynthiality, I petrify you until we were Dumbledore's age, he said, Jenna taking out his wand, although deep down I wanted to laugh, as in the old days of the occurrences of the animago, but his commission did not allow it, guys of the trade. After getting the gold out of the Harry camera, they went down to the black camera, to which Sirius only had access if he was with his guardian. When they opened the door, Harry divined something that made his heart jump. Indeed, there was a glass with a carved. Sirius, he asked, pointing the cup. What is that? That's Sirius was speechless. Griphook, what is that? Lady Lestrange ordered to put it there in case her husband's camera was confiscated. But we don't know what is. Obviously it is a cop, Wendy said with all the naturalness of the world. We know that it is a cop, said Griphook, offended. What we do not know is because a family like Lestrange that belonged for generations to the Slytherin house, they have something with the Hufflepuff symbol. I suppose that it will be something they bought and maintained as a trophy, Sirius said, not very sure of their words. Harry in his head jumped in 1 foot of joy. Hermione put another on the list. Once they told the goblin to check it, adding some gold in between to hurry the process, they left the store and went for the tunics. Upon entering, Wendy and Jenna took them apart to try the robes while Harry was put next to Draco, like last time. Hello, said Draco. Also Hogwarts? No, Beaux batons, Harry replied sarcastically. Well, you don't seem to be French, he replied. It's sarcasm. Of course I am going to Hogwarts, Harry said with a smile. For his pleasure, Draco frowned. Well, I don't know what kind of manners you will have, but it is not convenient for you to make me angry. As you want. By the way, who are you? My name is Malfoy, said smiling Draco Malfoy. And you? Elements, said Harry. Krulak Elements. Ah? Asked the confused blonde. Which name is that? Don't tell me you're born of muggles. Do that's? In reality, yes, all this of magic should remain among the ancient families of magicians and leave the muggles and their children aside. Then, to prevent them from being extinguished, they should reproduce like rabbits, don't you think? What are you talking about? Simple, I explain, as if it were the most logical thing in the world. Without sons of muggles you would eventually reduce to just a few. To that add the little birth of the magicians for the reason of having few children, and that one of each one, that 20. Be a squib. To tell the truth, if things were serious among the ancient families of magicians would need a good luck to avoid extinction. Malfoy's face had no price. He could even observe how the world was slowly collapsed before his eyes and began to consider what Harry said. It was not his original idea, but at least he would move them away from a prejudiced Malfoy for quite some time. You are ready, the clerk said. When Harry got off, she turned to Malfoy. For the way, he said, calling the Rubio's attention, Krulak is not my real name. Malfoy seemed to react in serious. And what is it? That you will have to wait, he added with a mysterious smile. Malfoy seemed to suffer. Jakika. That was for you, friend. Harry thought as he met Jenna and Wendy paying the robes. Once everything was paid, they went out to buy the wands. On the road they met Sirius, who did not know where he was. Harry birthday, he said, holding Hedwig, which Harry smiled openly. When they arrived at the wand store, it was as Harry remembered it. Empty. Oh, said a voice that startled everyone. Looking to say that I sold the wand that made that, he said kindly, trying to, and 4 centimeters and a quarter. A powerful, very powerful wand, and in the wrong hands. Well, if I had known what that wand was going to do in the world. After the description of Harry's parents and Voldemort's wands, he began reviewing the shelves while the tape towards his work. I have a question, Wendy said, while another tape is high. Why all these measures? In addition to gaining time, Ollivander replied, taking several packages allows me to look for an adequate wand for the magician. Harry's wand was the same as in his past life, only that with a different effect. The sparks gathered in 5 spheres, from top to bottom: wind, earth, water, fire, and wood. The wind was undone. The wooden one fell to the floor. The fireball fell fire on fire. The water turned off and the earth extinguished the fire that began to expand around. Curious, Ollivander began to say. Very curious. What is curious? Asked Jenna. I remember every wand that I sell, and curiously you have this wand. When your sister, this scar caused by Sirius, who only shrugged. It's a kinship that cannot be avoided, he said, adding importance to the matter. As mine with my adorable family. Well, now let's see the little girl, he said, giving Wendy a wand 2.5 centimeters. Sycamore wood and phoenix pen nucleus. Surprisingly whispering, he added with an enigmatic smile, giving Wendy's wand, who took her in his ear as if waiting for him to tell her something. I don't think he refers to this type of Wendy whisper, said Jenna, while Sirius tried without a result of not laughing. Wendy, red as tomato, stirred his wand, and from the tip a small swirl came out that took the form of a dragon with feathers similar. Grandine, he thought, while Harry looked at her smiling, looked at him and smiled at him equally, a gesture that did not go unnoticed by Jenna, and to his misfortune Sirius, who inside smiled rogue. Later, after finishing with everything, they returned home. In the distance they saw Dudley with a new uniform already inside. They ordered the purchases and spent the rest of the day with Hermione and Dudley, who took advantage that her mother was shopping to leave for a while. September 1st, the Granger, Harry, Wendy and the others were heading to the platform where the boys would leave for Hogwarts. Are they sure that it is here? Wendy asked, worried. Hermione's parents, according to his question. As the sky is blue, said Sirius. Everyone looked at the sky. That day was gray. The concern increased. Full of muggles, of course the heart of both temporary travelers jumped for joy. There were the Weasley. Harry had an idea. Do you also go to Hogwarts? I asked, approaching them, who noticed their presence. Sigh, Mrs. Weasley replied. Don't you first year? Ron also goes there. Do you know where the platform is? Well, yes, I came with my family and with that of a friend, he said while the others approached. What happened to your hair? Ginny Weasley asked, horrified. That's her natural color, Wendy replied, offended. Harry frowned a little. The Ginny that he remembered would not have reacted like this. Ginny! Molly exclaimed, ashamed. Then headed towards the movie I Play My Daughter. Sometimes he speaks without thinking. There is no problem, Wendy replied, smiling timidly. But what manners we have, Jenna reprimanded. I'm Jenna Steely, he is Sirius Black, they are the Granger and his daughter Hermione, our neighbors the aforementioned greeted at the same time. The Weasley's face was total astonish. Are you serious, Harry Potter? Fred asked, or George? No, I was sure it was Fred. I don't know, he turned to Wendy. I look like Harry Potter? Do you think Harry Potter is? I ask her. Hermione. I think it's very Potter, so if I think it's Harry Potter, don't you think it is Harry Potter? I ask Ron that. He was silent for a moment before understanding. Oh, he said, reacting, well, it seems to me Harry Potter. Then I am Harry Potter, he said, smiling and taking chest. The twins, Sirius and, to the surprise of the Dragonslayer Jenna, they started laughing. That was great, said Sirius. Do your father's son, said Jenna, making Harry smile. Isn't it late? Asked Hermione's mother, giving her husband a husband who had started laughing with the rest, before they realized that they actually had 10 minutes for 11. Ah! Shouted the whole group, starting to run to the platform. And here is the new Cappy de Harry, the elementary dragon. For those who like Ginny, I don't plan to do it. So unbearable, just enough that Harry does not fall in love with her. They prevented writing the FIC, so that is the reason. I will not explain everything or take more space. That the FIC itself, so I will go to the revs, only left me one T.T. Gajeel Red Fox crossover fan. Sorry? But Harry's couple was already determined from the Chapter 3 of the FIC. In addition, I do not imagine Harry with Urza. Well, here is 10 chapter. That was close, said the redhead, sitting in a relieved compartment to arrive on time. Hermione sat next to her, Harry in front of him, and Wendy next to her. Cut little and we lose the train. Is your name true? Asked the movie. He nodded. Ronald Weasley, but you can tell me Ron, he said this smiling. All your family members are sorcerers? Harry asked. Yes, well, almost. My mother has a cousin but never talks about him. Why? Asked Hermione, curious. Ron just shrugged, giving him importance, then turned to Harry. Can I ask you a question? Harry nodded. All the magical world wonders for this. Where were you? What happened? Everyone knew that you were still alive but without a trace of your whereabouts. Let's say I was in a difficult place to access, Harry said, thinking about how to explain to Earthlin's redhead. And everyone there, they have rare colored hair? I asked Wendy. Hair is irrelevant, Harry said with a drop in the back of the neck. We were in a place where the muggles and sorcerers live in complete harmony without worrying about the statute of the secret and we use magic without wand. Ron opened his eyes as plates. He did not imagine such a place more than in the strangest minds. Where is it? I asked, anxious. His father would love that place. Actually, Wendy said at the moment when a Rugen-faced boy appeared through the door they left ajar. Harry and Hermione smiled to see Neville. Disculpin, said the boy. Have you seen a toad go here? Trace of 4 denied their heads. Harry saw it and said, wouldn't it be better to use a convening spell? They show it even, said the boy. Harry approached the door of the compartment and lifted his wand. Acknowledgement of Neville, he said. Some shouts of astonishment sounded in the distance, and the toad came to where Harry caught him and passed it to the boy. Here you have, said, smiling, giving him the toad. Neville smiled. Wow, Ron said. When did you learn that? Asked the movie. This summer. I saw Sirius using that same spell with the control of the telesaid, making a, in the compartment. That lest they taught you magic, Ron started. Not my parents wanted to start teaching us anything because they thought it would be unfair compared to the rest of the students. The only thing they told me that it looked like a spell was something to return yellow to Scabbers, he said, taking out the rat from his pocket. Harry's eyes shone. At least Peter would not move from his place. After Ron's failed attempt, I spend the food card directed by the rogue, which Harry bought a little of everything, staying the group with a good amount of sweets. Oh! Wendy shout when he saw the chocolate frog jumping from the box. Don't be scared. They are not really, said Ron calmly. How is she? Hermione said, showing him a chrome where Agrippa. Ron was red. His eyes enlightened. Why do you want it? He said before searching in his trunk and taking a small box where there were several chromos. Wow, said the other 3, surprised. And these are the repeated, he said, smiling, while Hermione looked for some chrome to interest him. Cut more than 1 if you want, said the redhead while Hermione looked. Said the girl after a while. A Dumbledore, a Merlin, and Potter? He said, confused. Ron realized and removes the chrome of his place. I'm sorry. He said hurriedly, he is here so they don't take it off. It's too difficult to get. He turned to Harry. James and Lily Potter and his little son Harry were the last victims of the attack of Thatno nominated to his home. That fateful October day, being alive only the little Harry, with an unknown whereabouts. "Ah," Wendy said, seeing the baby Harry move her little hand, which everyone looked at her. "I say, from baby, that you were a cute baby," he said, gathering his fingertips more red than Rum's hair. Harry returned his chromium and continued eating. Harry a little more lively than at least they recognized his parents something and blushed by the comment of Wendy. He took the time until the good atmosphere spoiled for an unexpected visit. "No, it is not someone who lost his pet, but Malfoy and his thugs, Crabbe and Goyle." "What I thought," said the blonde. "Harry Potter is on the Harry train turned." "So you were you, huh?" said the other bitter. "Who do you think you are to make fun of me in that way?" "I have not mocked any time," said the Raven. "I just express my opinion about what would happen if the magic was reserved for the magician families. I come from a place where there is no something as silly as clean blood." Malfoy put a shock face. He didn't imagine such a place. He immediately replied. He didn't want to show weakness. "Blood is everything. Define our class," he said. "We don't need to mix with the wrong ones. I can help you at that one." He extended his hand to Harry Boren and new account, "don't you think?" In addition, Wendy said, "The class is in the mind, not in the blood." Malfoy, who was looking angry at Harry, turned to Wendy. "Nadia asked for your opinion." "Strange hair phenomenon." Wendy under her head a little. Malfoy smiled, and before someone even blinked, Harry was already holding him from the tunic with her arm. "I warn you, Malfoy," he said. "I am always kind, even respect the thought of others, but that attacks either physically or verbally to my friends, so I will tolerate him, so go or disculpate." "I was not humorous to endure Malfoy for another 6 years, or him, or Snape. You can't do anything to me. My father belongs to the school council. We'll make you expel," said Scared. "I don't care," Harry replied, surprising everyone. Hermione was impressed. She knew that Harry could do magic, but not until that point. She only believed that she had practiced some basic spells, not the mastery of nature itself. Ron was stunned. Who would say that the child Holived could use magic to such level? I look at Wendy from her seat. Could she do the same too? Things would get interesting. Malfoy was impacted. At no time thought that the child who lived would be so powerful. Very few magicians are able to use magic without a wand, and even less those who can dominate nature itself. The best thing was now to perform a strategic withdrawal. He backed away from Harry's grip, and with a head movement he told Crabbe and Goyle that they left. Once they left, Harry closed the door of the compartment and returned to his seat. "At least they won't bother us for a long time," he said while the others looked at him. "What? That was incredible," said Ron with his mouth open. "Where do you come from? All can do something like that?" "Salgo similar," said the Harry before looking at Wendy. "Are you okay?" "I just worried," she said with a sadness. "What if everyone in Hogwarts makes fun?" "I burn them all," said Harry, lighting her fist, leaving Ron and Hermione more amazed. "I think we would all do it, although we cannot turn on fire," said Hermione, calling the attention of the other two boys. "I guess there is more space in their team, right?" Harry reassured, "There is room for more. Do you know?" The redhead raised his smiling look. "Offsh. Besides, did you see the scared face he had? I think he wanted to wet his pants," he said before the four began to laugh. By the way, Ron started once the laugh would have passed. "What house do you plan to enter?" "I think Gryffindor. My parents were there," Harry said. Ron nodded him. Hermione explained to Wendy about the 4 houses, and Ron began to explain to Harry about Quidditch, what Sirius has not yet been able to explain, at least. After a good time, the boys left so that the girls can change. A while later I played to leave. Much later, they arrived at the station. "The first year here. Hello guys." I greet the Semigigant. "Where do they know him?" I ask. "Once they climbed the boats. He came to visit us once before coming to the train," Harry said, remembering the Semisigit visit. "They are about to have their first Hogwarts view," said Hagrid. An imposing "oh" was heard immediately from the boats to see the imposing castle. "They are careful, do not fall," Hagrid said when they arrived at the port. The stairs climbed and left them with McGonagall, who guides them to a separate room, and left. Inside everything was a total chaos. "How do you think they select us?" Ron asked. "Don't you know?" Wendy asked, fearful. Harry knew why Jenna meant, but Sirius simply interrupted her, saying, "Don't ruin the surprise. Fred told me that it was some kind of proof, but it is surely some kind of joke," said the redhead. "And if they ask us for any spell?" Neville said, joining the conversation. Wendy relaxed. "Then I don't think Harry or I. Kia." I shout. At the time several ghosts entered through the walls. Like Wendy, some students also shouted. stir and forgive, one said. I think we must give him another opportunity. Oh look, new students. They started floating on top of the students, talking and presenting themselves until McGonagall arrived. Please follow me, the selection ceremony will start, guides them to the great dining room, where in the background the selecting hat was seen. I think you just have to put on your hat, Hermione said quietly. Wendy and Neville breathed calmly while Ron muttered something like, I'm gonna kill Fred. Every first year they looked closely at the hat until he scratched and started singing. I don't know what to actually put the song. Once the song, the dining room and the first ones applauded. Then McGonagall approached with a list and began to call the students in alphabetical order. There was no change compared to the past time. Ron was in Gryffindor, Hermione too, and in the case of Wendy, as it took a long time, but in the end the hat put it in the House of the Lions. In the end they called Harry. Unlike your friend, you did not end in the correct dimension, but in the girl with blue hair. Well, Harry thought, and as from my past life you take sufficient reason to be a Gryffindor, right? Yes, if it is true, you have a lot. Please, Harry shouted in his head, causing the hat to laugh. Is a joke. Harry went to sit between Wendy and Ron, who was already impatient for food. Dumbledore got up and calms everyone before speaking. I just have about 4 things to tell them. It started. Papanatas. Ah? Wendy asked, confused, looking at Harry. He only shrugged and food began to serve. Once dinner was over, the director got up again. Now that we have all eaten, I have a few things to tell them, he said to the new welcome, and the ancients, welcome back to the Hogwarts School of Magic and Sorcery. Before they go to their respective common rooms, let me tell them a few things. First, no student is allowed to access the forest forbidden by their own safety, and in addition, the hall that is located on the 3rd, those who want a long life and do not want to die in a painful way. There was a general murmur in the dining room until Dumbledore spoke, and now I think that many of you will be tired and wanting to go to your classes tomorrow, so to sleep. The first year here, screamed Percy, gathering a small group of people whom he guided through the halls to the 7th floor. Walked a while until they reached the portrait of Mrs. Gorda. Santo and sign? Asked Caput Draconis, he said, and the portrait moved, showing the entrance to the common room of Gryffindor. The password to the room is secret and should not be revealed to those who do not belong to the house. Now, the right-wing staircase is from the boys and the left is from the girls. They will discover that their belongings are already here. Minuto Festin, I think I'm full, Ron said before throwing himself into bed. Harry did the same, but his mind was busy in something else. Well, several things: the stone, the newspaper, Catch Pettigrew, the tournament, the Ed, Umbridge, the horcruxes, and his final battle against Voldemort, and yet to remain alive to fulfill his promise with Wendy. Too many things. I'll think quiet tomorrow. In turn, he slept. I know it was something fast, but I did not get much inspiration for this cap. Darkness and the waffles. Here is Harry's cap, the elementary dragon, for incredible things of destiny. End this faster cap of what I thought, and now the revs. Well, I leave you with the cap. As HP and FT know, they belong to their authors. Harry woke up to dawn. After sleeping, he needed to go down to the common room to order his ideas, careful not to wake up anyone, under the stairs, and went to the armchairs of the common room, wanted to sit in the armchair, but Hermione was already there. Hermione? This was startled and looked back looking for where his voice came from until he saw Harry. Can you either sleep? Asked the raven. Sem's in the head, said the girl lying on the armchair. Harry sat on the one next to her. If would have returned with us, we would be calmer, planning to do. Hermione looked at him. How did you know that I was worried about Ron? It shows you, in addition to what happened in the blank space, that Hermione seemed to think about her answer. She told me something quite weird, that the 7th horcrux was the least we hoped. Why didn't you tell me that before? Asked the raven. Until it was agreed that he didn't tell Hermione about the cup in the black chamber. Hermione, he said, shaking his shoulder. That? Now I remember he said something nervous. I didn't know how the chestnut would react. I found a horcrux in the black camera that Bellatrix put there. Hermione looked at it, annoying. And now you tell me? I exclaim in a drowned voice. Harry meant it was not to wake up anyone. I'm sorry. Also, he said hurriedly, the basilisk poison. How do we kill him? A rooster. And really you think Hagrid will give us a rooster to open the reason for his expulsion? He will ask us the reason immediately. Hopefully Lucius gives Ginny the newspaper and we stole it before it was possessed. We showed the newspaper to Dumbledore. We open the camera and kill the basilisk before it starts to petrify people, and use their fangs to destroy the remaining horror, newspaper included. And how do we get rid of the snake? Harry seemed to think about it until I sighed and said, waging the 3-magician tournament. No. Hermione shouted and covered his mouth quickly. Looked around and Harry sharpened his ear. I don't listen to anyone. Once calm, the chestnut continued, it is too risk. You will be there. Alone. Surrounded by deadly. I will kill her before Pettigrew starts the ritual, Harry said. Improvising a plan from there, I will disarm Pettigrew. I will bring him with me and try Sirius's innocence. And with no one who attends it, Voldemort will only be a shadow again. Think about it, Hermione. Minutes. It seemed like a good plan, it just seemed. How do we find the rest? The idea, but at least we have an advance. We would only miss Ravenclaw and the seventh. Harry thought a minute until something came up. Isn't a reference to something in the Book of Hogwarts? Hermione shook her head. There is nothing. He just says that the founders arrived and did school, nothing more. Merry mess in which we are involved. In addition to everything we will have to face, Quirrell, El Basilisco, Pettigrew, the tournament. Hermione turned and saw Harry, worried. How will we prevent Snape, mate from Dumbledore? Stop before doing so, Harry said, completely serious. We will go to the Regulus copy, and when I return I will stun Snape and Draco before they try to do something. And very little time. In addition to making sure that we don't notice us, Harry, I look at her confused. We have to pretend that we know nothing and be discovered little by little. If we see that we already knew everything, they could retaliate. In addition, we have to improve your West in case your room plan does not work. Thus Voldemort avoids seeing our plans through your mind. Harry issued a groan. Hermione. It's not difficult, it's just not thinking about anything. That's the problem, I am always thinking of something. And worse now that we have all this on. That let's try, Harry, said Hermione. The concern was noticed in her voice. Harry looked at her straight and stayed like this. Now they both shared a burden that nobody else had. Sigh, at least she could try. Ah, he said, a voice behind them. Are they not a pretty brother-George couple? The love in the dawn of life sounds good, brother Fred, effectively. Behind them were the Weasley Fred and George twins. The two temporary travelers were startled. They looked back and reddish, then the hair of the twins began to deny their heads and say inconsistencies. No. Hermione calmed down a little and started talking properly. Of course Harry's current was followed. Hermione. Sigh. Hermione looked at Harry from sideways before looking at the twins. And you who make so early awake? The twins looked at each other and Fred said, we placed to prepare something for the Slytherin. They already know. The welcome George Termino with a malicious smile on the face, and from there we plan to follow the idea of our beloved mother. To explode a toilet culmino this time, Fred with his brother's same smile before leaving the portrait door laughing. The boys looked at each other. I think we should ask them what bathroom not to go there the rest of the day, said Harry, and Hermione nodded. According to him. I think we should go to change. It is being done day, he said, addressing the girls' room. Harry climbed into his room, where, judging by the movement, the boys were starting to wake up. It was time, right? I asked Ron, who looked like a cocoon with the savannas. For more minutes, said, half asleep, Harry. Idio, a plan. What bad, Ron? He said, the food is going to end. What? I shout, Rum getting out at full speed. It surprises me that you fall into that. You said it with such conviction that I thought it was true. If seriously went to finish, the food would have kept you a little. Once they went down, they found the girls already dressed in the common room. And we suppose we are. Who takes us? Said Hermione, raising an eyebrow. We were ready. But Ron fell asleep as he finished changing, I explained Harry, while Hermione laughed and Ron put his ears red. What are our classes today? Wendy asked. I think our schedules give us today, so we will know that we have. Something like that. I heard Bill after his first year, said Ron. They all looked at him. What? That he is hungry does not mean that he cannot answer the questions. Walking and heading to the quartet towards the great dining room. The classes were as he remembered them. They even became easier, perhaps because he had already gone through all that. He hardly struggled. Even so, Hermione was still better than him, but what bothered him was not having to spend his classes again. Did you see? In the blue hair girl sighed. Did you see your glasses? Did you see your scar? This is annoying, Harry said, after a day of being harassed and persecuted by the curious throughout the school. Yes, indeed, what Harry was bothered were the curious, and not just him, Wendy. He also touched his part of fame for the peculiar color of his head, highlighting among the students. A pesar de todo, las clases transcurrieron tranquilas hasta el viernes, en donde Harry recibió dos cartas. Una de Sirius preguntando qué tal les fue a ambos en la primera semana y con propuestas de bromas para los Slytherin, y una tal que Hicus Harry escribió una copia y la mandó a los gemelos con la firma de Canuto y Cornamenta hijo, y la otra era de Hagrid para ver si podían ir a su cabaña en la tarde. What are you going to do in potions? He said in just a whisper Hermione while they headed there. Tranquilla, Harry replied calmly, I have all controlled. Now if I am afraid, said the chestnut. Harry laughed sarcastically, very funny, Lady Farger. Eugen appearance, I call them, Wendy, from quite far. They ran to the classroom door and entered. Snape did not appear until a while later. Like Flitwick, he stopped in the name of Harry. Things happened as they happened. Potter. Snape suddenly said, "What will I get if I add asphodel roots dust to an alien infusion? A potion to sleep so powerful that it is called the filter of the dead in life." Professor Harry said, generating reactions of amazement even in Snape. "Well, let's see," he said after a while in silence. "Potter, where would you look if I tell you that you find me a bezoar?" The bezoar is a stone found in the stomach of a goat and is used as an antidote in the poisons. Teacher now Harry. He smiled hiddenly. Slytherins were open-mouthed. Gryffindors seemed to want to applaud. Wendy next to Harry smiled. Just like Ron and Hermione and Snape seemed in shock. Saber Potter, was the difference between Aconito and Luperia? There is no difference, Professor, they are the same plant now. Snape seemed to want to die. The lions began to applaud and those of Slytherin were pale. Alas, Potter, the applause was paralyzed and Harry was erased. He did not expect one more. What is the most common use for the skin of African tree snake? I ask with a sinister smile. Harry respite calmly. False alarm. Dad's skin is commonly used for a potion that allows you to transform yourself into another person, known as Multijugos potion. Teacher now the Gryffindor were applauding loudly and Snape went all the color of the face. I did not expect a first year to know the answer of a 6-course question. It doesn't matter, it will be fixed later. Silencio shouted, and the applause ceased almost immediately. For this time nothing Potter happened. But I will be observing you. The rest of the class happened quietly. Hopefully, Harry managed to pass a note to Seamus to avoid Neville's accident. When the bell rang and they left, Harry looked like a kind of hero. How did you do it? Seamus asked. Behind him, Neville and Dean followed him. Harry, what happened? Ron asked. You knew my name before I introduced me this morning. Are you fortune teller or something? Harry was getting nervous. They were overwhelming questions. She said about, "By Potter intuition," Harry said while Hermione. But in front of him he clashed his hand against his forehead and Wendy looked at him curious. Potter intuition? Asked the curious boys. That was close. For little and they start shouting you, Hermione said in just a whisper. And what was that of Potter intuition? Improvision, my dear friends, where I was saved us from several situations. Do you remember, Wendy? As if I could forget it, said the movie, remembering how Harry created her distinctive technique. Harry and Wendy's thought they are remembering at the same time, surrounded not by dark or criminal magicians but by pets because they were still 7 years old. They could only take support missions and this time they took one in which they helped a child garden teacher to take care of animals. The reason for such a curious mission was that animals did not like the confinement, almost to the, why would someone ask a magician to take care of animals that they don't even want to be locked up? Harry said while he and Wendy, they escaped a herd of dogs, who judged by their face, seemed rabid. I think the mission asked a magician to understand the animals, so the question would be why they did not give this mission to Lysina. Wendy screamed while the dogs howled, the two children chasing the two children. When turning in a corner, they found what you never want to find in a persecution. A dead end. We are fried. Unless something comes out of the earth, we don't save ourselves. Wendy, Harry said. You are a genius. He turned to the exit, where the dogs had formed an arc, ready to attack the children. Harry Choco their fists concentrating their magic. I lift my hand and crash it against the floor. Emergence of the dragon of the forest. There was a small tremor and huge branches left the earth holding dogs in their ramifications. That was great, Wendy said, astonished, watching the dogs suspended in the air. A while later, the animals were in their cages and the children received their reward, plus an extra for the trees that could serve as a game place for the students. Took a while to leave, since the technique had drained almost all Harry's magic and he needed to rest. That was just one, said Ron while Hermione seemed more interested in history. Did you really create trees out of nowhere? Yes, but I have a huge amount of magic, so I do not do it very often. Look, we have already arrived. They arrived at the door of the Hagrid cabin, where he received them with Fong. Iguis. Back Fong, back, Hagrid said when welcoming his cabin, who was, as they remembered, like last time. Hagrid served them a harder one than the skin of a dragon and a little tea to each one, Hermy in the forehead. The stone was already in Hogwarts. Harry woke up at midnight and stayed in his bed. Thrown Bokariba. Thought. The stone is already Hogwarts, now it would only be a matter of time for Quirrell to go for it. The problem will be like avoiding it without raising suspicions. He decided not to think much and postpone it to the troll attack. At that time he would exhibit his theory that there is something taking care of the third floor and Quirrell tried to pass it to the rest of his Potter intuition. He is curious when he knows about the future and has to use that information for everything. At least he was not alone, he had Hermione with him, although he wondered if his friend would help him with the farce of children who know nothing. In addition, at some point they would have to tell Ron the truth, out of respect for what his best friend was in his past life to him and Wendy, because he felt that he could not leave her aside. They had passed so much together that he could not keep her out. Or like this, I would not like no, at some point he would have to tell everything to both of them. For now, I would only enjoy the weekend like any 11-year-old boy. Harry got up on Thursday morning and looked at the clock that Jenna gave her on her birthday. She told him that it was submersible was still 6 in the morning, and he knew that day they were his flight classes. If there was something that wanted what happened to happen was that he obtained his search engine of the Quidditch team in Gryffindor and knew how, but he had to make sure something, not careful, not quiet. Wendy always likes to sleep near the windows. With a blow of the wand he opened the window and approached Wendy. "Pust, Wendy," Harry said in a short voice, trying to just wake her up. She would get into trouble if she, Lavender or Parvati, woke up. "HM?" said Wendy, sleepy until he saw Harry next to her. Opened his mouth as if he were screaming, but calmed down when he saw that Harry put a finger on his lips, indicating that he calmed down. "What are you doing here?" she said in a barely audible whisper. "To get something." When you see her confusion face added, "They would return to Earthland." Something told him that Dumbledore would not leave them calm until his magic was, and no, he better left them calm. "Okay, Jenna told me something similar before coming." "He also told you, do you remember?" "He only told me, don't do anything stupid," Harry said with a drop in the neck. Wendy laughed a little until they noticed that Lavender began to move. With a pale face, Wendy signaled Harry to make him leave while this, just as pale, went out the window. That same afternoon, I got the notes that would have flight classes with the Slytherin. Wendy, faithful to their word, said nothing that could fly. Even Harry was nervous until the owls arrived with the morning mail, and the recenter of Neville Malfoy, who walked around, took it off. Harry only looked at him and called him with a threatening voice, and he left. Although his gaze promised revenge, laughing at Malfoy's fear, the quartet went down to the land where the flight classes would take place. Wendy seemed somewhat disappointed to see the brooms. "Tree," Harry said. "It's funny," Wendy smiled. "Things passed as happened last time. The crusade I spent when Harry was seen between letting Wendy cure Neville or let him go to the infirmary. In the end, with a Wendy assent, approached Madame Hooch. Eugen, look at what fell to that fool. D where she is." Malfoy, Harry said in a serious voice. However, for his fate, rather, Malfoy only took his broom and rose in the air. "Let's see if you have the guts to come for her, Potter." Shout from her broom. Harry took her and also rose, even faster than Malfoy. "Here no one is to protect you," he said. "It was better to do this quickly, so you give me that sphere, or I throw you out of the broom." The seriousness of the Raven let Malfoy know that he did not joke. "Well," said the blonde, "let's see if you can catch her." The Ryuger launched towards the castle and Underland. Harry reacted quickly. He barely saw the reminding man to fly away after her. It seemed that he was going to collide with the castle, but in the last second he caught her and turned up. She flew parallel to the wall. She made a pirouette back, landing perfectly on the floor. All the others approached, making cheers except some that stayed behind, until they listened to Professor McGonagall. "Harry Potter." It seemed furious. It only seemed. "I took Harry through the castle and ended up in the classroom with Wood." McGonagall was smiling. "Potter, this is Oliver Wood." "Wood, I found a search engine." "It's a joke," said Ron, impressed. Harry told them how everything had happened, and both Ron and Hermione seemed cheerful. Fred and George Weasley appeared in the dining room. They saw Harry and approached quickly. "Well," George said in a low voice, "Wood told us. We are also in the team. We are hitting. I assure you, we are going to win the Quidditch Cup this course," said Fred. "We won it since Charlie left. But this year's team will be very good. You have to do it well, Harry." "Wood, he almost jumped when he told us." "I'm great. What else can I say?" Harry said excitedly. Everyone started laughing. But there was someone who didn't share the emotion. Wendy played with his food, as if there was something I wanted to say. Harry approached her. "Wendy, something happens?" "Ask. You don't deserve that search engine." Wendy's words fell Harry as a slap, no, as a bucket of cold water, no, as Krulaka's blow. Yes, Wendy's words fell as Krulaka's blow. He didn't understand. Hermione told him something similar in his past life, but why this time did it hurt so much? "What?" he said in a barely audible voice. Ron, Hermione, and the twins were speechless when he heard what Wendy said. "To getting that position you broke the rules," he said. "There is no prize for which he breaks the rules," said. He left, leaving Harry in shock. He didn't expect that reaction, less from her. She is crazy, said Ron when he saw the Palazzo leave. The twins nodded, demonstrating his agreement with his younger brother. Tranquillo Harry surely. Harry? Hermione turned in the direction of the felling just to see him to play with his food with a black cloud on top of him. He depressed see him in that state. They were going to our brother George, Fred said. I think she needs a small Weasley correction. Brother Fred George replied with a smile. Both were going to be directed until Harry, who apparently heard them, got up and left the great dining room. And this one who has bitten you? Ron asked. He has been talking to her, Hermione replied, and saw that Fred and George planned in a low voice, spying on the children. If they dare to make them a joke and ruin the moment I tell Percy the chestnut told the twins. They looked at her challengingly. Fatal error. Hey Percy! Hermida shouted by calling the prefect. Fred and George plot something. Fred, George, come here or I will write to Mom. Screamed Percy from almost the other side of the lion's table. The twins looked bad at Hermione and left. When sitting, she met a speechless Rum. You just ruined the joke to Fred and George. And, don't you fear retaliation? Not actually, Hermione said Rum with brightness in the eyes. At these moments I want to make you an altar. Hermione was redder than her friend's hair. Harry didn't know where he was. In addition, what happened to him? Why did she behave like that? Is it that he did something wrong? He interrupted her thoughts when she saw her leave the Tower of Gryffindor. She really seemed annoyed. Wendy, I call her, but she didn't want to listen to him and continued by the trajectory she took. She seemed to want to go to the transformations classroom. Wendy, what do you want? The talk with you. I don't want to. Why not? Because I don't understand you, she said, looking the other way. You say that you do not like the fame that cost your parents' lives, and on the other hand, you are doing things that only make you more famous as time passes. I do not ask you to leave the team, but at least you do not become arrogant, please, Harry. Harry understood what she wanted to say. He had been behaving in the worst way, confrontation to Snape, the Potter intuition, Quidditch's team, and she knew him precisely for being someone humble, had broken her word to Sirius by letting everything rise to her head. And even so she had planned to do more. I'm afraid that I must stop him before he himself realizes. He already had Wendy in a hug, one in which she apparently did not want to let go. And what to break the rules? Ask. I still said, she said, you always respected the rules of the guild. We even have the record of being the least destructive team. I don't want us to lose that. I don't record, he added, seeing that Harry wanted to open her mouth. What respect for the rules? You know what happens if we break something. Ours beats us, said Harry, fearful. So he thought about something. I then proposed something. Wendy, I look at it too, will not break the rules unless we have no other option. How to stop Voldemort? That's a good reason, she said, smiling. Looking to have behaved that way. It's okay. Forgiven, but don't do it again, he said, doing a pot with that last one, making Harry laugh. In a while, Wendy also joined laughing. Later, when they returned to the common room, they found Ron and Hermione arguing. There are things that do not change, Harry thought as they approached them. Eugen, nothing, Eugen, nothing. Eugen! They both looked scared. It was not necessary for Harry to shout, said his ear. Do you think? Said the Raven sarcastically. What happened? Shron Malfoy at midnight and named my second, said Hermione, visibly annoyed. Wendy looked confused. What is a second? Well, Ron started. A second is the one who takes care if they kill you, he said, and continued before Wendy's worried look. But the magicians only die in real duels. You know, with magicians who completed her training, the maximum we could do is throw ourselves sparks to each other. Wendy could breathe calm. Harry, however, wanted a quiet day. Ron, he said. Malfoy was the one, she said, at midnight, right? MC, said Ron. Then I would not recommend that you go, he said, touching the tip of his nose. She wins wherever you look. I have been trying to say that, said Hermione, annoyed. He believes that he will go and wants to take the opportunity to give him a lesson. The reluctant redhead. I accept the possibility of a trap, however. Harry knew that his friend was too proud for his own good. As he thought, that same night Ron got up, took his robe and his wand and stealthily got out of the room. Yes, you are proud, right? Harry said, getting out of his bed. I looked at him badly. You would not understand. No, you are the one who does not understand, he said. Seeing that Ron continued on her way. I take the bishop, the queen. He lost against the tower, and that file was the only defense of his king. What do you think of that player? What is a complete moron, said Ron. The queen is one of the most important pieces in the chess game. He had to at least thought about the possibility of a trap and not perform the. Ron was silent for a few minutes while reflecting what Harry meant. Harry simply continued. You are that player, he said. Malfoy the opposite, the bishop the opportunity to avenge you. Filch is the tower, and the queen would be something like the points you would lose if they catch you. The king would become the cup of the houses. Do you understand what I want to go, right? Yes, said Ron, staying silent. The room was silent, too silent. Don't you notice that something is missing? Harry said. Neville does not yet come from the nursing, said Ron without giving him so much importance. I think they told him to sleep there. Why a wrist twist? Harry said, denying his head. The most likely that the password has forgotten. Do you think if we are going to check? Ron nodded and Harry got out of bed. He took his robe and his wand and left the room. When they reached the common room they stopped when they heard a voice. It surprises me that they are going to do this. Boys' 2 seats turned to them. Hermione stopped by facing the boys while Wendy's turned around. Once placed correctly, Harry decided to speak first of all. That's not what they think. It turns out that we do not listen to Neville's snore. Hermione seemed to react and decided to help the boys in search of the missing. Well, we will need someone to open the door in case we stay outside, said Ron, surprising everyone. The rest will go looking for Neville and we return here. Due to the afternoon it is. If in 5 minutes we do not find Neville, we return before they catch us. We all stayed looking at him, especially Harry and Hermione. What? I asked the confused redhead. I can also have good ideas from time to time. Harry headed towards the door of the portrait and before acting the night vision. He just remembered having activated her twice. One the same night he obtained them and the second was during a guild mission. Always in both he was tired of the fact that the night vision is draining his magic, just as Gildart had told him before. Now it would be the 3rd time he used them. He left the door and continued from the front. He already knew of his past life where Neville was, so it was not so difficult to find him. Pass, Neville said, calling the boys' attention. It is shock, but almost immediately relieved to see that it was Harry who called him. Harry, how did you know I was here? Logical deduction. Now let's return, he said, raising the boy and heading to the entrance. The problem was that Ron, Wendy, and Hermione were there. Harry paled. If you are here, who is watching the door? Hermione, Wendy ended up. The girls said unisono, pointing to each other, while Harry in the distance saw that the portrait closed. Closes. I shout, alerting others, starting a career to stop the door. During her stay in Fairytale, Harry saw that it was somewhat faster than other members, but Wendy seemed to have propellants on her back, so she advanced and quickly approached the portrait. Oh! I shouted, the movie stumbling and falling to the floor. The boys stayed stone when they saw all their hopes closing along with the portrait, and Wendy was only a few steps. You could not have chosen a worse time to trip over, said Rum, so white that precious cereal with milk due to the contrast to freckles. Oh, I'm sorry, Wendy said, getting up with tears in her eyes due to the fall. There is not our lucky day, Harry said as Neville apologized because they were left out for him. And now? Hermione asked, looking at Harry worried. For now, stay here and wait for Mrs. Gorda to return, Harry said, deactivating her glasses. The boys sat next to the box and waited for about 10 minutes. Did not seem so bad idea. It was better than meeting Fluffy. But something happened that neither of the 2 temporary travelers remembered from their past life. The bloodthirsty Baron already passed here twice effectively. I spend a 3rd time. Corin, Hermione shout when he sees the ghost heading towards them. And here is the 12th chapter. I hope you liked it. As you know, any comment, criticizes, or Evita send it. World. I'm sorry. I know it takes me, but I have not been able to access a computer many times without more things here. I leave the cap. Shit, Harry thought as he ran at full speed through Hogwarts corridors along with all the others. Did not see the fact that the bloodthirsty Baron passed a 3rd time, and on top of that he did. Where are we? Neville asked, panting once they stopped. Well, Hermione said heavily, in the trophy room. Is it a joke? Harry said, there are things that are destined to happen anyway. No, said Hermione, worried. It will be better to get out of here. Meow, they heard close to them. Too close to them. Turned, and from the shadows they captured the glow of a cat. Corin, Harry said as they left the room. I am right, it was a blessed trap. Damn Malfoy, when she caught him, Ron said after Hermione prevented Neville. You think he didn't give us a whole ideas for a whole week of jokes? I will. Please, Ron, Wendy, and Neville replied before Hermione or Harry saw the trick of the phrase. Alumnos out of bed. Students out of bed in the Hall of Enchantments. What do you do? I asked, pale. I said that I would not say anything unless they asked for, he said before laughing. Damn. Harry thought before pulling the group at a door, ignoring Hermione's resistance to be pulled. Opened the door and entered. Listened to Filch's steps approaching, and after some horrific 5 seconds get away in the halls. "He really close," said Hermione. "I'm sorry for guys," Neville said, lowering her head. "There is no need for a Neville problem. We didn't know that the Baron would pass by," said Ron, giving the other a few palmaditas on the back. Harry breathed quiet until he felt that Wendy squeezed her arm. "Oh. What happens, Wendy?" "Harry, I think I already know." "You know what?" "Because the hall of the 3rd floor was prohibited." Harry cursed her luck and gaped her. There was effectively the dreaded 3-headed dog she already knew about her first life. Before the dog launches on them, Hermione set a step forward and began to sing in a slow way. To sleep, 3-headed dog, to sleep, that you have to rest. To sleep, I don't want you to eat us, to sleep, and you will not see us anymore." Before the open mouth of all present, Fluffy began to close her eyes and stayed on the floor. Hermione turned, smiling. "What raise was that, Hermione?" Ron asked in a voice too high behind Hermione. "Walking through the forest with a monster I found myself, as I had no name." I look at Ron Furiosa before continuing. Ronald calls him. Harry for a second endured laughter, before remembering the seriousness of the situation. "Oh no, Ronald, how ugly you are, with your burrito face, and your ostrich body." This time Hermione began to slow down. Harry understood that as a sign for them to leave, carefully started pulling others to go back. Ron had red ears. "Ha ha ha, who laughs that gives me hee. I can't stop Jijiji, I don't tire of laughing Jijoho. Come on," Hermione said before closing on the door, with the boys already on the other side. He leaned against the wall, breathing agitatedly, and before anyone said anything, I take out the wand and point to the rest. "What happens on the 3rd floor stays on the 3rd floor," he said, threatening before embarking the way back. Once the group reached it, Harry decided to put the seed of curiosity. "Also, in addition to my notice, what was under the dog?" "Harry is serious?" Neville asked, who seemed to pass the scare. "Are you a giant dog?" and look at his legs. "Well, I had to look elsewhere," said the brunette. "I'm sorry," said the movie, "but I never saw something like that." "There is no problem." And now returning to the subject. "Did you see something?" A Hermione Singh, the redhead, replied while his ears colored, just like Hermione's face. "Oh," Harry said with a smile. The next morning, Draco was surprised to see Ron eating quietly in the Great Hall. He still decided to approach. "We will enjoy breakfast, so or say something that matters to us, or you can retire," Wendy said quietly. Draco frowned. "If you get one with everyone, so get out of here if you don't want me to call a prefect or take more drastic measures," said Harry, threatening, making Draco tremble slightly. With a sign of the head, he and his thugs left. "In a day of these I'm going to—" Ron started upset. "Did Harry said. "Cry me, it is not worth disturbing him, it would be to lower his level." Ron sighs, discouraged. Harry and Hermione knew that he wanted to return the blow to Malfoy, but his mood changed when the owls arrived, especially a group that brought an elongated package together with Hedwig and another owl that left 2 cards in front of Harry. Hedwig's was from McGonagall, who told him not to open the package at the table and that would at 7 in the field. The other was less serious and more pleasant. "Mr. Potter, it is a pleasure for me to grant at this time, to the Tacho the formality, to whom I deceive, that is my godson, obtaining a position as a Gryffindor search engine. Your father, he would be jumping in 1 foot of having heard, although the redhead would be going around wondering how you entered the team only with 11, something similar is doing Jenna right now, but I know he is acting, he is a Quidditch fan. As Minnie already told you not to open the package at the table, I will skip that part and go to the point. It's a 2000 Nimbus. You will definitely go faster than anyone with this broom. We were going to buy one from you and Wendy as their birthdays, but it would not have served much since they could not use them there and they would have to wait until the 4th, I think, to use them, more time than in the summers. But this is definitely incredible. I repeat it, your parents would be proud. Remember that you do not go up to your head or Jenna. Jumping on 1 foot for 2 people, still proud, can— Okay, Jenna, serious. P.S. I still don't know why McGonagall told you not to open it at the table if it shows that it is a broom. Maybe it has a spell or something. P.S. of the P.S. About the strange firm, it is a story that I plan to tell you when you arrive. Now, I say goodbye." Harry smiled and passed the note to the other 3 who looked anxious, and Sirius's letter to Wendy, who smiled and looked at the package. "At telling truth is quite noticeable. It definitely has something. It will be better to take it before the end of the broom," and the group moved away, arriving without inconvenience to the lion's room, which for its luck was empty. "Oh," said Ron, stunned to see the Nimbus in his package. Harry had a feeling of nostalgia when he remembered the one he had in his past life, and it was funny to him that Sirius, who gave him the Saeta of Fire, gave him this time the Nimbus that he did not plan to lose, because this time he knew how to stop the Dementors at 7, he practiced them as he remembered them. On the morning of the 31st of October, Harry got up and went out to the common room. There was Hermione looking at the fire. "What happens?" I asked, scaring the chestnut. "Oh, Harry didn't scare me again," he said, startled. "I was just remembering what happened today in our past life." "Harry, fortune teller, Hermione." Really?" asked the chestnut. Harry stared at her. "I say, because that day was valuable for me, you know, the one that you came to save me and we ended up being friends and everything. For us it was also important. Do you have the idea of how many times have you saved our lives? Without you we had not spent our first year." He sat next to Hermione in the armchair. She lay on her shoulder and began to stroke her friend's head. They stayed like this for a few minutes. "You are important for us, Mione, including me," Harry said. "Sniff, what tender," Fred said. "Fred?" "Ah." Both boys said, turning. "What are you doing here?" Harry asked. "Ah, sang them as a violinist," said the redhead, causing both children to blush. "And George?" Hermione asked. "Dimming up. Sometimes it happens that one gets up before the other," Fred shrugged. "I have hungry. Do I bring anything to eat to the happy couple?" I finish with a spicy smile on the face. "Solo go," Harry said. When Fred was dating, Hermione added, "and we are not a couple." The rest of the day without complications, at least until the class of enchantments. Ity means telling me who throws the spell at the table. Indeed, there was a table in the air, more precisely Wendy and Harry. Tremblingly, Wendy raised her hand. Due to the nerves, he had pointed to the table instead of the pen, and it had come flying. "I think that if we had to put an element to the spells from here, the Wingardium Leviosa Sirius of Wind," Harry thought, remembering Wendy's dragon element, who was trembling from head to toe, since he thought that the teacher would scold her. Fear that he vanished when Fitwick not only congratulated her, but said that it was the first time that one was first. Gryffindor 15 points. Ron was frustrated. At the end of the class, motivated by Wendy, everyone managed to perform the spell, all except him. "It's Leviosa," he did not say. The movie had told her after the third failed attempt of the redhead. "If you are as ready, do it." "You like every answer." Wendy pointed to the ceiling, where the table was still in the air. Rum growled. "Who is believed to be presuming?" Not everyone had previous training, the redhead told Hermione as they advanced through the halls of the school. Hermione could not help remembering the same scene, but referring to her, two people passed between them, Wendy, who listened to what Ron said, and Harry, who went after her. "Ron," Hermione said, "you are a fool. Have you stopped to think about how she felt? On top of that, it is not from here. He already has enough to have to adapt, so that you talk about her behind her." They were visibly uncomfortable. "Wendy, he waits. He didn't say it really." "Wait, you can leave?" said the wave at the door of the girls' bathroom. I just listened to a sepulchral silence. "What, you know that I do not move from here until you leave," he said before sitting next to the door resting on the wall. Due to the fact of doing nothing and that Wendy did not come out, Harry fell asleep. Harry, wake up." Harry felt that they shook her shoulder and woke up. Hermione was worried. "What time is it?" I asked, confused. "You are being held the banquet, and Wendy?" "Antro, when you want it can be very stubborn." I realized. "I hope I'm going for her," he said, entering the bathroom. The minutes passed and they didn't go out. "Yes, those two are delayed," he thought before a horrible but known smell came to his noses. "Oh shit, Chicas, I think we should get out of here." In response to their prayer, both Hermione and Wendy left the bathroom. "What is that smell?" Wendy exclaimed, covering his nose. Harry also felt it stronger. "Chicos, I do not smell anything," said Hermione, confused. Causing Harry to relieve her, smell of Dragonslayer was more developed than that of uncommon person. Probably the troll is in a halls away, or just around the corner. It was big, ugly, and fat. Now Hermione began to wrinkle her nose. Apparently she did not smelly so much. "Alivea?" Wendy asked. "Was he running away?" Hermione asked. The idea sounded reasonable, but they thought about it too late. Throwing a growl similar to a war cry, he pounced on them. Harry was prepared, ran to the troll, and hit a jump. Water dragon fist. The air condenses, forming the bluish liquid, and strongly impacted on the troll belly. It shrunk and stretched again, causing Harry to simply shot back, crashing with Hermione, who damping the blow. "Auk" was the only thing the raven said as he got up. Hermione sent him a murderous look. "Of course, you say auk, but not a sorry." Mione did not want to use a landing floor. "We weren't going to run?" asked the chestnut. No, you have to leave it unconscious or reach us, Harry said before throwing himself into the troll again just to end the same result. For that before you become accustomed, said Hermione. Slope for the blow. I'll sorry, be careful, I exclaimed, taking off in the middle before the troll pureed them with his deck. Hermione took out his wand. Diffindo, the spell hit one of the troll's legs, causing a deep cut. The creature roared and hit the wall, destroying it. I take a piece of stone and threw it towards the boys. Care. Harry shouted, aspiring air, but it was too late. The stone hit and broke into pieces, hitting them and sending them in different directions. My wand! Hermione shouted to see that said object, in addition to her, flew in the direction of the troll. Her wand was next to the wall and she, stunned by the coup, in front of the creature, who raised her deck to give the coup of grace. Arms X armor X vernier, a figure put on the chestnut and stopped the blow he was about to receive. Harry had a color aura. Green. In addition, he had his arms crossed over his head in defensive position while the troll constantly hit his deck, hoping to knock down the boy further back. Wendy maintained the spell applied to Harry, waiting for the moment when the creature gets tired and begging for not running out first. The creature launched a blow of their deck with all its strength, causing both Wendy and Harry to fall to the floor. Yuda! Wendy shouted with the few forces they had left. Harry was tired of the blow with a small stone in his hand. However, there was no time to eat it and react. The troll deck descended at full speed and Hermione did not have his wand. A person passed next to Wendy with the wand high. Wingardium Leviosa, the Ron spell, did not wait and lifted the deck of the creature while he was confused a few moments. The deck fell with the head and Harry hit the floor with his hands. Earth Dragon's emergence. 2 columns of earth emerged from the floor on each side of Harry, hitting the troll on the face. It fell back to the floor, unconscious. We did, Harry whispered before sitting on the exhausted floor. Are they okay? Asked the redhead. Harry looked at him with frown. How did you get here? I guide me for the noise, this said. He turned to Wendy. I'm sorry if she was Leviosa, don't levies. By what you have helped us enough, are you okay? Algo, said the chestnut, rising, sobered by his head, confused. Not because of the blow, if not because of how he had to apologize. He did not seem the same person and was strange. He would find out that later. A few steps broke the thoughts of the chestnut, and before the Dumbledore teachers react, McGonagall, Snape and Quirrell, he hid the wand quickly, a fact that did not go unnoticed by the chestnut. What raised step here? Exclaimed Professor McGonagall while the director looked from the troll to the columns and from there to Harry and Wendy. More Potter, Miss Marvel, why weren't they on the banquet? I had to go to the bathroom, Wendy said quickly. I asked Harry to stay outside and we didn't know about the troll. I went out before Professor Quirrell to notify the creature. I found him running towards the dining room and came to look for Harry and Wendy to tell them to hurry and come to the banquet. And I wanted to let them know about the troll, said Ron. Harry and Hermione stared at him. Well, Mr. Weasley, although what he did was noble, he should not have disobeyed an order that I said. For now, I think that he retires to his common room. They would be enough. The teachers moved. Dumbledore examined the 2 columns that were still there, to verify that they were not made with normal magic, not even with a wand. Harry fell apart calm. At least they left a troll larger than the previous one. In another room, Hermione was thoughtful. That room was not as he remembered. It seemed more humble, even faster thinking or admitting an error. There was something here that did not square, something she had to find out. In addition to improving her skills, she had not served anything this time. This time, that could not be repeated. The next morning, Harry woke up and everyone stared at him. What do I have something on my face? Neville shook his head. Feliz Day, said Seamus. Ah? Harry replied, confused. Don't you know? Said Dean. Harry denied. Today's your day, said Ron with a smile. Harry Potter's day. They will take, okay, no. He had to fight the troll, that should never be missing, and if he put Hermione as a victim I didn't serve much because she already knew what was happening and was not going to affect her. Albus Dumbledore got up and began to look in his private library. Despite having searched yesterday night, he refused to believe that none of the books he owned contained information about those columns that technically emerged from nothing. Did not believe that some children first performed such a feat, less without a wand, unless, finding on his desk, he took ink, a pen, parchment and started writing. What about what? Harry asked confused. His roommates smiled. Dia de Harry Potter. Ron started. It is celebrated every 1st of November. Harry went to his trunk and started searching. His teammates looked worried until Harry got up with a squee and a false mustache. Harry? Neville asked in a worried tone. I don't know what Harry you talk to me. I'm Tupac Perez. Tupac said, jumping out of the bed addressing the bathroom. Later, Tupac and Ron left the room only to find the common room with a giant banner decorated with lenses and above these small lightning. The banner said, Happy Harry Potter Day. Merlin, Harry thought as he begged that his super disguise managed to deceive people, apparently worked, since no one noticed until he approached Hermione and Wendy who talked animatedly. Ho girls, greeting Tupac. Hello, the chestnut replied, turning. We were getting rising. Ha. I finish with confused expression when seeing the costume. Wendy began to laugh. Tupac Perez? Said the palazzle. Tupac nodded with Hermione got up. Tell me that he said by taking the garment and the mustache. Harry simply snatches it back. Mione, today I have to go an incognito, he said again, put the costume luck. At the minister, Ron replied as they left the common room towards the land. When you disappeared, they made all kinds of chaos so that they do not easily forget you as the hero you were. So Minister Fudge came up a day of commemoration so that the crowd is silent. Once again, fucked by the minister then because they did not put my parents? They have much more to see in this than me. And because you think it was the chocolate frog? Asked the redhead, as who says duh, which did not work so that they did a holiday in case of falling a week. Are you okay? Harry had begun to hit the wall. Even Wendy saw him worried. Arriving at the lake, they started talking about trivialities. More than anything to calm the felling until the troll theme arrived. How do you think I get in? I asked Tupac. I don't think that type of creature can open a pair of oak doors. They had to let him in, Hermione replied as to generate a distraction. I snapped my fingers as if reaching a conclusion. Snape. The rest I looked at it when I went to let them know about the troll. I saw Snape heading to the prohibited hall, instead of going down to the dungeons with the other teachers. Surely let him enter the troll. Or simply Dumbledore deduced the same as us much faster and sent Snape to watch the door, Tupac said quickly. Yes, options are possible, said Wendy thought. Cambiando on the subject then, said Ron. For his gaze, it seemed that he wanted to ask that a long time. Exactly how did you conjure those hairy columns? It didn't seem like a common spell. Oh, Harry replied, removing the chulo and mustache since there was no one close. It is about the Dragonslayer magic. Magic to hunt dragons that allows us to dominate elements of nature, in addition to being immune to attacks of that element. As far as I know, that a dragon created you is the only way to learn this magic. Both Wendy and I possessed it, since we were raised by those creatures. Wendy nodded. Seriously guys, Hermione said worried. At no time did Harry told her that she was raised by a dragon, with which they had seen in her first year, and during the tournament it was enough. Ron released a laugh. A dragon? I ask. It is impossible. The dragons are wild creatures, Charlie told me, his young soon separate due to their own violence, and I stop when seeing Wendy and Harry serious as what? It's the truth. I don't apply to those we know, said Wendy. Grandine could be a joke but never try to kill me, and Krulak could be something strange but he never saw me like dinner. I grew up like his son, and I am sure that Igneel treatment equal to Natsu. Continua Wendy, generating more questions in the redhead. Who is Natsu? Asked the chestnut. The Dragonslayer of Fire is like 6 years older than us, but is more explosive to comments towards dragons. Well, said Ron, then if her story is true. Wendy frowned. To demonstrate whether a coexistence between humans and dragons is possible, Wendy looked at him surprised. After all, they never explained the reason for her magic. I find it hard to believe that rational dragons exist. The redhead followed. Anywhere in this world exists. Harry looked at Wendy and is nodded. After all, Ron and Hermione risked to help them with the troll. The least they could do was, in addition to explaining their magic, it was to tell them where they came from. You gave to give in the nail, Ron said. Harry, Wendy is not of this world and I raised myself in that place. Wendy and I come from another dimension. Absolute silence. Hermione already knew it, After all, Harry had it the same day he arrived. Of course, he kindly omitted the being raised by a dragon and learning his magic note sarcasm. A joke said rum with closed eyes. I do not want to say, but I prefer that to lie to us. In addition, Hermione continued following the current to Ron. It is impossible for two 11-year-old children to have opened a portal. For more magic they have. Do you remember what I told Malfoy on the train? They both nodded. It turns out that it is true. Professor Dumbledore in person came to bring me to this world. He wanted to continue, but he only felt that his lips moved more, did not speak. Using what? Hermione asked. For some reason Harry ran out of voice. Wendy tried to explain what happened with the same result. After a good time of failed attempts, they surrendered in their attempt to explain the portal. He has to see about the ineffable department, right? Said the redhead, causing everyone to look confused. My father told me something similar, that all those who have some kind of relationship with the mysteries department are applied to a seal or a special rune to make sure that no matter how much they try not to speak more of the account, that supports her story of the other dimension. Grown a third eye. I'm not a complete fool, I know. Cabos, and that my father has contacts in the help ministry. Harry had no way to refute that. The men. Harry looked everywhere. Hermione was nowhere, and those of Gryffindor were looking for him tirelessly. I asked Ron where he was, and he just shrugged. Wendy began asking about the chestnut and only received questions about Harry's location. Apparently the twins wanted to show it in a kind of pedestal or something like that, telling them that I was going to take a breath. The girl said that if she saw a child with chulo and mustache, she told her to go to the room that goes, the fat lady told her. Harry smiled at him and left. Arriving at the Harry room, I looked that there was no one near. I need to enter where Mione once the door appeared. The room was the same as the ED. Only that there was a small desk in a corner with a mound of books in him, and Hermione was in the center, surrounded by training dolls that approached different speeds. Hermione launched different spells, but stopped seeing Harry. Hello, greeting, panting. Hermione, he said, don't you think that with a trip is enough? I remember that I have more experience in that. Harry the chestnut responded by taking a towel of I did not know where and drying his forehead, but it is not about that. I wanted to know what the difference was between what we did and those that I did in third. And what are they? Asked the boy. Well, the third trips everyone for more than try were destined to the same point. Once for despair, try to prevent Crookshanks. And when did you come back? When you didn't talk to me. Harry was silent until he suddenly paled. Then, that means no matter how much we try. I thought the beginning, Hermione replied, but here comes the other difference, that you were, well, you before Harry opened his mouth. He continued, however, this time I have noticed differences not only in the troll, even you real. His mistakes, and if we investigated more we would find more examples. Hermione. Consequences. This book just describes the ritual that Bellatrix performed, said Hermione. Unlike the tour, the result is different. Look, Lee, he said, pointing to a paragraph. Harry approached and began to read. Of several ancient cultures, the magic Peruvian culture had a special talent, rituals, as well as its Latin American counterparts. These were in honor of their gods. However, on my trips I found one especially. A trip in time. This required a circle with runes. The person who wanted to return, the prey to the god of the time possessed by ancient cultures unlike their muggles counterparts, and most importantly, the victim, because breaking the time barrier is not easy and a life is needed, whatever, to return a certain amount of years. The more dominance of their magic possesses life, the more years you can return. For example, a magical creature returns more than a magical creature, and an adult wizard returns more than a child, and this more than a muggle. Everything depends on its strength, since it is used to tear the time barrier. Only that, unlike other temporal ritual, I made the tremendous mistake of using it. I don't know if luckily or lack of power, but the rabbit just returned a year. The reason for my concern was a prayer that I read of the temple. The rest of the page was blurred. And what was that prayer? Harry asked. No idea, said Hermione, but that of destroying future reality and rewriting the story is scary. Practically, if Bellatrix had succeeded, he could have killed your father as soon as he was in Hogwarts, or Sirius, or he did not get Harry, but at least Ron could get us out of there. That you still have to tell me exactly what he told you when we were in that place. Well, the chestnut began. A couple of armchairs appeared and sat. Hermione's thought, why send us to the past? Why not just get us out of here? Where did you get all that information? You have many questions, did you know? Said the redhead, smiling. Well, the sending them to the past, I said, they need more time than what we have to destroy them. In addition to the 7th horcrux is what we least expect, because I do not get them out of here, I just can't, and so I could not risk them to catch them back, and where they took out all the information we were left a great memory for those who pass to the other side. Those who continue, I am not sure that it is. I only take a look before appearing here, but it was enough information of everything, places, people. You will like it when you have to come. I hope that you answer your questions. I finish with a smile. I did not tell him that this memory could also see feelings. I wanted to check it for it. Yes, but, I thought that once this happened, I could hold his face and kiss her. When he separated, he said, then do not let me act like an idiot and lose a big girl for 7 years behind this. Kissed her again. Hermione's thought end. Then that happened, Harry said. Hermione had tears in her eyes. Remembering what Ron said was something sad. But if you can do it now, why are you doing it? Asked the Harry. Because it doesn't seem the same. And? If you really want to do it, not now. If I remember this age, at this age we did not look at a girl at all. Wait for fourth, and until then you have the same as before. Being an excellent friend, said, drying her tears to Hermione. She looked at him and smiled. End? Taste? I hope so. Finally. It was time for this chapter to end. Godslayer. Believe me that I spend that of the exchange, but I would not know how to put it, so it will simply remain a Harry Wendy. Annotatum, in my original idea Ron also returned only a little later in the part of when they faint in chess. I still don't know whether to include it or not, because of including it Wendy would be excluded since she has no idea what happens. Smeraldsuki. Yes, if it's a Harry Wendy, I think I should put it in the suckery. And without more things, I leave them with Cappy 15 of Hudda. While all that happened, see Jenna Steele. Anterior chapter was in the chair of the house while reading the letter sent by the school director, asking him for the umpteenth time what was Harry's magic and Wendy's magic. In front of her, Sirius Black turned around in circles. How many times do I have to say it? I mentioned the ineffable. We do not have the slightest idea of what its magic consists of. I only have some information about the customs there and the differences with this place, but at no time, Wendy, I talk about the magic or capabilities of it. Although, Sirius said, stopping, what is the use of knowing about your magic? It is as if I plan to learn or something. Marlin does not listen to you, Black. I have no idea how strong someone like Dumbledore can become if it is done with something similar. You speak as if Dumbledore were some thirsty manager of power. I know that it is not, but it would have been made with the ministry to the first. Everyone loves it. Well, almost all. I finish with a bitter tone. You do not trust Dumbledore, right? You know why? Well, said Sirius, I just hope the safety of the castle is improved. I don't want anything to happen to them too. I hope, Sirius, I hope the same. Where had you get to? Explorating was the only thing, Tupac said. Seeing Wendy's face of absolute confusion, continued, does they realize that the castle has too many secrets? It would be convenient to know something, passageways, rooms, what is useful. And what did they find? Asked the movie. Come and look, said Hermione. But they have to promise that they won't tell anyone. Ron was open. It was the first time I saw something like that. And how raised they found it. This place seemed to be well hidden, he said, when he saw that the door appeared out of nowhere and opened a living room with mirrors and practice dolls. Harry smiled nostalgia when he remembered the ED hall. And here and I found the room. Inside were the instructions to use it, explained Hermione, clarifying the doubts of the other two children. And what do we do with the place? Ron asked. Wendy looked at Harry, curious, as if they knew he planned. What do you think? Hermione said, how to want to check if he was rum or another rum or something. More than anything, in case of doubts, that troll, it was definitely not an accident, and if by chance we get into another mess, we have to be prepared. How many are the possibilities that we get into a mess? Wendy asked. I'm sure, but as in fairy tale, things seem to be improvised here, said Harry, taking the Tupac costume. Wendy seemed to think about it. Fairy tale? Ron asked. The site where we come. Don't we explain this morning? They mentioned their magic and the form of learning, but nothing more, Hermione said with the lifted eyebrow. To deny it, it bothered him a little that Harry hid details when they were together on this of the temporary trip, after all. Let's see, Wendy said, sitting on the floor. The other three imitated her. They already told us on the train, said Hermione. Well, Harry continues, having that, the magicians do not need to hide their creatures, as I read in some books around here, but run free and decide whether to approach people or not. To that, to do dark magicians, to that, very strong criminals or in numerous groups, in addition to other small missions that the muggles cannot solve without magic. Adding all that, what remains? Absolute chaos. I mentioned, somewhat scared. The idea that something like this happens alarmed it. Well, Wendy continued. That's what the magicians are. So, Gremios? Asked Hermione. He knows, like a club or something similar. Let's say, see, Harry said, it is a group of magicians led by an authority that is called the teacher, who is normally the strongest member. It is also the one who assigns the most important missions, such as those of 10 or 100 years. And why are they called that? Because they are so dangerous that no one has completed them at that time. Wendy replied. Both children paled. They didn't imagine something so dangerous. And what level would we be, more or less? Asked Hermione, Harry and Wendy looking at them. Novice myself, with freshly learned and new magic in the guild, Harry replied. I even Sirius, which is an aura, would not have an opportunity, or Jet. Not at least with the dependence of her wand. Bromo stories, said Hermione. Now Sirius looked like a very good sorcerer, even in her previous life. How powerful the fairy tale sorcerers. Dependence of the wand? Asked Ron. Very few of us can perform magic with an object, and even for this purpose they have an extra gadget for melee combat, for example a cane, Wendy explained. Don't you think that is not necessary? After all, if you are fast and you attack at a distance, you can avoid contact, said Ron, while Harry stood up. What are you doing? Let's demonstrate what we said, Ron. Said the Harry, closer, approaching what looked like a combat sand. Ron did not move a centimeter. Do you think or hit me with stones? I asked, worried. Harry just shook his head. Ron approached. Sakuchimi, Ron, with your wand you will try to lie down while I will fight without magic, he said, putting himself in a fighting position. Ron lifted the wand and mentioned the only spell that he could teach them Quirrell correctly. Flipendo, the ray of light came to Harry, who only moved his head to the side. The spell passed and Choco with the wall, resulting in a shower of sparks. Before Ron could react, Harry was already in front of him. He held the rum doll by turning his arm until he released the wand. From there he made him stumble and sat down quietly. And now how do you think to lie down? He said while the redhead tried to recover his wand, which was a few centimeters from his hand. After a few seconds, he gave up. Harry got up and helped his friend get up. Wow was the only thing he could articulate. Could you teach me to do that? I barely saw you. Non, are you convinced? Wendy asked, laughing. Ron got red. The training began, either with exercises or basic spells that Hermione asked the room. The four began to improve their own skills. Harry realized that, despite the fact that his magical nucleus was the size of a person of almost 28 years, Hermione, that his body finish is completely linked to his nucleus, and that would be almost 18 or 19 years old. For now, he would only physically improve and practice magic everything that could for an hour a day, since that short period was what the classes and tasks allowed them. If that added the practices of Quidditch, all the free time of Harry was busy. Before he realized, it was already the morning of his first game and were in the great dining room during breakfast. It surprises me that you eat. Aren't you nervous? Wendy asked when I saw that Harry had breakfast normally. Let's say that for today I have a good feeling, replied the Raven quickly. When nobody looked, winks Wendy, and I whispered. I remember that we cannot show ourselves so openly unless it is an emergency. He reminded him of the movie. Harry nodded and continued with his breakfast. Once being in the public stands, Wendy was between excited and nervous. It's the first time I see a game, he said. Really? Ron asked. You will see. It is the best game on the planet. It only waits for them to go out to the field. I aspire the air with force. The emotion smells, Wendy. Imagine it. I can only smell the grass, he said. In the dressing rooms after Wood's speech, Harry was excited. It was the first time in a long time that he played Quidditch again. Mrs. Hooch gave the signal and started the game. Just like last time, Lee Jordan commented. And here Gryffindor enters. With the acquisition of its new search engine, they seem more confident. I hope that after 7 years the Lions team can take the cup. Was it your imagination, or Reed seemed more professional when commenting? Surely it had to do with those changes that Mione mentioned. For now I would let it pass. The game started and Wendy seemed crazy, looking everywhere. As if you didn't want to miss a single detail. Tranquilos, they are going to hurt her neck, said Hermione, trying to calm them. Yes, he spoke in the plural because Ron was the same as the Paliazal. With permission they heard behind. Hermione turned to meet Hagrid. I would see from my cabin. But from here you have a better view. Have you not seen the snitch yet? Nada, Wendy said. With the current score, Harry only has to catch the snitch and the game is in the stock exchange. Hermione surprised and decided not to let Ron explain Quidditch to Wendy again. The boy seemed to transform her into a fan. It was heard in almost the entire stadium at the time Harry was blocked. Harry knew that this moment was going to happen, but it happened so fast that he barely gave him time to react for the first pull of his blood, even sworn that this time Quirrell was putting more emphasis. What does it happen to Harry's broom? Hagrid asked. Wendy looked and held strongly to the railing, to the point where it cracks a little. Ron looked among the public with the wand in his hand. Hermione, he murmured, was obvious why his suspicions the first time. Ron shot him from his sleeve. Look, Snape. He must be doing something to Harry's broom. Wendy looks his gaze. I'm going for him, he said. No, I better go. I read about that type of... Hermione started saying until a shout drowned from the stands made her turn to the field and almost stopped her. Harry had fallen and rushed towards the floor of the stadium. Harry knew that it was just a matter of time until Hermione ended the coral spell, but the chestnut was taking his time, and it was not time to take, unlike the other time, that they were 30. It seemed that there was an earthquake in his broom. A golden brightness took him out of his concentration. The snitch, that Wendy had said about emergencies, because this was an emergency. I took a breath and released from the broom. He fell a few meters before his wind magic took control, was driven in the air and rose with the ball grabbed in his fist. "Oh no, you don't escape me!" I shout. His broom seemed to have recovered control and seemed to go to the stands of the teachers where the commentator was also. I took his nimbus and noted that the stadium was a total silence. He even thought he could see that George had released his bat. Caught the snitch, he said, showing the ball in his fist. Nobody seemed to notice until Lee Jordan approached the megaphone. Harry Potter has caught the snitch, he said, and react to a few seconds Gryffindor wins. Moss, you have to fallen from the Harry broom. That was not well, Wendy said, while they returned to the castle after the entire crowd of people. I'm sorry, Wendy, seriously, said the Raven. Hermione was impressed, but Ron seemed in ecstasy. You don't scold it, that was incredible, Harry. Ron seemed to jump on one foot out of emotion. What worries me the most is why your broom acted like this, said Hermione. If I didn't know you, I would say you've lost control of your broom. That seemed to make Ron react. Fouet Snape, she was doing something as a bad eye to the broom. It is impossible, said Hagrid, surprising everyone present. They hadn't noticed it. Then how do you explain that I tried to pass the three-headed dog on Halloween? Hermione asked. Hagrid seemed surprised. Harry inside begged that he had not changed his loose mouth. Who I talk about, Fluffy? Fluffy? Wendy asked, surprised. Over a three-headed giant dog you put Fluffy? And why is it in the castle? He is here to watch, Hagrid began, but he immediately silenced. Hidden only concerns Professor Dumbledore, and he fell silent and shook his head. Harry turned his heart. He had silenced the best part. The point is that Nicholas Flamel would not let his stone be stolen. They almost do it in Gringotts, Harry relieved. He even seemed to hear a slight sigh of relief by Hermione. Aja, there is someone called Nicholas Flamel in all this, said Ron. Hagrid seemed annoyed with himself. Harry knew that the parties after the matches were good, but what awaited him in the common room immediately dislodged him as soon as they crossed the portrait of the fat lady. Thousands of hands pulled him and his friends to the common room. Potter, Potter, Potter. They cheered all the common room. Fred and George raised Harry and put it on a stage. Behind everything you could see various images that Harry recognized as drawings of Dean Thomas, in which Harry was shown flying throughout the stadium, although others showed the stunned faces of the Slytherin and some professors. Harry got off and approached others. Amudo Armin, right? Ron nodded. It is. What you did was so incredible and unexpected that it is not precedent. I even know if it is legal, he said. The party would have continued all night of not being for the Caraspio behind his. At the door of the room, when they turned they watched who they least expected. Minerva McGonagall was at the door of the common room and not Lucia Allegra. More Potter, Miss Marvel, he said, you better come with me. Well, as you know, neither HP or FT belong to me. And speaking of fairy tale, for those who read Friday's manga, a funeral announcement. Grey Fullbuster, rest in peace. Well now, without more, I leave you with the chapter. What? Harry asked. The big one was armed. All in the common room began to claim, among those who said that Wendy did nothing, to those who said there was no reason why take them to the two where the director, Ron and Hermione being among the latter. At the end, the professor McGonagall gave the order that all students take a side. And now what we did? Wendy asked, nervous, while they were aimed at the director's office. Harry only shrugged, because he had no idea. He still remembered how almost all Gryffindor students put themselves. However, the teacher only ordered them to open. The director told me that he just wanted to talk to you and that no student found out, said the teacher. Once reached the gargoyle that led to the director's space, Harry and Wendy sighed relieved. However, Potter, what he did was very risky. From now, continuous McGonagall, and once in the air, you will not be able to return to the game until it is back in its blood, otherwise he will be expelled from the team. Harry fell his soul at his feet. He did not want to be expelled from the Quidditch team again, and this time rightly. She promised Professor McGonagall that she would respect the rule imposed. She gave the password and went. A few steps turned. For a certain Potter, Harry, I looked at her. The teacher showed a smile. Excellent play. A confused Wendy and a more relieved Harry climbed the stairs to the director's office. The office was as remembered. Rare instruments, the closet of the thought, the coach hat and Fawkes. Wow! Wendy exclaimed when he saw the bird in the perch. Harry remembered with joy how that bird saved his life in second. Inable, right? They heard on top, they saw, and on top of some stairs that they did not see, although Harry knew they were there. I did not hear the director was the director of the college. You do not trust Dumbledore so much again. The enigmatic words of his friend made a presence in his head. He was going to reveal enough for the director to be content. But not everything. What bird is this? Wendy asked, curious. The director smiled. Fox is a phoenix, Miss Marvel. They are very rare birds. While faithful, they can load very heavy objects and never die, reborn from their ashes. At the moment, my good friend is in the middle of his life and can appreciate him in their maximum splendor. The phoenix extended the wings. The director was right. At the moment, Fox was beautiful, or at least that was beautiful. But, Dumbledore said, if my memory does not fail me, you are not here just to admire the phoenix. Harry felt uncomfortable. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, and with a gesture of the hand a couple of chairs appeared in front of the furniture. No asked. Both children sat. Nervous. Tranquilized, said the director, I want to talk. It is not for them to get this scared. Both began to breathe calm, although Harry did not trust at all. During the time Krulak left him in the forest, he learned not to trust things much. What I want to know, said the director, it is about that magic so peculiar that you possess. Well, Harry started. He didn't want to tell everything, but at least he felt he owed it to the director after the work he did to find him. No, he didn't know it, but in part he wanted to know if what his friend told him was true. I looked at Wendy and nodded almost at the same time. Well, Mr. Director, Harry began. Do magic in your world have a name? Asked the director. Yes, like the spells here, Wendy replied, only that unlike ours are usually made for combat and not to solve matters of everyday life. As Harry said, our magic is made to combat dragons. I don't know how the dragons are here, Harry followed, but the dragons where we come from are very powerful as well as scarce. Then, asked the director, how is there another way to obtain the magic of the dragons? Not even in this world. I doubt, said Harry, seeing it as the afternoon dinner. In this world it is impossible to learn magic. And any other guy? We don't know, said the raven quickly, with the words of his friend resonating firmly in his head. The flight that I demonstrated this morning was part of my dragon magic, of wind to be more exact, which is the element that Wendy dominated, and I know that this was enough and that I did not ask for more, or that at least Wendy did not look at him confused. For his relief, the director nodded with his head. New Quidditch rule, and ended the meeting. Oh wait, he said, before they leave, wouldn't they want a lemon caramel? Harry felt a little chill, he did not know why. But the instinct did not tell him that it was a good idea to accept those candies. Wendy took one of the director's hands, had developed a kind of sweet addiction, since he liked the taste or even the smell of the caramel. Leaving the office, Wendy took out the candy of his wrapping, and before putting it in his mouth, he sniffed him first, rare custom. But after so much passing with Luna, Harry did not make a problem. Hey Harry, Wendy said, Esther Caramello smells weird. Look, the sweet, and Harry passed him. I did not smell like the candies that Wendy normally bought with Dudley, despite being the same brand. How strange, he thought. He didn't give much importance, but he told Wendy that just in case he was not bad, she put him in his wrapping as he could and keep him in his pocket. He already found the way of knowing that happens to the happy candy. At the foot of the gargoyle, Ron and Hermione were waiting for them. They would not be surprised to see them. If there was no half-common room behind them, they barely went down. They abowed them with questions, to the point where they had to run, pulling between the three of a Wendy dizzy of so many questions. I take a while to lose the crowd to reach their secret base C, room of the ministers. They started telling what happened in the director's office. Until at one time Wendy turned to Harry. Why did you tell Dumbledore that you only used the wind? I asked. Ron and Hermione looked at him questions. Lel instantly. But a little voice told me that it was better not to give her all the information. Only the base, Harry replied, remembering the latest words of the previous rum, do not trust Dumbledore. I was even starting to bother him. Why? What was the reason for distrust of the director? Is it that final Ron knew something that he didn't? And if so, why didn't you say it? Too many questions and no answer. Moving that thought of his mind, got up and a lot of books appeared on a table. Cambiando de subject, he said as he took a book. It's time to find out that he hides the name of Nicholas Flamel. November ended, leaving the step to December, and with him the huge layers of snow that were seen on the grounds in the middle of the month, something that Ron and Wendy loved. Snow Angel! He shouted the movie by pulling back to the floor and moving arms and legs to form the happy figure. Snowball warning! Ron shouted, throwing a to Harry, who dodges him to return the blow. After a while they joined Hermione and Wendy, who had his back wet, even if Harry was dry, using fire in his hands. The holidays approached and Harry was not sure if returning to Privet Drive with Sirius and Jenna or staying in Hogwarts with Ron and the Weasley. Hermione was definitely going to return, and Wendy received letters from both in which they were invited to return because the other missed them. Ron did not seem very happy, after all. He was going to stay with his brothers at least until Harry proposed to spend Christmas at home with them. Since Hermione was her neighbor, they were not going to separate too much. Ron was shot towards the Lacuseria with Harry leaving the girls in the common room. "I hope this Christmas is better than the last one," said Wendy. "In your world they also celebrate Christmas?" Hermione asked. Wendy nodded. "And what happened last time?" "Well, the teacher organized something called Secret Friend in which each person touched someone to give a gift and that person touched someone who has to give him a gift. And, well, in the guild, despite the fact that there was a period of 2 weeks to look for the appropriate gift, the last day the store was full, everyone learned who touched him, the packages were exchanged, everyone finished with a different gift and a fight between the elderly was armed, the movie said, with a drop in the neck. Remembering his gift, which was a sword capable of using fire if he applied magic, Harry touched him a pink dress, which for the size I think it was for Levy. Hermione began to stir with laughter. The days passed and luckily for the boys, Ron's parents allowed him to spend Christmas with them, after permission from Sirius and Jenna, and now on the way to the house, Ron was excited. "Are you really a friend, Muggle?" "No one expected Ron," Harry said with an anime-style drop on the neck. "Definitively it was a surprise to find out. I still remember their faces," said Hermione very kindly. Her parents agreed to pick them up at the 4 of the station and leave them in the house of Sirius and Jenna, reminding of Hermione who did not come home too late and take her things. When they arrived, in the distance they saw Dudley play snowball war with other boys, presumably from her school. "Hey Dudley." Muggle only that Rubia, Nico D'Angelo, who was quite kind even if he always dressed in black, and Talia Grace, who, in the words of Dudley, was too rough to be a girl. "Genial," said Ron, while Harry laughed quietly from Hermione's expression when he heard the words of the redhead, after the presentations, in which the Hogwarts group said they were going to a boarding school for little to Ron the word muggy escapes the word of snow, in which unfortunate snowballs. Even so, Harry thought it was the best snowy afternoon he could have. Christmas morning. Harry opened his eyes to meet 2 people looking at him very closely. "Oh!" I shout while getting up and listen to 2 people laughing. Apparently, Ron and Wendy considered very funny, waking him approaching millimeters of his face. They went down and found a pile of gifts under the tree. "Where are Sirius and Jenna?" Wendy asked as long as someone appeared behind them. Of course Harry was already waiting for him. "Hello Sirius," he said without even turning. "How did you know he was here?" asked his godfather as he sat on the couch in front of the tree. "Well guys," he said with an almost maternal smile, as if he loved having a full house. "I first gifts, we have breakfast and from there if they want to go out to see Hermione." Well, the children nodded while Wendy and Sirius sniffed the air. "Galettas!" they both shouted while trying to reach the tray, although they only crashed with something that looked like a dome covering it. Jenna laughed and took out the wand. "It is incredible the uses that a simple X-names can have," he said when he saw the wand of Sirius. This, resigned, went to the pile of gifts with the children, while Harry laughed. "Oh not," said Ron to see that both Harry and Wendy had a green and blue sweater respectively. "It is from my mother. Surely she is grateful because they had me here and made a Weasley sweater. It's very friendly to her," Harry said as he put it on. Ron seemed undecided on putting his own. "Ron," she said, "Wendy with his post, they are beautiful and sheltered." Ron began to put his own, but he barely passed his head through the sweater neck. "Saw something." "Harry," he said, "I think that's for you." Harry turned to see a package on the pile that was missing and smiled. That package was unmistakable. It was his old invisible lair. And so far, yes, so far. Well, Harry has already received his cape and the next chapter will use it. Only that he will find out something that will leave him with his eyes open. Here we already know what it is, so there is not so much mystery. Now, about the manga, I know that they will somehow relive it, but do not ruin the drama. Now I say goodbye. Don't kill me. I'm sorry for the delay, really, but as you know, one not only lives on writing fic, so it is normal that it takes time to time. But calm, I will not leave the fanfic I just love, so I could not abandon it like that. I would like, well, no longer overwhelm them, and I leave them with chapter 17 of this fiction. Dumbledore woke up Christmas, and immediate Chico does not get bored of this dimension. If they two separated, I would not know how to manipulate the boy to stay and, to the long defeat Voldemort. After that, he would simply leave him alone. After all, he did not have to overwhelm him all his life. For a moment he worried when he did not see reaction in his machine, but he calmed down when he remembered who had put the barriers to the house, and that those two were a powerful team, despite the fact that Steely pretended not to endure Sirius. Drawing this thought of his mind, he went to his gift pile. Once again, for the shape of the packages, it was obvious that they were a couple of wool socks and had a note. I'm not sure if it's what I wanted, but, for doubts, Harry threw himself on the package and opened it almost immediately. Sirius released a cry of exclamation. Jenna! Jenna! I call the ineffable. That she was helping Wendy collect sugar-free sweets from Hermione had fallen when she opened the bag, very sharply turned and opened her eyes as plates when she saw the layer in the hands of Harry. Wendy and Ron simply did not understand the emotion of adults. That's, Jenna said. James's invisible layer. Sirius exclaimed, jumping with emotion as if the gift were for him. What is an invisible layer? Wendy asked. As the same name says, they are layers capable of becoming invisible in view of all, said Rum, looking at the layer with admiration. They are very, it would give anything for a. Ron is right, try Harry, Jenna said to the Felling while Sirius approached the fireplace. Harry, anxious, put it immediately. Both Ron and Wendy stayed with their mouths open. Suddenly, Wendy looked at the floor. There is a note, he said. Harry picked it up and read it out loud. Your father left this in my possession before dying. It is time for you to return. Use it well. A very Merry Christmas for you. Jenna frowned, took the note and spent studying calligraphy. So he had her whisper while Sirius spent explaining to Harry that in his family, the eldest son always had and knew one, such as a magical skin bag from Sirius and Jenna to save all his things. Wendy received an equal one, something that Harry seemed quite useful, since they could use it to go for missions when they returned to Earthland. After breakfast, they went out to see Hermione, who acted surprised at the knowing of the Harry layer. He is definitely a very good actress, thought the Ran. But are you sure this time there was no pink dress? Said Berlona. Harry turned to Wendy. Did you tell you? I'm sorry, said the girl, crashing the tips of her indices while Ron only looked confused. The scene. It was a pretty nice Christmas afternoon, as when Ron and Wendy began to make snow angels. Hermione took Harry by the hand while they sat under a tree. We will do it tomorrow night. That? Manana at night. Harry, don't you remember? No. Hermione pulges her forehead. Harry realized that she hadn't released her hand yet. With the layer we will go to Grimmauld Place and we will get the guard before something happens. We have to destroy the horcruxes. Do you remember, or do you spend time with Wendy? I delete your memory. I don't erase the Hermione memory, said Harry nervoso, just that I will not load with a horcrux a whole year until we obtain the fangs of the basilisk. And can you let go of my hand? They are looking at us, Hermione. Not exactly, said Hermione. Ministry only detects appearances when a part of yours is behind, but only ignores you because you think you are of legal age and licensed, so they will leave us calmly apart. The bus is not so bad idea. Wish they noticed that 2 children in 11 leave on a bus with an invisible layer to the center of London. Hermione, true. There was no way to wear the storage on top and hide it was too risk, until Harry put his hand in his pocket and took out a bag of skin, the size of his hand without counting his fingers, with a cord that could put on his neck and act as a necklace. Sirius and Jenna gave us one of these to Wendy and me for Christmas. I explain, when you see the curiosity of the chestnut, it is magically extended, so it does not matter what we have inside, it would not be noticed or affect us. In addition to that, just by putting the hand and thinking about what you want, it serves to make the object appear in your hand. Hermione let out an ah of understanding. Harry continued, why can we keep the bodyguard and other horcrux here until we do the basilisk fangs? How are we going in account? We will need to make a list apparently, Hermione said as she had the fingers, the cup, the snake, the newspaper, the ring, and 2 that we do not know. At this step we will never end up. He released a resigned sigh. Harry stayed thinking for a minute until he fell into the realization of something. Mione, what if we find more about the founders? There are not so much, Harry. It is supposed that the only object that could not return a horcrux was Gryffindor's sword, so the other objects are carriers of his soul. Now let's think. The Guardian is from Slytherin, the Hufflepuff cup. That tuition shouted him at the 4 winds. What if one of the horcruxes is from Ravenclaw? Excellent, Harry, that already knew. And you don't think that with those interested in the knowledge that are those belonging to that house, they will not know, or at least they will be, what object characterized its founder? Harry, Hermione started, thinking with such force that Harry could see his brain working. You are a genius. I had not occurred to me. We just needed to enter his common room, and with the layer it will not be so difficult. Now he only remains to find out where he is. And Harry interrupted her. A thought crossed for her mind. Hermione, Rowena alive centuries ago, the current students will only have assumptions, We need someone who is no longer alive to know what happened with that object. Nick, Hermione deduced, can tell us where Ravenclaw's ghost is and who is. Precisely, Harry said, smiling before adopting a tone similar to that of some hero of a series. Mr. Granger, we have a mission. Hermione nodded, and that would be the plan they would make when returning to school. But you know, Harry said, returning to his always tone, so if you have the list. Hermione released a small laugh. While all that happened, Ron and Wendy played quietly until suddenly, Ron stops and looks in the direction of the other two children. Don't you think we are weird? What do you mean? I ask before they look at the direction in which the redhead observed. Harry and Hermione spend too much time together, said the redhead, and they speak in a very low voice about different things. As if they planned something. As if they knew something that we did not finish. Slightly annoying. Wendy Tipo the head confused. Won't they be planning a joke? I don't believe, Ron replied, denying. I know how a person is when he plans a joke. I grew up with my brothers. I know what it is. His thing seems more premeditated, like when an adult thinks something important. What weird, Wendy said, looking at both children. If he stopped to think. Ron was right. Harry had that face he only showed when the situation was serious. It seemed very strange. You were taking hand. As if they met before. That if it's weird, I know Harry since we were 4 years old, and he has spent his entire life with Krulak in our dimension, so I don't think Harry can meet Hermione before. And how did you know that they took hand? When I got up to make my second snow angel, both children looked around like about 10 angels of different heights, demonstrating who did which one. I didn't expect that. Yes, it's maybe, said Ron, although Wendy noticed that she wasn't so sure. Later at dinner time, in the end rather, Sirius began the interrogation of the first part of his first year. Well, magic very different from our world, Wendy said. It is more made for the daily life of a person, but at the same time it is very late due to little contact with technology, which generates a traffic jam in its evolution. What? I finish when you see everyone present looking at it. I didn't expect it, Sirius said, before Jenna followed. And what of the teachers? Is McGonagall out there? Jenna asked. Harry nodded, smiling. Well, the team war, Slytherin had no chance. Until your broom went crazy, said Ron. Harry already sensed the one who was going to assemble. How did the Nimbus go crazy? Sirius asked Harry, although Wendy replied. Well, it was quite rare. For a minute I was flying quietly, and the second was with the broom out of control. It was the product of a curse. If not, I would simply have lost control since the beginning of the game, Harry said quickly. Since it seemed that Sirius would write to get him out of his safety, the point is to find out who. I'm almost sure she was Snape, Wendy said. I didn't take her eyes off the broom. Immediately Sirius got up with a dangerous shadow in the eyes, those that seeing them want to run, and before he moved a single muscle, Jenna stopped him. That is a very serious accusation, Wendy, he said. There was nothing of his kind tone, just a cold look and voice. It is true, he could have a sorcerer the broom, but he could also be looking for the counterarm. You cannot judge someone for the appearance and less for something so serious without evidence. Oh, look at the time, he said, heading towards the clock. In a second Harry and Ron, they were already in pajamas and in bed. That was afraid, said Ron. For a minute I felt like twins when they do something wrong. I wonder how Wendy will be, Harry thought, worried. If Wendy had not said anything, he would not have spoken to him in that way. He remembered his previous 6th year, when he accused Malfoy of being a deadly without evidence. Although in the end he turned out that he was right. The snoring told him that Ron was asleep, carefully left the bed and put on the invisibility layer and left the room. For a minute he thought about heading to the Wendy room, just to make sure he was fine, until I hear some voices from the Jenna room. He approached and listened to one side of the door, wishing not to see him. Can you know why you defend it? I don't defend Black, I just say things as they are. And Severus could be doing both one and something else, replied Jenna's voice. Well, Sirius continues. You're right, I don't think Quedgicus hate James as much, and to see Myrto to Harry. 1. Stop calling him Quedgicus, said Jenna, and 2. Those who hated were Severus and you. The treatment they had too started in 3rd when James realized that he and Severus fought for the same thing. The quid, Sirius started, but Jenna interrupted him. No, Sirius, it was something much more important than the Quidditch. Harry sharpened his ear even more than he already had. As far as he knew, for his father there was only something that was more important than the Quidditch. Wait, I hope I hear Sirius say, and he paid attention again. For James there was only one more important thing than the Quidditch, and that was Lily. Jenna replied. The reason why James and Severus fought was for Lily's attention. Something that Severus had a huge advantage, since he knew her since they were children. Harry was stunned. His mother knew Snape, and he was in love with her? And to think that it was different things. Snape could have been collapsed. What a fear. I listened to Sirius babble inconsistencies until finally his godfather could say something decent. You are telling me what the reason for the fights between them were because he wanted Lily's attention. You can't have something I already had, said Jenna. And yes, they fought for Lily's attention. Almost all Hogwarts knew it, except you, apparently. But, and what happened in fifth? What I assured James the victory, Severus's pride was hurt by what he lost control of himself. For a long time I tried to reconcile, but he had already lost it. From there James tried to go out with Lily, and the rest you already know, although he always felt guilty for the fact. Why would I do it? Because Lily lost one of her closest friends that day, all because of that action. It is as if James had stabbed you in the back. Get an idea. Harry was silent, judging by his ear. Sirius too. Both were stunned by what they listened to. The actions of their father had done too much damage that day, something that apparently had not forgiven it. Well, that was all you wanted to know? Yes, I say. Sirius was corrected. Why did you check the lair when Harry went out to play? I understand that you do not trust Dumbledore, but does it not seem too much? I never explain why, right? There was a silence in which Harry assumed that Sirius had nodded. Well, as you know, the work of the ineffable is secret because of the amount of information that passes through our hands, like the FBI of the Muggles, but in England, among that amount of information, there is something that nobody knows how, but they appear out of nowhere in the Department of Mysteries. That? Prophecies. Harry opened his eyes. Did Jenna wise from prophecy? And what did that have to do with Dumbledore? He preferred to continue listening rather than drawing hurried conclusions. One of them talked about the fall of Voldemort, a child who would be born at the end of the 7th month. Born of those who have survived Voldemort 3 times. Are you telling me that there is a prophecy that speaks of Harry? Precisely. When listening in the prophecy I had a bad feeling and I went to let James and Lily come out to leave the country. However, there was a pause, in which Harry appeared her head through the door to see Jenna and Sirius sitting in her bed. He also saw that Jenna bent down her head. Frustrated Dumbledore was already there, and despite the idea that I offered them in private, they decided to stay. I could not do anything. Jenna. Sirius put a hand on his shoulder. Dumbledore has nothing to do with this. I told them my idea about the secret guardian and they accepted it. If there is someone who is to blame here, it is me. You do not have to mortify yourself. It's not for why Sirius. Dumbledore knows something else, something related to Harry who is hiding us. I hope you are wrong, Jenna. I would not like to see Harry in danger. I feel serious. I just want both Hendy to be safe. Harry turned around and headed towards his room. Too much information for a single day. Listened to a noise and saw Wendy get out of the bathroom, yawn and return to her room. Well, she was fine. Now it was Harry confused. The Snape and his mother could overcome it. Dumbledore's and prophecy. Something they're worried he knows something he is hiding. Something about me, he thought as he kept his cape and he went to bed. There was something strange. Well, he would see him with Hermione tomorrow. Even but well, I thank Master Della Fiamma for giving me the necessary push to finish FIC. As any of the works of the cross know they belong to me, but they do it to their respective authors. FIC Cross Cappy 18. Yes, of joke. Hermione said at the base of the tree. Barely Harry told him that adventure in which he discovered that both Jenna and Dumbledore knew about the prophecy. Well, I believe it, said Harry. Dumbledore was there when Trelawney said her, so she knows about her, and apparently Jenna worked in the department dedicated to prophecies, so she learned about her. Barely appeared. I tried to alert my parents, but Dumbledore had already been advanced. What Reyes Dumbledore? I have the most remote idea, Harry said. I was no longer so pleased to have sent the woolsocks, but something tells me that we will find out over time. Now it will be better that we move. We are caught our attention. That day they had decided to go out with Dudley and his friends, who apparently were going quite close to Ron and Wendy, while beating in a Harry snowball war. What time would we have to gather? A's 12, Hermione said as they headed at a fairly slow step towards others. Now the problem would be that creature tells us where the guardian is located. Not really, Harry replied quietly. He should only tell him that we came to finish Regulus's work and that we need the guard to destroy it. And you believe us? Harry, creature does not know us yet, will cost us to trust us and want us to finish Regulus's work in his presence to make sure that we do not try to steal it, and you cannot order anything because it still belongs to Sirius. Harry was thinking. Hermione was right. They could not simply do anything without evidence, and the question was whether creature would believe them or not. It would be to destroy the horcrux right there or steal it without creature realizing. The plan is well, but we would have to be very stealthy and be very careful if we are lost. Harry began to think. As far as creature knew, he was very careful with any treasure of the Black House and immediately notary any absence and destroy it right there was not possible because they did not possess any type of method to destroy it. Unless it is, Mione said Harry, pulling her from her jacket, and if the black have any weird object capable of destroying horcruxes? Something like a dagger or some material. I don't think Harry, said her thought. A highly destructive power. Harry was set for a bulb. Hermione, how destructive is dragon fire against dark magic? You should know your Harry, so the dragon fire is powerful, but you don't seem to have normal dragon powers. I don't know if you're calling me weak or otherwise. I mean that your powers are very different from the dragons on this side, said Hermione. I do not make them out of nowhere. I only use my magic to generate the element, and on remote magic I take a barbarity of time to achieve it. Harry smiled, while remembered the day when Ron and Hermione showed all the ability of his elementary domain. Harry's thought, DC if I understood, said Ron. In addition to being immune to the elements you use, eat them and adapt them to your magic and fly, can you also handle them at a distance? Wendy said, while conjured a small air of air to Hermione. Okay, said Ron, definitively they have to teach us to do that, or can only Dragon Slayer. Anyone reality, said Harry, it is only a matter of practice and a lot. How many magic do you know? Asked Hermione, amazed. It's incredible what one can get being of the smallest in the guild. Everyone is willing to help you in whatever, Wendy said, while a pen appeared out of nowhere in his hand. We know the basic theory and perform it at a low level, but they told us that the rest is only practical, said Harry. And Harry's thought, Harry! Hermione exclaimed by snapping his fingers in front of him, by interrupting his thoughts. Harry, are you okay? I just remembered, said the Raven calmly before getting serious again. Well, tonight at 12, pass through your home? You would see that you ask for an appointment, said Hermione, slightly blushed. But you better use your lair, fly to my window and let's go from there. Before Harry said something, Hermione added, my window is the one that gives to the patio, second floor, to the right side. How did you know what I was going to say? Asked the Raven. I know you, Harry. Let's only wait at night, yes? Said the chestnut. At the time a snowball fell into his face. Harry fell out of laughter. Same day, midnight. Harry got up carefully from his bed and stealthily among his things until he found the invisible layer, carefully not. Don't you walk with delays, right? You know me, Harry, I have to walk prepared. By the way, he said, having a roll that Harry took and read. It's the list of horcruxes. To tell the truth, such a bad idea was not. The list said, total horcruxes list. Gardapello de Salazar, location. Grimmauld Place, state. Without destroying. Anillo Gaunt, location. Little Hangleton, state. Without destroying. Hufflepuff Cup, location. Gringotts Vault, state. Without destroying. Nagini, location, less than 3 meters from Voldy, state. It is known that it will be a horcrux. Auchinclaw's object, location. Ask Ravenclaw's ghost, state. We don't even know where he is. Wow, said the Raven in the middle of the air as he watched the list. You have struggled. Hermione smiled. It was to be more specific. Keep it in your bag. It will be more difficult for someone to get it once Harry did it. Hermione stopped in the alfeazor of her window. Tell the return Harry. I have to go up once the accommodation is over, in which Hermione was about to kill several times. Harry moved away from the area. Harry? Asked Hermione, uncomfortable. Why do we fly away if we just have to appear? By doubts, said the Raven, although he knew they could not detect them. According to Hermione, after thinking, he decided that it was best to get a bit in case they were detected. The protections of the house. After all, the little that I knew of those things was that they were to avoid appearances. And in the case of an auror and an ineffable, any measure is little. After a few blocks, Harry went down and Hermione disassembly from his back. I am surprised that you are not exhausted, he said. I have practiced, the Raven replied as she remembered the times she had to carry Wendy until she could fly properly. Without giving time to get lost in her memories, Hermione holds her hand. With a light crack, both disappeared, and then reappear in the center of London, more precisely, between the 11 and 13 of Grimmauld Place. Although the house was not visible to the Muggles, Harry saw how the house appeared. Now the problem was to enter and go out with the guard without being discovered. List? I ask her friend, with a nod of Hermione. They took a breath and entered. The house was a disaster, cobwebs and spots on the walls that did not want to know where they came from, in addition to the whispers of the mother of Sirius, who slept peacefully. With care, Hermione said, the first to make noise is over. If I know, Harry replied as they went into the house. Hermione nodded. It was the best, at least until they had the object in their hands. After a few meters that looked kilometers due to the tension of the moment, they managed to see the guard on a shelf at the end of the room, Before they could even touch it, they heard a crunch behind them. When they turned they saw Creature looking at them with anger. As dare to enter the noble house of the Black. Listen to the noise. Mrs. Black's portrait woke up shouting at all lungs about traitors invading her house. You know, the usual. The elfo clicks the fingers and the noise I immediately. As if the curtains had run. Both children tried to run, but could not move. Creature had paralyzed them and had them at his mercy. A dirty blood and the Potter child, said the elf maliciously, as if he saw his heads on the wall. They speak, he ordered. It was definitely not like that of his first life, so Harry tried to play the emergency letter. We come to finish Regulus's work, he said, and immediately Creature's expression softened immediately, releasing magic that had them motionless. They have it, the elf asked, no longer the murderous expression on his face. You are too young to have met the Master Regulus, so she is too suspicious to let them. Hermione looked at Harry with a face of I told you, while he thought a quick way to convince the elf to trust them. In the end I opt for Plan B. We will destroy it here, he said. Both the elf and her friend looked perplexed. Harry continued, if so much distrust of us. We will destroy the Guardian before your eyes to show you that we are on the same side, he said, and before Creature could say something Harry took the gate of the shelf. I hope you know what you do, Hermione whispered when Harry left the horcrux on the table. I too, the magician replied, left the object and turned away, concentrating on the snake that adorned the object, imagining that it was a real snake. After a while she felt that the ornament moved. A brief hisso, and immediately that dark shadow arose that took the shape of Voldemort. Do you really think you're going to be able to work? And you, he added, seeing Hermione that he made the mistake of approaching too much dirty blood. You do nothing but hind up, you don't even recognize this subject. He is no longer the same, and you know it. Harry lifted his arm and the figure turned to him. There is nothing you can do, Potter. They are condemned to failure. For more power that you have ended up laughing in such a way that the blood froze and Harry could not stand it any more. With his flame arm, he pointed and nailed his attack in the center of the object, wishing him to work. Exploded. Harry flew back and was against the fireplace, throwing all the objects on it on the ground. The explosion left the table in pieces and the horcrux lay there, carbonized. It was destroyed. Mione, he called. He didn't get an answer. Mione screamed, distressed. What if Hermione happened to her? A slight horror took the doubt. With a current of air, dissipate the smoke generated by the destruction of the horcrux, and there he saw his friend, who apparently had hit the wall, being slightly unconscious. With the heart in a fist, Harry positioned her and took her carefully on the floor. Apparently she had no injuries or anything in style, so it was only the blow. The problem was now waking it. I was awakening it. Healing magic that knew about his head. After some distressing minutes, Hermione opened her eyes. Harry, he whispered. What happened? Function, Mione, Harry replied, more relieved. Hermione saw the remains of horcrux on the table and sighs relieved. A cry of joy returned them to reality. Creature danced on the remains of the shattered guard. Died. Destroyed. The elf sang with joy, jumping. When Harry helped Hermione get up, Creature had already repaired the table, and even a stew appeared that was not seen in good condition, of course, on it. Creature is very grateful to the gentleman, said the elf with a reverence. With little tears of joy coming out of his eyes, the good Master Regulus ordered Creature to destroy the object, and Creature never achieved it. How can Creature thank such an act of two incredible sorcerers? That they had managed to destroy the bodyguard for a simple blow of luck. Hermione spoke first. Creature, as thanks you will have to swear that you will not tell anyone, and when we return with many people in several years, you will have to act as if you did not know us. After all, no one else knows about Regulus's actions. Understand? Creature swears him, Miss Granger, Hermione said kindly. But only tell her. Hermione. Creature seemed a bit uncomfortable when she received so much confidence. Miss Hermione? Hermione sighs, resigned fact. Then Creature is swearing by Miss Hermione, said the smiling elf. I take a good time to reject Creature's putrefact stew and get out of there without being seen. Once outside they appeared a few blocks from Privet Drive. As soon as Harry felt the floor, I also noticed an extra weight. Hermione had staggered and leaned on him not to fall. Hermione! Harry exclaimed, worried. Her friend sat on the floor. Don't worry, Harry. It's just that the blow and energy expenditure leave me dizzy. Then just give me a second, Harry said, and used the healing magic she had learned to finish healing the chestnut. After a time Hermione sighs relieved and was able to stand without problems. It will be better that we go home so you can rest before you get dizzy again, said Harry. With an assent, Hermione. Upon arriving at the Harry house, He did not avoid remembering a certain detail. "Hey Hermione," he said, "what did Voldemort mean about what you do nothing but hinder?" "Hermione, what are you?" Harry said before her friend interrupts him. "Scucha me, Harry, because what I say is very true. In the Malfoy's house I just struggled. I only help when paving the way to discover the culprit, but when the time comes at the time I leave you alone. I am never strong enough to support you when a confrontation occurs, and I want to change that." Hermione looked at Harry, who floated stunned by what her friend was saying. She noticed that she had crying eyes, as if he endured tears, but his eyes reflected decision, as if what was to say was not going to change it for anything in the world. "I want you to give me Harry, and so far. Now, I opened a survey in my profile what magic they want to learn Hermione in this story. On Sunday I close it and open another, but with rum that will close on Tuesday without more preambulos I say goodbye. Remember that any opinion in a rev below. Here the 19th chapter and the results of the surveys conducted. For Hermione, I win the solid script or solid writing by 3 votes. For rum, I win the magic of Ray by a single vote, master of the dark Fiamma. I like the idea of the Amaterasu formula, only that he will not learn yet. I hope you like it, and without more I leave you with the chapter. I want you to give me Harry." Hermione's words echoed in his mind while the Raven reconciled the dream, knew the magic, and had told both that he would train them. But that was not what surprised him. Really, Hermione thought so badly? He was aware that, of his 2 friends, the least he knew was Hermione. He barely knew his birthday. He only knew that, if something could learn from his life, it is that appearances always deceive. But I never believe he would apply to his best friend. Despite the safe of herself that seemed inside not. It was considered useful, despite the fact that without her or Ron they would be alive at that time. Now his priority was to find a magic of Earthland that adapted to his friend. He had some options, but he would have to consult it to see if he agreed. He could not teach him anything without knowing that he would adapt to it or not, as if you would teach him support magic of support to someone destructive, he would simply not accept it. As for Ron, he would have no problem. His friend of this life would apparently adapt it to the magic that was. He only cared to learn something out of the ordinary. In addition to flying without the need for a broom, he would also talk to both separately and from there with Wendy to see who trained who for his luck. He would take advantage to help her best friend. Quiet Harry fell asleep. Jenna could not help worrying, and rightly. Harry had not been able to sleep all over the night. Proof of this were the dark circles that were unnatural in a child of his age. So without excuses I send him to sleep, and he had to return him to his room when he saw that he tried to leave. "You would be a very strict mother." Lily's voice and laughter resonated in her head. She had forgotten the times when she helped her friend take care of Harry, and when she seriously told the baby not to do bubbles with her saliva. She could not prevent a small tearing from spill no one but herself. She felt a small touch on her cheek, and when she turned she saw that Sirius had taken her tears and looked at her worried. She quickly dried the tears that threatened to leave. "I'm sorry. I can't help it. You are not a Jenna. I replicate the animago. I know that the strangers and me too. But if we want to respect their memory, then we will have to make sure that Harry is safe." Jenna smiled and could not help hug Sirius. After all, along with Lily and Severus, had been one of the few people who could see through her. "In addition," said Sirius, "and I, a corn or the redhead would have liked to see you cry." Harry could not feel more tired and annoyed. He had to talk to Wendy to plan about teaching their friends and Hermione to talk about the magic he was going to teach him. After much thought, he had found the idea. "And Harry?" Percy asked as he finished assembling a snowman with Annabeth and Ron. "It looks like last night he couldn't sleep well, so Jenna didn't let him out until he rests correctly." "Well, Talia said, approaching the snow-covered hair, when I can't sleep. My mother tells me that it is my fault not sleeping on time, so I have to fix them the rest of the day." I finish with a bitter grimace. "Only 4. Nail the carrot on the doll, removing your head." "Perfect," said Annabeth. "Look who we have here," said Piers, who apparently was the new leader of the group since Dudley was not the traitor bastard and his new gang. "What happened, Diddy? We are no longer." "They ruin the landscape," Dudley said quietly while the rest of the group arrived. Piers and his band only frowned. "Do you think we are to greet? We will make you pay for what you did." "And 4 years for the beating," Malcolm said, raising their knuckles. The boys immediately put the girls behind them, headed by Ron and Percy. Piers only smiled. "Do you think we are going alone?" I asked before calling. "Hey Octavian, we lack one." A flacucho boy, with reddish hair, left behind a machiavemically smiling tree. In his hand, brought a shattered stuffed animal. "I understand that you are ugly, but was it necessary for you to get rid of the teddy?" Percy asked. generating a general laugh. To his surprise, Octavian only smiled. Noadai is so idiotic as to go to disarmed fight, he said, taking out a razor out of his pocket. To dismay from the group, Piers took another one, leaving them at complete disadvantage. We are going to show you and those idiots who are the ones who send here, I shout at the time of launching. The fight began. While all this was happening, Harry got up with renewed forces and quieter, since, at least, he had a plan to solve the theme of horcruxes and incidentally train her friend. Under the room to find Jenna reading a book. Hey, greetings, Jenna Vistage, at best, Harry? Sigh, I replied, definitively needed to sleep for a while. Where is Sirius? Saying dinner, today, touches L said the ineffable. At the time of getting up, it will be better to call others to tell them to come. Surely when they arrive the dinner will be ready. Perfect, the Ran replied. Before leaving, he said, yes, Sirius is cooking. Shouldn't I go to buy stomach pills just in case? Jenna smiled and won the eye. We have potions. But pills are also a viable option, he said while listening to a groan from the kitchen. Laughing, Harry left the house to the park to find the site in chaos. Nico fought against Dennis, who had no problem leaving the poor on the floor. Luckily, Nico was good to defend. Percy fought with a guy who had not seen before. He threw cuts with a knife that Percy dodged barely. Ron fought with Gordon, giving him a combination of blows and kicks that barely worked in the guy, who seemed to have the consistency of crab. He was worse. I fought against Malcolm and Piers at the same time, while Hermione and Annabeth had problems holding Wendy and Talia that wanted to join the battle. Harry ran to Nico, who was the one who had the most problems. Boo! I shout, giving Dennis a knee that is unconscious on the floor. Without stopping to listen twice, Harry ran towards his cousin. Avoiding that, Piers left him as a fillet. I throw a blow that he had to remove quickly so that they did not reaper his hand. He cursed under his base in Earthland. He would have been enough improved its resistance since last time. It simply shook his head and attacked again. It was really annoying to contain himself, but he had no choice. He managed to, with a quick movement, Piers managed to cut Harry's arm, causing him to bleed. Harry launched a cry of surprise while the guy smiled machiavellically. There was a fleet of doubt in the face, apparently, hard enough for it to fall to the unconscious floor. Who said the girls couldn't fight? He said with a smile that Harry had never seen in her before. Gordon with a smile from ear to ear. Like, if it was happy to be helpful. The curious thing was that when Gordon tried to move, I hit him with a book. Where Rays I took it out. Dennis did not appear anywhere. His observation was interrupted by a puncture in the arm. For his horror, he realized that he'd bleeding a lot, but he simply had not noticed. I tried to do some healing magic to hidden, but once again Wendy had been advanced. Don't say anything, he said, very serious, as he got when he would hurt. At the time they were on their way to Magnolia. I am surprised that you have even hurt you. Even Percy is injured. Are you okay? Harry replied with heaviness. It just distracted me a second. The guy was rapid. What does not happen again, said something authoritarian, even if a touch of anguish escaped at the low we worry horrors when he heard you shout. I had to give an elbow to Hermione, although she had already released me. Not screaming so strongly, it was the only thing that occurred to the Raven. He had been an idiot, so much to think about training Hermione that he had forgotten a total detail of Earthland's magic. They needed physique, as until now they had only practiced spells and studies. He had lost some clear skill that could attack followed. It was only a matter of speed. It took a long time to be presentable to leave their homes, especially the boys, since they had fought more. To avoid questions, Wendy used Harry's manga as an improvised bandage and caution. They took the 2 knives of Piers and Octavian and threw them into a garbage dump. The guys left them in the tree to seem to fall asleep for Hermione's idea. They left Dudley and Hermione in their homes, trying not to be seen by the Dursley, and headed talking about what happened. Ron was simply ecstatic. It was incredible, he said. He was struggling with that guy when suddenly Hermione appeared suddenly, attacking the subject with a book. Where the hell do I get it? I would like to know, me too, said Wendy, confused. It's a Moby Dick book, so I couldn't go unnoticed. Who is? Because it is Hermione who we are talking about, Harry said, remembering what he knew about her friend. Ron and Wendy stared at her. When they entered the house after being reviewed by the barriers, they were surprised that they had visits. Jenna, greeting from the room. Laren, who has come to visit after millennia, said, pointing to a man with brown hair, who smiled from one of the sofas in the room. I remember you, Wendy said, looking at man residential who was with Sirius when we arrived from Earthland. Precisely, said the man, as you remember, I hope. My name is Remus Lupin and temporarily work in the Aurora's office. The seasoning? Harry asked, surprised. I have some personal problems. Are we going to dinner? Said Remus sharply. Sure, Jenna said, before noticing a detail. Why your manga wraps your hairy arm? Said the raven, trying to invent an excuse until suddenly Remus began to sniff the air until I look at. Harry, can Harry know because you are smelling of blood? Harry saliva drinks. Before being able to react, Jenna took the bandage with a movement of his wand, and with a sway of the same he threw it to the sofa of the room to start examining it. I removed the sleeve from the arm and frowned. Remus brings the first aid kit and tells Sirius that he could not finish the phrase for the entrance that Sirius made from the kitchen. Waste the words Harry and BLO. I'm the warehouse for a disinfectant potion, said this disappeared inside the kitchen. Remus looked at Jenna. In the bathroom, second floor, said this, and Remus left for the stairs. Jenna charged towards Harry's wound and began to make a fast check. I detect healing magic, so I look at Ron. Can you help Remus? It is not very well located. The redhead, without capturing the indirect, climbed upstairs. Jenna went to Wendy. Heck, to explain? Wendy, hesitating, he had the fight and Harry being injured by a knife. While he went half, Sirius arrived with a transparent road. Who would be so crazy as to give knives to some children? I ask. At the time the potion applied to Harry's wound. He pressed his teeth. Since the wound Scotland horrors, Jenna sighs as resigned. What I wonder is, he said, how is it that I detect healing magic in Harry's wound? Well, Wendy said, crashing his uncomfortable fingers, it's that I use some healing magic and help close a little so that he would not bleed. What? Said Ron, who lowered the stairs with Remus. Wendy, you cannot use magic outside the school when you are a minor, unless against muggles. They detected. Wendy covered his scared mouth, while Ron looked at the window, as if a wizard ninja entered to take Wendy to the ministry. To everyone's surprise, both Jenna and Sirius denied his head. The ministry does not detect magic without a wand, said the ineffable while taking the Remus kit and took some bandages to cover the already non-existent wound of Harry. I suggest that this is what you used, right? The blue movie nodded. And you told Ron in his stay in Hogwarts, right? Sirius asked. Harry nodded, finishing the bandage. Jenna, why do you sell Harry if your wound is cured? Dissimilar, he responded to everyone's surprise. Ron, what? He said when everyone stared at him. My mother did the same with the twins when they went out to the town 2 days in a row despite the fact that they had no injury because either they fell or spent something the day before so as not to attract the attention of the muggles. That's true, I affirmed. Jenna, Lily told me this trick that is perfect to hide. Although not much help is used when necessary. Remus, Choco, your hands, looking at the clock. Perfect. All solved then. Guys, I'm sorry not to stay longer, but I need to finish some reports and prepare a couple of things. I point out the calendar and both Gina and Sirius understood perfectly, just like Harry. Today I played full moon. Remus left using the chimney with the flux and Jenna powders went to Sirius. Can you take Harry up and take a look at the barriers? I'm going to talk to Ron and Wendy. Sirius nodded for a while and told Harry to follow him. Harry didn't even know why. In the end he fell into the account that Jenna just wanted to get him off. He looked quietly in his room. Not even 10 minutes had passed when Ron and Wendy entered through the door. That was afraid, said Ron. By a minute I feared that Jenna would erase my memory. He had to give explanations, at least to us, and he would not have made us funny, said Wendy sitting on Harry's bed. Are you okay? Harry nodded. It's annoying to have a bandage all day. Why is it so necessary? I said it, said the redhead, serve to hide. If tomorrow or another day they ask only the bandage and you say that you are fine, and the fact of taking it all day makes the story more credible, since it is more credible when the band does not seem new. Who are you and what did you do with Ron? Asked Harry, incredulous, causing Wendy, Rira, and Ron to enter the eyes. Very funny, Harry. What the Weasley did not know is that Harry was serious. He had surprised too much about the fact that Ron knew so much. Well, his friend was not a complete fool, but he had never bothered to learn or explain more about the account. A voice called him from his reflection. Chicos, I need to talk to Harry for a few minutes. Sirius entered the room, looking at them. Why aren't you going to help Jenna fix the table? It will only be a few minutes. Both children came out and Sirius sealed the door, applying a spell of silence by baffling the wire grow. His godfather headed towards him with a neutral expression. Harry, I need you to explain something, he said, increasing Harry's bewilder. They leave this house. Harry opened their eyes with surprise. Knowing where the question was heading, I need you to explain to me. What did you do by midnight here? Harry tried to not pale, effort in vain since Sirius looked at him with narrowed eyes waiting for an answer. Harry knew that his godfather could only become strict if it was his safety. So he tried to invent a lie as quickly as possible, until the bulb was set on. Hermione, he said. Hermione wanted to take a walk under the stars and told her that we could do it together. So I left the house at midnight to take a walk with her. I closed my eyes waiting for some kind of punishment. Without a clutch when he opened his eyes, Sirius was drying his eyes with a handkerchief. They think, he said. A day you take them out of an unknown dimension and the next one comes out with girls at midnight. The nose played with the handkerchief and looked at Harry. Harry, I will not tell Jenna to Jenna, but next to the next causing Harry a great drop in the neck. Your father would be proud of you. Keep it for sure before undoing the enchantment of the door. Harry, I called it. This? Sirius. Could you not tell anyone? I don't want problems. His godfather smiled. As you want, Harry. Canuto saved your secret. I finish with a picara smile and left the room. And so, before they realized, the four were already in the Hogwarts Express back to school. Harry only took 2 minutes to talk to Wendy alone, and they were already in front of their friends who saw them expectant. Well, the Raven began, as they know, we agree. Solita and H appeared in his hand, leaving Hermione pomada and you rum. Since you usually think quickly and act quickly, I thought that the magic of lightning would do quite well. Wendy made a sphere of electricity appear in his hand, leaving the redhead speech. The redhead. I want to start, they both said at the same time. Harry just smiled. And so far, spells and a heavenly bronze shield. I know that I take me. Only the holidays, Christmas, and one. Pecuna Depra not let me continue much. But finally, after recovering, I bring you a desire for Merry Christmas and Prospero 2014 late and Cappy 20 of Hutta. As NIHP or FT know, they belong to me, but to their authors, enjoy. 2 weeks later, to see Hermione, just breathe calmly and focus. You have to feel your magic flow and connect it with your mind, having the word well formed in your head, Harry said for the 3rd time to her friend, who insisted on freeing magic to force and crazy. Let's see, said the chestnut, trying to obey her friend. However, she was difficult. Since there is no book that explained more in detail that steps follow, she simply tried to perform the magic as if it were a spell. That is, releasing magic of blow. I lift her hand, trying to follow Harry's instructions, and extended her palm in front of her. Solid script. Water. The letters began to form and meet, but they dissolved when Hermione under his tired arm. Harry made a slight grimace. A little better, but you keep trying to make a spell. You're not using a Hermione wand. Harry, I meditate for a few minutes. I have an idea. Why don't you act as if your arm were your wand? Shiver said. The chestnut tried again, however, it only reached the word before it dissolved. Harry decided that it was already enough for a day, so they stopped the training. Care down. Ron shouted while he was thrown towards both young people. Hermione made a step back while Harry caught his friend in the air. Are you fine? Wendy asked, approaching them quickly. Apparently had stopped training lightning magic and had been practicing flight, which explains why the redhead was like a bullet towards them. Cassie said. Ron exhausted. I think that for now it will be better to rest, said Harry. In addition, we would need a schedule for flight classes and magic classes to avoid another mishap. In addition to having a better time organization so that you do not interrupt our studies, reasoned Hermione. If we go down our notes, we'll end up suspecting they all finished according to her. After all, she was right. They finished the class and moved the bookshelf, after which a very useful passage to the Tower of Gryffindor was. While walking, Harry remembered as all the events that had passed in their 2 weeks in which they began their training. Harry's thought, they had spent a couple of days since they had started training. At Wendy's suggestion, to prevent them from running out of clothes due to training, they transformed a set of clothes into sportswear, although Ron continued asking Hermione. He never said where I get the spell to do it. After that, they just kept training. The next day, Harry decided to spend the next level of her friend's training. Hermione. Chico's, he said, looking at the clock in the room. Seeing it, Harry felt his soul at his feet. It was 9, 2 hours after the left touch imposed on the students from 1st to 4th, and the worst thing was that they had not taken the invisible layer with them. Ron had put a million alternatives when Hermione simply got up and went to a room shelves, where they were occasionally dedicated to investigating about Flammel, since having asked Sirius or Jenna was risky. After a few seconds, the chestnut simply did as if he pushed the bookstop to the side. Hermione, I called Harry. I don't think that was. He was speechless to see that the shelf moved, revealing a passage that they had never seen before. Hermione turned to them smiling. This room gives the one who asks, he said. I just asked for something that would take us to the common room. Thanks for her friend's genius. The group went through the passage by dating the midpoint of the stairs that led to the rooms. Nobody saw them leave. Since then, every time they spent the time, they simply went to the shelf and the passage was there, so they were lengthening the training, causing Ron and Hermione to constantly improve. One day, Harry and Hermione decided to make their play, excusing themselves that they had to go to the bathroom and collect a book that Hermione had in her backpack just in case they left the men. Object related to Rowena Ravenclaw? He said. He was thoughtful and replied, they must refer to Rowena's headband. a headband that they say gives infinite knowledge to the person who possesses her as long. And you know someone I don't live where you are? Harry asked. Nick has rubbed the Gothic beard before answering the Grey Lady. He said Ravenclaw's ghost usually inhabit the 6th floor near the common room of his house. But I tell them something. He is not very friendly, he finished with a grimace in his face. Both boys headed there, hoping to find a clue or, if they were lucky, the location of the same horcrux. Upon arriving at the place, they found him completely empty. Hey, she said, a voice that made Harry jump her heart to the floor. A girl with Asian features, some that Harry knew well, Chong Chong, looked at them strangely. Who are you looking for? He said, staring at them. Harry replied until he realized that the voice was sharp. He coughed and followed no one specifically. Here is Hermione? Of course, she replied quickly. We just spent here with nothing more to do. He smiled in the most innocent way he could. Cho raised an eyebrow. Obviously nothing was believed. Are they not a bit small to walk alone? He said. Both children furiously denied. We just explored, Hermione said quickly. We listened that this castle has a lot of secrets and we wanted. Bain, he said, Cho rating them with narrowed eyes. Well, behind the box there is a direct passage to the transformations hall. That is the only secret in this area, at least as far as I know. That said, he left. Harry sudden. You were always like that in the presence of Cho, Hermione said on the edge of laughter. You even paled when you warged you. She released a small laugh, which was increasing when Harry began to give heads against the wall. After a while, she calmed down. As it is, he said while her friend recovered the air. Now how do we find the Grey Lady? Did they look for me? He said, a voice behind them while a frozen burst crossed them. Hermione hugged herself looking for heat while Harry barely noticed it. If, due to her magic of fire, she was highly resistant to temperatures below 0. In front of them a woman's shell, black and pale hair just like any ghost of the castle appeared. Are you the Grey Lady? Harry asked. Obviously, said the ghost with sarcasm. Harry didn't know that ghosts use sarcasm. What they are looking for. Hermione recovered from the cold and spoke. We need the Rowena Ravenclaw headband. Lost centuries ago. A dark magician black job in it and we want to stop him. Where did they get the information? That happened many years ago. The Grey Lady. I look nervous. As if she wanted to hide something. We just want to know where she is, said Harry looking at the ghost. She stayed quiet as if she had frozen. After several minutes without achieving her attention, they both turned, deciding to leave to try on another occasion, at least until they heard something behind her. I steal her, said the lady, calling attention to both children, and then committed suicide before I found myself. I hid the headband very well so that they would not find it. And where is she? He has the headband, said Hermione. The Grey Lady nodded. In the forests of Albania. I ended, Harry feeling defeated. The Grey Lady started by finishing the conversation while both boys returned to the room of needy and defeated. Harry? Some idea of where you are going? Ron asked, curious. Hermione shrugged. Harry, however, had a slight bad feeling. It's better not go there. Reason, and if it's a trap? Nadia knows that we use this room to train Harry. Ron said, I think going to do Wendy? Well, said the movie, looking at the tunnel, which was completely black, so there was nothing. I think that this tunnel appeared here. It will be better that we go. Despite Harry's denials and Hermione's insistence, the 4 children followed the tunnel, with Harry in front to illuminate the road, which increased Harry's bad feeling. When in the distance I appreciated a small light was shown, revealing that they were already at the end of the road. They hurried the step just to finish. In an empty classroom, one that Harry knew very well, turned his head and there he was. With a gold frame reaching the roof, Oist's mirror was there. What the hell? I asked Ron slowly. Hermione looked at Harry, curious. After all, she never saw the mirror for herself. Harry approached quickly, to ensure that her friends did not see that mirror. However, what she saw was not what she remembered. His parents were still there, that had not changed. However, there were more people. Sirius and Jenna smiled at him from a corner. Remus and Tonks were next to a small lump in blankets that carried the Pelorosa side. Wendy, even 11, calling him with one hand. Behind her were the members of the guild, Natsu, Lisana, Gray, Urza, Levy, Look, Elfman, all the members of the guild whom he appreciated. Even the same was 17, as if nothing had happened. That was his greatest desire, that everything returned to normal the previous rum, and did not even know where the headband was. I looked towards their parents and they began to vocalize something. After a while, everyone began to vocalize the same and Harry could understand it. You're going to get it. Harry, are you okay? One hand perched on his shoulder. When he turned, he saw Wendy looking at him worried. He felt a finger on his cheek, and I noticed that he had escaped a tear when he saw the image of the mirror. Ron and Hermione also saw him worried. It is better not to approach that thing, Hermione suggested. He can be dangerous, so let's go here. I agree with Harry, Hermione said, pushing the group to leave the room, until when he pushed Harry, she was in front of the mirror. To see Hermione, said Ron. You say that we should not see the mirror, but you are frozen in front of it. What is special in that thing? The redhead got in front of the mirror and his eyes were opened as plates. Incredible. What do you see? Wendy asked. I see me as a team player, and I am also captain of Quidditch, an annual prize. In addition to receiving the Cup of the Houses for Dumbledore himself, he turned to Harry. I don't think the mirror shows the future, right? I doubt it, the Raven replied. It was the only thing Wendy heard Harry's desire. Sincere. She wanted to see the mirror. She didn't know what she wanted. Wendy is the one who still did not put himself in the mirror, said Rum, moving the movie towards it. She didn't oppose much resistance. She stood before the mirror and began to look. To the surprise of the three, smiled. What do you see? Hermione asked. She looked at her, still smiling. The wishes of the other fulfilled was the only thing he said before heading through the tunnel back to the bedrooms. Harry had forgotten that. Wendy had his heart as pure as that of a Hufflepuff. They returned to the common room and Harry could not stop thinking about the mirror. He had been glad not having found it this time, but apparently there were things that could not be avoided. He expected Sirius's death and his friend to be not part of those things. As for the headband, he could not believe that in the end they are limited by geographical issues, and they had been so close. Albania was huge and there was no way to find him. He would not even find him. The right forest, not to say that they had to find the exact position. With too many things in mind, Harry fell asleep, thinking that a detail had happened to something important. The next day the boys were quietly taking advantage of Saturday morning to do their homework, until a noise took them out of their concentration. When they turned they saw Neville lying on the floor. As a result of the leg-binding hug, Harry headed towards him and helped him get up while Hermione used the counter-malefice. Who did this to you? Wendy asked. Malfoy replied, slightly depressed. Neville, I found it in the library, and told me that I was looking for someone to practice. You can't allow Neville to pass you, said Harry. You have to face it. To take away that conceited smile from her face. You have to tell me that I'm not so brave as to be in Gryffindor. That told me, Malfoy, said the fuckboy. Wendy approached and offered a chocolate frog. You are worth 12, Malfoy, he said. The hat put you in Gryffindor because you are brave, noble, and loyal. Only that you have not yet realized. Neville smiled. He could not have said better, said Hermione. Ron nodded, agreeing with her friend. Neville ate the chocolate frog. Happier. Bartolomeo, said, looking at his chromium. Isn't it the one that lacked Ron? The redhead shone his eyes, until his three friends had to get him out of there because he sparked the emotion. Literally. The game against Hufflepuff arrived, with Snape of referee. Although Ron and Wendy asked Harry not to play, in the end I ended up playing, and there were his three friends in the stands, two of them alert in case Snape occurred something to harm Harry and incidentally interrupt Gryffindor the victory. I will not try anything, reasoned Hermione, looking at the game, while Ron, Wendy, and Neville, who had sat next to them, no, with Dumbledore present. Do you want to leave to another Malfoy site? He said as he turned. Indeed, there was the blonde and his two friends. How did you know that Granger was here? Replied the blonde with disdain. Apis to articles for the hair. That hairstyle cannot leave natural, the chestnut responded, pointing at the top of the aforementioned, while Ron and Wendy endured laughter. Very funny, Malfoy said before lifting his head. How much do you think Potter endures this time? Maybe he doesn't fly like a bird. He heard that sometimes they fall. Neville got up and stared at him. Stell the Malfoy peak. Oi, how fear, the blonde mocked Longbottom. I thought you had accepted that you are not worth Gryffindor. Do not do the brave now. I are worth 12 as your Malfoy, said Neville, convinced. Malfoy and his henchmen broke out in laughter. If your brain out of gold, you would be poorer than Weasley, and with that I say everything. Longbottom. He began to look at the countryside, while Harry barely moved by locating the snitch saber. I begin to believe that they choose for Gryffindor the people who inspire hurting, this Potter who has no parents, Longbottom who has no brain, the Weasley do not have money, and Marvel that looks like an exit from a failed experiment of a hair spell, and let's not forget Great. He stopped when I noticed that Ron was sparking, literally. One more letter and I do not respond. Malfoy choku his fist with his palm, generating a small explosion of electricity. Nobody noticed that Wendy had also risen. Terrace against two seems a bit unfair. Don't you think? Said the Paliazal, calling everyone's attention. Noadai asked for your blue opinion, said the blonde while the public in the stands drowned a scream. Harry had launched with her broom towards the playing field. Look how lucky. It seems that Potter found a coin in the field. That's all. I shout, Rum giving Malfoy a blow that I take with electricity previously. Neville attacked Crabbe. Goyle seemed to go for him, but Wendy put himself in front. You forget someone, he said while Goyle looked at her perplexed, as if he didn't believe that a girl was a rival for him. Laughing as an idiot, he threw himself into the load. How wrong he was. Harry descended with the snitch in his hand, feeling just as good for having caught him in the same time interval of last time. When landing, he met his friends waiting for him. Why, Ron and Neville hugged Wendy while Hermione looked at them with reproach. We won Canturio, Ron, when she was close to them, and I left a purple eye to Malfoy and Neville took care of Crabbe alone. But that was not the best part, Neville said when it seemed to lose. Goyle fell on him because Wendy took care of him alone. This girl is a fighting machine, Ron said, taking Wendy from the shoulders once he took care of Goyle. I ended up with Crabbe as if nothing. Wendy was red like a tomato. Hermione had given a tick in her eye. You stop too. The uncomfortable both boys separated, Neville asking apologies, and Harry decided to go to the dressing rooms to change the team uniform. In the dressing rooms, he only found the twins laughing. And what do you plan? I ask. By taking you surprise. Harry, I speak. George, do not be scared again. In addition, can two people speak quietly without necessarily planning something? Harry looked at them with a raised eyebrow. Okay, if we plan for something, Fred said that Coral has been very nervous lately, so we think of making a little joke to lift her spirits. And I still think that since the end of the course is coming, it would get more nervous, said George. He remembers that last year he was also like this. They say that the post is cursed, the position is cursed, the position is cursed. Harry's neurons began working at a speed never seen before, until he remembered something Dumbledore told him the first time. Since Tom Riddle was rejected for the position, no defense professor against dark arts hard more than a year. The position is cursed. The position is cursed. Voldemort came and cursed the position. Dumbledore told him that Voldemort hid things in places that meant something for him. Voldemort passed through Albania twice when he left Hogwarts. How did not occur to me before? Harry shouted, surprising both twins. Then is a good idea to enchant fetid bombs to go behind their turban? Fred asked, looking at Harry while he changed at the speed of the lightning and left the dressing rooms. They guys are. I shouted while running in the direction of the castle. The Weasley twins stared at him. And this one that flies peak? George asked while Fred just shrugged. Harry began to run through the halls. If his suspicions were true, one of the horcrux was under his noses all the time, and he had even seen it. He remembered the headband the time he followed Malfoy to see what he plotted. And now he was in the same place, the men. He was surprised by the fact that he really finds a state under his noses, but that did not matter now. He would enter. He would ensure that the headband was in his place and then returned with Hermione to see him herself. After all, they were together in this. Step 3 times in front of the room with the mind totally blank as it remembered. When the sight entered, it was a disaster. The Hogwarts attic, on the way looking for the area in which he remembered. He was surprised not to see the closet that Malfoy uses for the invasion, until he recalled that said closet would not break until 2nd and would not use the twins until 5th. He would have to remember to destroy it before Malfoy can use it. He immediately found the headband. He was on a stone bust that did not see his face. Harry took the horcrux to leave it in a more accessible place and began to fly to better locate the exit. He had realized that the site itself was a maze. I leave the headband on a table in front of the door and left. I don't take Hermione for a long time. She literally crashed with her leaving the room. Ouk! Exclaimed her friend when falling to the ground. So you were Harry? Yes, here he was, replied the Raven, helping her friend get up. Where are the others? Ron kept telling Malfoy and told Wendy that she would look for you, I explained her friend. Where were you? Harry explained all the conclusion he had reached and everything he did in the men. What are you waiting for, Harry? He said. Now we don't waste time, we have a relic to destroy. They entered the room, and for their fate, the headband was still in place. Both boys approached to observe her carefully. It surprises me that it is really a horcrux, said Hermione, observing the headband. It is wasted infinite knowledge. I can let yourself be beating Voldemort when we end the if you want, Harry said mockingly. Hermione looked at him smiling. That's the most satisfactory that you've told me all day, he said. Do you do the honors, Lord Quadragones? Sarah, a pleasure, Lady Granger, Harry said, smiling by reverence. Hermione turned away a little while Harry carried magic in her hand. This time, a earth blow with tree leaves generated by the magic of the forest. Now Hermione gave the signal and Harry attacko just like last time. The horcrux jump in pieces, or at least that expected. The headband was crushed under his attack while a dark aura left the object dissolving in the air. One less. It made puree. Hermione said, looking with sorrow what was left of the headband. Harry took her and wondered if she still worked. Hesitant, she put it on her head. No. Hermione shouts, taking the headband. Immediately Harry, we still don't know if he is completely purified. Are you okay? What did you see? The totality of the square root of 2, Harry said, and there is something on top of the Empire State. That's what I took care of, Harry said. Hermione, taking out her wand, I spent a while before the headband was fine. But in the end, it seemed that she would never have been crushed by a stone. What are you doing to the headband for doubts? Because it is too risk that someone come by accident and take it. How do I know that you will not cheat in the exams? Don't you trust me? When you see her friend's scolding look, Harry sigh, to make sure you do not cheat. I will do the homework with you so that everything is legal. Hermione was a few moments and nodded. Right. I will leave you. In addition, a little smile. You would see you very effeminate with a Princess Potter headband. She released a laugh when she saw the expression that Harry had when she saw himself as a princess. They started leaving the room when Harry staggered. Are you okay? Hermione asked, holding to his friend. Demeta's mental burden, it was his only answer. That are to see the entire square root of 2, Hermione. They are too many numbers, perhaps some fire. I encourage me. Come your own fire. I can't. Dragonslayer's disadvantage is that you can't eat your own magic. I look at Hermione a few minutes and smiled. You could produce fire. Solid script. And I don't get well. He does that thought of your head. Try it calmly and let's see the result, he said while leaning on a wall. It's how to create letters separately. You add an effect and that's it. Just concentrate. Hermione Cerro los eyes. Harry needed fire. She was tired of not being able to achieve it. Even Ron had already achieved some electricity. It was just a matter of freeing. That was the idea. Required concentration. Not broken his head as a scam of arithments. Felt his magic flow through it. Solid script. Fire. The letters swirled around her. Keep calm. Do not alter when I finish forming. He burned. A word of full fire appeared between her and her friend. Harry was smiling. I start a little fire from the F and ate it. Not badly, he said, smiling. She came out incredible. Now it was Hermione who smiled. Once the fire was finished, both came out in the direction of the common room until Harry saw something. Is that not Malfoy? Indeed, Draco Malfoy was with his hair in tip, literally in all directions, while grumbling something about electric midwives. Harry could not avoid the impulse. He Malfoy! Shout-y hairstyle. Hermione could not resist. Hard rock. Punk. I shout with the raised fists, raising only the index and the little finger. Both hid behind a column when the blonde turned in search of them. Once left, the 2 temporary travelers returned to their common room by exploding in laughter. And so far, I hope you liked. We will see you in the next. One question, would they like Charles appeared this year or at the canon of the manga? Depending on his revs, he could modify the fee a little so that's all. Anything, as you know, in a rev below. Knows we read later. P.S. Happy start of classes to those who started the school or university, and that luck is always on its side. Now yes, Revs Del Chapter 20. Akane Kinomoto. I'm not quite sure if Harry will have an exceed, so I'm still starting my head with that. Master of the Dark Fiamma. Charles checks the note at the end of the chapter. Gajeel Red Fox crossover fan. Hahaja, yes, I put it as a joke, so I won't have any weight in the plot. More jokes of this indole are expected. Everything depends on my imagination. Dub 77. Here is the next. Sorry for the delay. But to my misfortune and that of many writers, nobody lives or wins a salary of FF. Shading Wall 49. Probable. But not this year. Mar 91. Haha, yes, it is because of the ease they have when the headband is under their noses, but remember that the rest is more dispersed. 0.739326. Charles. Look at the end of the chapter. Natsu and Happy will appear, but not yet. Horcrux's list.
Gedapelo de Slytherin.
State. Destroyed.
Diadema de Ravenclaw.
State. Destroyed. Gia Jeton Hidli. State. Without destroying.
Anillo de los Gaunt.
State. Without destroying. Location. Little Hangleton. Hufflepuff's Cup. State, without destroying. Location, Black Vault. Nagini. State, it is not a horcrux. Location, less than 3 meters from Voldemort. Septimo horcrux. The stranger. Sir, we will end the step, said Hermione. For then you will only have to end the snake, stop Caligasano, and nature will do the rest. Voldemort will die without anyone who attends it. OT will fade if we capture Pettigrew before he meets with Elle, said Harry, thoughtful. That was a better panorama than having to kill someone he would not like to stain his conscience with a life. This is that of his greatest adversary, Hermione. Do you realize that we would be directly related to someone's death? That would put us to the same level that a deadly. Hermione put himself by her side. Harry, I understand. I know you don't like the idea of killing someone, but if we don't, he will do it with us and will not put ethical conditions to the matter. He will simply take us out of the middle as flies. I know, said Harry, but that doesn't mean it's killing cold blood. And like that, that's why we are doing this. For the greatest good, whisper Harry. Now I understood a little of Dumbledore's act. And that's why I also didn't know whether to respect him or distrust him. I found it, I exclaimed, surprising everyone. Luck that Gryffindor's common room was almost empty. Or if I would not have caught attention, I found Flammel. Very read, Ron, Harry said, while Hermione. And this one, that Mosca Pico? Wendy asked, curious. Both boys shrugged. After a while, Hermione appeared with a huge book in his hands. I covered this book of the library for a light reading, but it never occurred to me to search the index. How could I be so clumsy? I exclaimed by dropping the book on the table. Look, the 3 children approached. Nicholas Flamel whispered with theatrical tone, it's the only known discoverer of the Philosopher's Stone. That did not have the effect she expected, although she didn't know why I wait for him, if she knew that the reaction was going to be the same. What? Wendy and Ron said. Oh, I don't understand it. Don't you know how to read? Look, read here. He pushed the book towards them, and the 3 read. The ancient study of alchemy is related to the discovery of the Philosopher's Stone, a legendary substance that has amazing powers. The stone can transform any metal into pure gold. Also produces the elixir of life, which makes immortal to which he drinks. There has been much talk about the Philosopher's Stone through the centuries, but the only stone that currently exists belongs to Mr. Nicholas Flamel, the remarkable alchemist and opera lover. Mr. Flamel, who completed 665 years last year, has a quiet life in Devon with his wife perennial of 658 years. That's what the dog keeps, that seeks the culprit. The Philosopher's Stone, sententio Harry, cheerful that at least they were already in line. Days later, Hagrid, I call once they had to do your homework. What are you doing here? Hagrid was worried at him. Nothing, I just read. And what are they doing here? They won't keep looking for Flamel, right? We have a homework, said Wendy, showing the giant his scroll. He has long found Flamel, and we already know what. Save Fluffy, the Philu stone. Hhhh. Hagrid reacted. They should not know that, I said. I look at both sides and speak in a whisper. It is sure to speak here. Come to my cabin tonight. It will be the best. That said, leaving 2 confusing children and 2 others with one thought. Now what the hell we do with Norberta? I wonder what section I was, Wendy asked while Ron was heading to that section. I need to say that the answer is not happy. Dragons, I exclaim, leaving several books at the table. Hagrid is looking about dragons. But what is the problem? I hope I didn't, said the redhead. She goes against our laws. Raising dragons was prohibited by the 1709 Magician Convention. Everyone knows. It was difficult for Muggles not to detect us if we had dragons in our gardens. Anyway, a dragon cannot be tamed. It is dangerous. You would have to see the burns that Charlie took with those wild dragons of Romania. When seeing Wendy's look and Harry raised her hands as a sign of innocence, at least those of this dimension. Seriously, I wonder what he will have. Shoo! Hermione said quickly while Harry got up. Does something Malfoy offers you? He said when he saw the blonde quite close to them. He simply looked at them with arrogance. The library belongs to Potter students, he said. Once you already believe the king of school? Wendy got up. If you just look for a book, then you don't act as if you will listen to others in secret. And what do you care? What does Blue Head? He said, just to go back to a burst of wind. Ron and Hermione got up with a threatening appearance. Seeing Ron, Malfoy simply came out of there. Ron sat with a smile of satisfaction on his face. I could get used to this, he said, sitting relaxed. Don't do it, said Harry, also sitting while the rest followed him. In addition, you are more pleasant than Malfoy, said Hermione. Ron blushed to the ears. Now, returning to the subject, remember, Wendy, what Dianter's plot Hagrid with a dragon. Already at night, the four children headed to Hagrid's cabin. I wonder what will Wendy speak in your cabin when I see the totally closed windows. I think it's obvious, right? If Hagrid was in the dragon section, that means that it has to do with a dragon. Hermione. I doubt I speak, Ron. Severably, yes, the dragons that we know are convictedly powerful, said Wendy, remembering 6 to Grandine. Once stop a tornado, soured, said Harry repentantly. Once Krulaka's ability of his power and launched the tornado in that direction, said information left the other two boys sweating cold. They did not imagine such power. To the devil everything. If one of those comes out this time, I do not want to know how dangerous it can be, said Hermione, terrified. The fact that there is such power disturbed her and much. And I believe that Charlie had it difficult in Romania. This sounds really dangerous, Ron thought, wondering how strong the world was from where his two friends came. Don't worry, Harry added quickly when he saw the face of his two friends, imagining the situation of a dragon here in this world. The dragons we know, although they are powerful, they are also rational. They would not attack unless they have a good reason, said statement completely to their friends. However, Harry did not comment all the information. This dragon's theme had remembered Krulaka's text before leaving. He had warned him about a dragonslayer who got too carried away by his own power until he became a complete dragon, and dedicate himself to killing both dragons. As human, he only expected two things. That Krulak was safe, as he could become strong enough to destroy that thing, although to him, or would the same as with Voldemort apply? Wendy's voice took Harry from his thoughts. "We," he said while knocking on the door. A bark was heard and the door opened, letting Fong out, who started trying to lick his ears. "Athras Fong," Hagrid said as he passed the four children. Hagrid closed the door immediately behind them. Hiddenly, Harry approached the window to completely close the curtain, for doubts. "How did you get him, Hagrid?" asked Ron, looking at the egg that rested in the fireplace. "I got it by playing the cards. I was definitely happy to get rid of the Hagrid while watching the fire with admiration, imagining the creature that would leave him. All we could open at least the window." "I'm roasting," said Hagrid, shook her head. "If you doubt them." "Apart, Ron, the cabin is quite fresh," Harry said while 3 pairs of eyes looked at him. "Dragonslayer of fire," I explained, Wendy. "It returns immune to very hot environments. I think it could even endure the lava, although we prefer not to risk seeing Hagrid's strangeness." Harry approached the fire and took a wood on his naked physical. "Great," he said. "How is it that—" "I explained to you," Wendy said as Harry approached Hermione. "See, better we ask about the stone traps." "Where?" replied her friend. "For that it is not so suspicious that we know how to pass them. It will be better to have an alibi." "Very smart, Harry," replied Hermione. "I don't do it," replied the worried Harry. Hermione only laughed. "Incurable," Hagrid said, once finished the explanation of the Paliazal about the Dragonslayer. "I would love to talk to one of them. Sound fascinating. Where are they?" "We don't know," said Harry, approaching. "They said July 7th from 7 years ago." "Oh, I'm sorry," Hagrid replied. "And Fluffy, of course, there they had their chance." "Now he defends the stone," said Ron. "Well, a help is not bad either, right?" "They should not know that," Hagrid said very seriously. "He who let in Halloween must look for her. The creature was a distraction," said Hermione. "Even thus, I don't think they have Fluffy as the only defense, right?" "Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you," said Hagrid. "But Hagrid," Harry said, remembering Hermione's tactics in her past life, "Dumbledore would trust your life. Something you have to know." "No?" Hagrid swells his chest with pride. "Well, I guess it's nothing wrong with this. Let me see, I lent Fluffy. Then some of the teachers enchanted, Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall had the fingers, the teacher Quirrell, and the same. Dumbledore, of course. Wait, I have forgotten someone. Oh, of course, the Professor Snape," he said, and a noise was heard behind the door. Hagrid paled. "Who is there?" I asked in a trembling voice as he approached the door, while Harry went to the window to see who he was. Once again, I noticed Malfoy running towards the castle. This did not predict anything good. "Malfoy," said Ron, "that he was also seeing through the window for some reason not to follow us, and surely that's why he is here." "Why is it so familiar that you are for Gryffindor and have a Slytherin stepping on your heels?" said Hagrid thought. Once this said, the four said goodbye. Hagrid promised that he would send a note saying when he would open the egg, unless Nazca at night, according to Ron's observation. Returning to the castle, the boys went close to the 3rd floor while talking about the possibility of a dragon, until they heard noises from a classroom. Stealth, they put on both sides of the door, which was ajar, to listen to what happened. "SS Severus, HMF." they heard a dry blow against the wall and then struggles before hearing Snape's voice. The fact spoke slowly that you are here tonight, just make your intentions more clear. It is a luck that I will find you, isn't it? Harry lifted an eyebrow. What the hell did those two talk? You crush, I whispered, the voice they recognized as Quirrell. It's better like that, Snape's son Ape said. Pleased? I better do someone else, stop struggling and it will be easier. But HMF. He sounded again and noise began to be heard like a violent struggle. Hermione blushed to the tip of her hair and began to fan her with her hand, breathing agitatedly. Ron and Wendy only looked curious and Harry felt she was going to vomit. What do? Wendy asked in a low voice. There are. Mind innocent, Harry thought. Ron approached the gate. He seems that they are fighting. He didn't see very well from here, but Snape is crushing Quirrell on a wall on the other classroom. They are struggling and it seems that Snape has his arm on Quirrell. Hermione began to breathe, even more stirred, while Harry felt that now she was going to vomit. A dry blow and a small noise were heard, as if someone had fallen to the ground. Snape has given Quirrell a knee, so Ron. Harry with a sign told him to shut up. You don't want to have me as an enemy. They listened to Snape. Your leg seems to be better, Quirrell said with a drowning voice. They heard a cape noise and the four left there as quickly, silent, who could not stop until they reached the men. Once inside, they could breathe normally. What? Snape would threaten Quirrell with respect to the stone? Ron asked. I have no idea, said Wendy, but you will have had your reasons. Isn't it obvious? Hermione speak. I begin to believe, Harry concluded, which is Quirrell who wants the stone. Didn't they hear it? What? Wendy and Ron said at the same time. Hermione buffo. What Harry wanted to say, I look at his friend, it's that Quirrell goes behind the stone. The four looked at each other. Ron and Wendy understood what he meant. Why someone like Quirrell would like the stone? Ron asked. He has a reason, explain Wendy. Or living forever, said Ron. Oh, cure someone. Oh, by your own Quidditch team. What? Said the redhead when he saw everyone's eyes in the eye. Would do so if I had my own stone. It is not so much. That would be the best case, said Hermione, but it is unlikely. We live in a world of magicians. If you want money, what work? Nobody can live forever. And if you want to cure someone, to use potions. That leaves the Quidditch option for discards, said Ron. I hope I don't. Ron, Harry interrupted it. What the hell would make Quirrell with a Quidditch team? That is enough to shut up the redhead. I spend a week from the incident with Hagrid without many details until one day, a note with the calligraphy of the Semigigante arrives. Is about to leave. Ron wanted to skip the classes, but Hermione did not leave him. Even with the redhead arguments, already at night, the four went to the Semigigator cabin. An unbearable heat is, Wendy said, while Hermione and Ron tried to fan in vain. Well, Harry asked, anxious about the egg. Hagrid only snorts sweaty. Little is missing, he said, just speaking. A small noise from the fireplace was heard. The five looked at the expectation until a crack appeared in the cascaron. Rapid. Get it? Said Hagrid. Harry grabbed the egg and put it on the blanket Hagrid had put on the table. When he came into contact with the wet fabric, the egg began to fire steam and crack more to make sure everyone sees. Harry and Wendy manipulated the air to make the steam aside, while the cracks grew until, crack, the egg broke, leaving a small dragon that the two travelers in time knew quite well. To fool Hagrid to see the Cryocharita, isn't it beautiful? It's beautiful, Wendy said to dismay the other three. The dragon looked like an old and wrinkled umbrella with sultans. It didn't seem beautiful. I like Norberto, said the Ambesius Semisigit. Wendy nodded. Time began to spend and Norberto grew at an alarming step. Even Wendy was starting to worry. Let him go, Hagrid once said that Harry and she had gone to talk to the Semisigit. Can't, he replied. He has grown twice its size in a week. You can't have it so difficult, I mentioned Harry. Even so, Hagrid insisted. Did something? Asked Hermione. Nothing, Wendy said. He has obsessed with the poor, and sooner or later he will begin to need space or spit fire. Harry was thoughtful for a moment until I look at Ron. Charlie, you are also bad in the head. I'm Rum. Remember? No, said the Harry, you brother Charlie in Romania with the dragons. He can with Norberto, and when he grows up he will release him. Perfect, said smiling. Let me write the letter. You will warn and convince Hagrid. I take more time than expected, but in the end they convinced the Semigigant to let go to the dragon at a good time, because the creature hit the walls with its tail by shaking the entire cabin. Oh! Ron exclaimed when Wendy treated his wound. I'm sorry, said the movie, but I have never treated one of these before. The swelling under a little although it was still green. See better that you go to the nursing, Ron said Harry, as we are in charge of Norberto. Then it will be better than two of us with the Harry layer while one stays here, Hermione said once Ron had gone, giving Harry a significant look. Then we better use Harry and Yo, Wendy said before Hermione continued. Both we know how to fly correctly, which will give us the opportunity to leave the astronomy tower in case they COR. The chestnut that stared at her. The bad thing is that neither of them knew how to refute that argument, so it would be the movie that accompanies Harry. On the way to nursing to see Ron, Harry took advantage of the fact that Wendy advances a bit to talk in whispers with Hermione. Tranquila, I will not forget the cape. Hey, I answer your friend, I have a bad feeling. The fact that, as in his last life, Malfoy has stolen the letter I did not help so calm Hermione. Already at night, Harry and Wendy headed towards Hagrid's cabin. Here, she said the semi-sigil passing the cage with the dragon inside. I put food and her teddy bear in case she feels alone. I have sorrow for the bear, Harry said when they were on their way to the astronomy tower. Wendy released a small giggle for the comment until they heard a few steps around the hall. In serious, teacher, Malfoy shouted while he was held by the ear. Harry Potter will come, and with a dragon. Tortoise said Professor McGonagall, that excuse is really bad. Mr. Malfoy, 20 points will cost her little expedition. Be sure. Malfoy is in trouble, Sussurro Wendy excited once they left. I could start jumping. Don't do it, Harry said. We almost arrived. In the end, after long minutes of walking, they arrived at the tower just at the same time as Charlie's friends packed everything and the final left. What relief, said Wendy leaning on the window. Alfizo, I thought we didn't count it. Tell me, said Harry, until I noticed that Wendy was distracted. Pasta something? The night, she said looking at the sky. Seeing Harry noticed that there were many stars that night. She made her the first night she was with Wendy. Is equal to the first night we met, she said. She was scared and we covered each other under the same blanket. Shoo, there was one, because if we hadn't frozen, said Harry. Wendy began to laugh. Not necessarily, you said you walked quite warm. Harry thanked that he was slightly dark because he felt that he had blushed a bit, in addition to that curious pounding in the chest. See better that we get used, he said pulling Wendy by the hand leaving the astronomy tower. Why did he feel that horrible feeling that he was doing something wrong? The answer was downstairs, with the shape of Filch and Mrs. Norris. In his distraction, Harry forgot the layer again. Now, those who are interested in themselves, Charles, it will appear in this story. Yes, if you are going to do it, however, I have two options. 1. It appears in the first year of Hogwarts, but I would have to alter the fairy tale canon a little. 2. It appears when it appears in the manga in the Saga of Prayer 6 as the only member of Kate's shelter. Both options will be in a survey that will open after this chapter and close in 2 weeks. To see that a week is very little time now. It will appear to the same time as Panther Lily with a different story, of course. This another detail. Because I will start another university cycle this Monday, I'm going to take a little longer at the time of writing. So I would appreciate your understanding very much. It looks only to see an enraged crowd waiting for him. This is going to be ugly. Throws a practice doll and the massacre begins. Once ends, decides to leave. Okay. I know it takes me. It turns out that for matters. As for the responses of the Revs, Gajeel Red Fox crossover fan. I'm glad you are interested. I hope to maintain the interest level. As for Charles, the votes indicated that it appears now. It would appear at the same time as Panther Lily. Even so, you have spoiled the FIC half Ficate. Master of the Dark Fiamma. How strange. Your 2 p.m. arrived, but Bay, here is the next chapter. PD.2. No practice doll was hurt during this author's note, except the beginning. Poff. He rang throughout the common room twice while Harry and Wendy were left over because of the blow that Hermione sent, both using the book where they found Flammel. Because Paff. Demons Paff. They forgot. Poff. The cape, shouted the chestnut while hitting both boys who only wore to cover themselves to calm the pain. Because Hermione. He also caught you, recalco Harry, earning only another extra blow. Hermione, he said cautiously while Harry and Wendy were the Shoshones. Exactly. How did they catch you? Hermione turned to the redhead while explaining what happened last night. Hermione's thought. Hermione was quietly sitting in an armchair waiting for the moment when Harry and Wendy were going through the portrait, although they really did not do, so it was normal for them to take a while to return. About 30 minutes passed until I heard a few steps that moved stealthy in the dark. Hermione got up from her armchair, while looking in the direction of noise, until Neville appeared. Oh, Neville, said the chestnut, knew that the boy was going to go out to tell them about Malfoy, quite noble, but unnecessary after all. This time they would not catch them. What are you doing here? I ask. Neville looked at her scared. Skoosh to Malfoy saying that I was going to have a trap for you for some of a Dragoni. Look at the sorry for the apartment. I don't want you to get into trouble. Hermione resisted the impulse to hug him. The boy was only looking for the best for his. There is nothing to worry about, he said. They are fine. A sound of steps alert both boys. It seemed to come from outside. What is that? Neville asked, taking a step forward. Arguably nothing, Hermione said, although she was not so sure. They seemed to come from the entrance box. Hermione approached, hitting the portrait door. I listen again, a couple of feet. They succeeded. Thought, it's nothing, he said, trying to return to Neville to the bedroom. Once again, the noise of steps became more intense, as if someone outside tried to enter. It seems that the password forgot, the chestnut thought before rebuking herself. Harry never forgot the tower password. It seems something else. I'm going to open the portrait, said Neville. Hermione took it by the shoulder. No, Neville, he said, he goes from me. Neville looked at her strangely. Hermione simply opened the portrait and looked towards the hall. For a minute I hoped to see Harry's face floating in the middle of the air, but she saw nothing strange. I looked to the sides until I noticed something invisible near an armor, which was far from the portrait. "Man, the door here," he told the boy as he left. It seemed strange that Harry simply hid. The reason was that he was not Harry. When Hermione approached the armor, Peeves became visible, showing her hands and feet that had a shoe in each limb. Hence the noise they heard. Holy, greet the ghost before disappearing. Hermione gave a tick in the eye until someone called her. Hermione! Neville almost shouted while pushing the portrait that seemed to have come alive and closing alone. The chestnut began to run, trying to reach the box. Unfortunately, when I arrived it simply closed as if nothing. Seeing it in front, realized that, to be a portrait, the fat lady had more social life than one believed. What demons, the chestnut whispered when he saw the empty picture. Oh, did not you know? Peeves said, appearing floating with Hermione next to Hermione. When a portrait keeps a door and this is empty, if the picture opens, automatically closes to prevent the entry of intruders. Once the alarm is activated, it cannot be reopened until the portrait returns. I swelled the cheeks and shot back, leaving Hermione looking towards the painting. Hijada, he said, thinking about Mrs. Gorda, until a Caraspio rang behind her. When she turned, Professor McGonagall looked at her seriously. Hole, Hermione said with an innocent smile, until the teacher told her to go with her. Hermione's thought end. That is really bad luck, Ron commented as the chestnut unloaded her frustration against Harry, who only managed to cover himself with her hands. The redhead just came from the infirmary only to discover that, although the plan was successful, they caught their 3 friends and took 50 points to Gryffindor, according to Harry. Once they found themselves in the Harry and Wendy men. Harry's thought, in his carelessness, he had forgotten the layer. Harry could not help feeling more stupid, however. All that guilt became astonishment to see who was in the office along with Malfoy. Hermione looked at him and his expression passed from frustration, fury. Harry felt a chill. Then, Professor McGonagall Caraspio calling the attention of those present. For students out of bed, said the teacher while the 4 looked at her. Harry didn't know what to say. The truth? I wouldn't believe them. An excuse? There was no time to make a credible run and cry. Not in Malfoy front, although it was stupid to simply think of that action. Well, McGonagall said, staring at them. Cin. Wendy started, but Harry gave him a slight squeeze by his hand. He didn't want the 50 to triple. Do you have? Malfoy said, surprised. If I think I can remove 100, Mr. Malfoy said, the teacher focusing on the blonde. Malfoy under his head. Since he is well masculous, it would have been very fun to see it if it were not because they were in the same problem. The 4 will receive punishment, to be communicated later. I called the janitor who was in a corner the Malfoy has to her common room. I will take these 3. The road to the common room never seemed so long, however, after countless minutes. They came where the fat lady was. Because of her expression and the disheveled state of the dress, Harry thought she had gone to a fairy tale style party. Here I leave them, said McGonagall, turning around to leave. Once he had moved a few steps he turned around. For a certain Mr. Potter I call, it is not in a life or death situation. You can release Miss Marvel. Harry's hand was redder than a tomato. So, in a nutshell, said Ron. We understand it, said Hermione Calmata. Now we only wait for that blessed punishment and we don't get into trouble. And we would have to warn Hagrid that the plan was a success, Wendy mentioned while leaving the room. It is preferable not to tell him that they caught us. He will get evil, said Harry, recalling the friendliness of the giant. Although it wouldn't take long for him to find out, the next morning, the entire castle had learned about the loss of points. Luckily, because it was not a huge amount, the emotion did not happen to be a surprise, and Hagrid, in an apology plan, sent them to the 4 sweets made by the same. They were good, but they had to heat them in Harry before giving them a bite. You are a portable fire, Ron said as he roasted one of his sweets next to the raven who had his head on fire. The aforementioned let out a growl that caused the laugh of the other two. Luckily, they were far from the busiest lands of the castle, so they did not attract so much attention. Time passed and exams were getting closer and more. They had reduced training time to study. One afternoon, Wendy, separated from the group to go to the bathroom, was back until I heard something close. No, not please again. Wendy hid behind a wall and tried to put the ear as much as he could, until I hear a voice that put his hair on end. I will not allow more churl failures, I spoke the voice. It was cold as the ice and fired infinite cruelty. Wendy continued listening. You have not made any advance and I feel that I weaken more and more. That low energy must be for your incompetences. No, my lord, not at all. Is there anything else I can weaken it? Maybe it's the magic of the castle. You don't speak stupidly, said the voice. The castle magic does not work that way, although it has given me to think. But it is impossible. There is no way that— My sir? Quirrell interrupted. I didn't interrupt him. Wendy thought desperately because he had cut off the best part. The voice spoke again. You just do not fail, Quirrell, again, and everything will be agreed. I will regain my strength. More, and I— Quirrell was excited for a second. The voice sighs. Yes, Quirrell, you will have your own Quidditch team. Quirrell was glad. Why did you take so long? Harry asked with a mixture of concern and confusion to see her arrive so agitated. Said something. Tarigo news, he said, and began to tell what I hear from Quirrell and that strange voice. At the end, Ron was standing. I know that I wanted a Quidditch team, exclaimed the redhead, leaving the other three perplexed, but— Are you sure, he said. Chudley cannons? No one fanatic of cannons can be bad, said Ron, said La Paliazle. In addition, the cold voice said she had had a downturn. Bagenda, Harry said before looking sideways at Hermione. That part of the information had him worried. S.I. Wendy said, I mentioned that something was weakening it. I was going to give an indication, but Quirrell interrupted him. Whatever, it must be good if he is weakening it. It must be some spell, said Ron. Bill had once that there are traps in the pyramids that weakens the looters to enclose them inside. But this is not a rum pyramid. It is a school, said Hermione, worried. Says Dumbledore knows the intruder of the intruder. Did you see something, Wendy? Nothing, the movie replied. I was hidden so I couldn't see it well, but whoever is the one who goes behind the stone. I worry that someone is in Hogwarts, Harry said. Knowing who was Quirrell's guest, more than everything, he was worried about the fact that he could feel the horcruxes. Will it be that for those actions the location of the others changed? What if now makes the search even more difficult? I didn't know, but it was something that he and Hermione had to find out how to give rise. The morning in which the punishment note Harry would arrive got up earlier than usual. He was starting to make a custom, since he allowed him to think clearly, and talk to Hermione, who was on the double-double couch in the common room. Hey, greeting as always, not receiving an answer. I surround the armchair to realize that her friend had fallen asleep. She had probably stayed the night awake. Carefully not to lift it, she sat next to her watching the fire. I don't know what will happen from now on, she said. She knew her friend didn't listen to him, but she felt more released explaining her fears. I do not know if Voldemort will discover that we are destroying the horcruxes, or if I change them if it does. Now that we know where the majority is, I fear returning to the beginning and end. Her friend on her shoulder, although I don't think they spend a lot of time, at least not you. While you have you by my side we can find them where they are. Hermione. Harry, Hermione? I ask in a low voice. It was not his intention to awaken. Don't leave me. She whispers in dreams. He just smiles. I will never leave you. He gave a yawn and looked at the window. It seemed to be early, so he lay on the armchair and fell asleep. Harry listens to laughs and some lullables like older girls. I even listened to the twins saying something like Percy, paying, but I didn't understand it. Wendy's voice ended up waking him. Harry. The raven opened his eyes and saw nothing more than almost the entire Gryffindor's common room looking in his direction. Harry rose suddenly. What, how, when he said incoherently to see that many members of his house smile rogue. Harry, George said. Little Don Juan, I concluded. Fred behind Seamus, Dean, Neville, and Ron laughed at what happened. Wendy looked at him with frown and tight fists, completely red. When Harry was going to say something, Hermione woke up. It was the only thing that stuck to see the entire common room looking at them. immediately color change and began to babble nonsense, generating more smiles and all. You enough, I shout, Percy visibly annoying all to breakfast. Here there is nothing to do, and you said, pointing to both children who were still in pajamas, I better go to change, and thank you to be waiting for a punishment, or told McGonagall Hermione change while the rest of the lions went to breakfast. Except one. Wendy left the room made a sea of confusion. On the one hand, it seemed funny that Hermione. I almost didn't remember when it had been the last time he felt like that. It had been 2 years before arriving at Hogwarts, when Lysana still lived. Wendy's thought, Kana had taken them to an orphanage for children, in their words, because they were very small to deal with the big ones without being crooked, and just there they had spent all day playing among children of their age. Wendy liked that place. Apparently, Kana had stayed there before reaching the guild. The area was calm and everything liked. Except one thing. As soon as they told their stories, including some missions, many girls had approached Harry wanting to know more. He didn't know why, but he didn't like it, and the worst thing was that Harry did not realize. He had spent all day, and Wendy was glad to get out of there. The boys were pleasant and the girls were fun if Harry came out of his sight. But that feeling of discomfort did not leave her calm. So I take the next day that Harry trained with Natsu to talk to the closest person. Lysana. Hey Lys, he said, as I looked at both. Fighting yesterday, something weird happened to me. Lysana looked at her, curious. What, Wendy thing? The Peliasal told him what happened in the orphanage and how he felt when some girls approached Harry. The Pelablanca remained thoughtful for a few seconds until he only smiled. Probably just issues to lose, Harry, he said. He was next to you. You should not please the idea of getting away from Elle. Oh, Wendy said. Lysana just smiled at him. Don't worry, he said. In moments like these it is to tell someone in confidence so that she hides, Harry, that she does not move away from you. I dedicate a smile from ear to the Natsu brand ear eye. Wendy smiled and hugged the girl. If it happens again, Wendy thought, of course we don't think you were to die. And now he was in an unknown dimension, far from his home and further from Grandine than ever. The last thing that clung to that world was Harry, and now he preferred to spend time with Hermione. That feeling of annoyance invaded her again. Now she had no one to tell anything, or maybe yes. With a determined step, he went to the letters. I barely arrived, parchment and pen bag, and began writing, telling what happened and how he felt, in addition to a brief summary of what I explained. Lysana. I barely finish it. I looked up. Hedwig? Your punishment will take place at 11 o'clock at night. Mr. Filch will wait for them in the lobby. Professor McGonagall. Amid the entire Wendy mess, he had forgotten the punishment. For a minute he thought about counting it but preferred not to do it. It is not necessary either. Tell the other message to Harry, he told Hedwig, and the owl left there. Wendy supposed the great dining room. I look towards the owl of the school and I call it and then put the note and send it to fly. And this Wendy? Harry asked when he noticed that he was not at Gryffindor's table. He said, I went to the letters. Ron replied, eating a toast. He probably remains there. The owls delivered the morning mail, leaving Harry and Hermione the punishment note. Looking like Wendy played an equal, said Hermione, seeing that both her note and Harry's were the same. In the distance, Malfoy swallow. I still worrying Wendy. She is going to miss breakfast, Harry said. She was too worried about the fact that she is alone. I'll seek her. She took her backpack and 2 toasts. I'll see them in transformations, he said, and left. I see that they have spent time together, said Ron. Apices and breakfast. Probably that's why I take 2, said Hermione thought. Ron looked at her. It will be better than we have breakfast and we take them something later. 2 toasts do not fill a single person. They will do it with 2. It's the most intelligent that I heard you say in life, said Hermione, blinking surprised. Gratiasite Muscullo the redhead, while putting his red ears. Hermione smiled. Harry, I wish to have the map of the Marauder, at least to find Wendy. I had not yet thought about how to get it from the twins, but it didn't matter now. Finding her friend was a priority, as listening to her pleas, she recognized Wendy's hair color when turning a corner. Wendy, I call. However, the girl ignored her. I call again and stopped. Harry reached her with the toast in her hand. Hey, what? He said in a sheer tone, even turning his back. I brought you something, to have, Hermione. What? Harry asked, confused. I didn't see you go to breakfast and breakfast time is about to finish, so logically I brought them to you. I'm not hungry, he said, and as if listening to them, Wendy's stomach grows soundly. Yen said, extending the toast coma. Wendy turned and took the toast by giving him a mitery, and then ending it in 3 snacks, surprising Harry. After the surprise, the haughty gave him the other. I have already had breakfast, so you can finish it once again. Wendy finished 4 bites. What happened? Harry asked. I missed him to act that way when he had never acted before. On that, the Palazzo turns out it is not normal for you to spend so much time with Hermione. Oh, said the Ravenso, it was that, you are wrong, she is my friend as well as Rum. Asa, I was gonna say just as you but thought that the thing would worsen. The point is that it is not that I prefer anyone apart. How do you think that I will fulfill my promise if I alleged you? Wendy looked at it. Were you serious? Harry smiled. As my name is Harry Potter. Wendy hugged him, burying his head on his chest, and Harry felt that he blushed, although deep down he liked to hug him like this. I'm sorry, both said when they separated, just to end up laughing at the coincidence. Already with the resolved conflict, they went to the transformations classroom where Ron and Hermione. Tell me that at least these have butter, Wendy said as the stomach growled softly. Of course he took, said the chestnut, by passing the toast. Ron gave Harry theirs while, without the Raven being able to avoid it, she steals a. Hey, the aforementioned complained. I'm sorry, said the redhead, but I like me. The girls began to laugh until McGonagall arrived and made them pass. That same day, 11 p.m. Ron stayed to wait for them while the three boys went down to the lobby where the warden waited for them with Malfoy at the door. They went out to the castle, and the night of the night, through the three, toward the land of the castle until they heard a voice. Are you your Filch? Hagrid's Vazron was heard through the night. Wendy smiled and approached Harry. Can't be so bad if we go with Hagrid, right? Wendy asked. I listened to it and throw a growl that looked like a laugh. They will only be with the Grandalon, right? Said the concierge, that in the light of the candle Lucia more horrible than usual eye. Malfoy stopped suddenly. The forest? They won't think about us, right? Listen to there are wolf men. Wendy tense. Hombres wolf? Filch smiled macabrely. Of course also heard that they like tender meat. They already know their smile like a child's. Both trembled. Hermione was outraged. She was taking advantage of the moment to scare them intentionally. Harry Caraspio and Target up. If they hadn't realized, there is no full moon, so there are no werewolves, said this. Continued to walk quietly. The others also followed, Filch grumbling about physical punishments. Well, said Hagrid, once the janitor would have gone, now we are gathered, this is the matter. They began to enter the forest. Alguin has been hurting the unicorns lately. I found one dead a few weeks ago. And now I point out a point on the path where a thick silver liquid appeared. The is the blood of unicorn. It is still fresh, it is still fresh, it is still fresh, it is still fresh. Recently attacked, and it is close to here. Our work is to find it and to be serious. Prevent it from continuing to suffer. The latter added with a sad tone. What happens if what hurt unicorn finds us first? Malfoy asked. Nothing happened to you if they are with me or with Fong, said the Simigigant. Now we will divide into two groups to cover more land. As a search mission, Wendy said. Harry nodded. It seemed like a typical mission of the guild in which they had to search or find a certain object. A what? Malfoy asked. Harry simply stirred his hand by gathering importance. As the blonde said, I want to go with Fong. The dog threw a sound that looked like a mixture between grunt and pitiful groan. Well, said Hagrid, but I warn you that she is a coward. Now, Wendy and you will go with the East, and Harry, Hermione. Before Harry separated, he approached Wendy in his ear and said, Caredly with Malfoy, if something happens, do not contain. Wendy nodded and left with the blonde and the dog. What demons is a search mission? Malfoy asked as they walked without worrying about lowering the voice. Baha, your voice, Wendy said, ignoring your question. I ask you something, the blonde replied. A task was the only thing, the girl responded. Malfoy snort. Annoyed her to hide things and did not settle for simple answers. He just a task? It sounded like something more complex, he said. Wendy only clicks the tongue. In that some nearby branches began to make noise. QQ, that was that? I ask fearful. Malfoy lifted my eyebrow. The wind, he said, although an idea began to form in mind while Wendy followed the path. He moved to be slightly hidden. I took a rock from the road, threw it into an opposite shrub to the site where he was, and put himself behind a tree. What was that? Both the girl and the dog turned in that direction to find nothing. Malfoy? I asked, to see that the blonde was gone. In that some hands held her by the shoulders and a hoarse voice whispered in her ear, I come for your blood. Wendy, I turn and shouted as strongly, do not kill me. Dodges a bullet. Okay, so far chapter 22. I hope you liked it. Any questions, comment, attempt to. Bringing the chapter a blade is nail next to him. Okay, I know that it takes a lot. I really feel it. I am starting the final stretch of this cycle and I am quite busy. In addition to the fact that I follow another story for those who know Percy Jackson passes through my profile and other events that do not give me time to write. but calm, that this story does not take me armed Voldemort with artificial dragonslayer in the distant spoiler is heard. Crystal Butterfly. I'm glad you like it. Here continuing, Jack Dark Hell. You will know how it follows in this episode. Lissicatila. I'm glad you like it. MUO30. Your wait term. The Dark Angle. Hahahaja. Manza Chan Chan Chan. Tie it. I'm glad you like history. Doubt is resolved in this chapter. I'm glad you don't. Angry the delay it takes a weight off of. Shading Wall 49. I upload it as soon as I can. While everything was happening, see anterior chapter. A black hair man was quietly sitting reading the newspaper while his friend was in front of him, apparently trying to talk. We are serious, many years have passed, it must have left England. Of much lunatic, I would have to leave the country too. And now I need to stay here. I know. Lupin looked nervously. After all, Sirius had more responsibilities now with Harry and Wendy. Wow. He never believed that he thought of that prayer. Before saying something else, Jenna appeared. He carried a scroll in his hands and read it, blinking as if he did not believe what he read. Do good, Jen? Asked the lycanthrope. Sirius looked at him. Sirius, Lupin Rio mentally. The animago put that nickname trying to approach her and only want to curse, while Lupin could call her so quietly. Important Remus, I just need something, he said, still holding the letter because he doubted it was an important notice. If so, he would have notified them. Sirius, have you seen our Flypluma? Asked the ineffable. In my desk. I leave her there after sending the Nimbus to Harry. Why? Replied the animago. I need her, said the woman before disappearing from the view. Sirius looked at Lupin. What is brought in hand? Asked. No idea, Lupin replied, shrugging. Sirius got up, most likely to discover what was in that scroll. Sighing, Lupin followed. I don't think it's a good idea. We ask him, said the animago, heading to the site where the Flyplum was. When she arrived in the room, she stayed stone. Lupin approached and listened. I don't know much about your world, but if something I know is that he does not know what he is doing, if what tells me is true, it is likely that she feels close to him because he has defended her. Talk to Harry, he will surely tell you what happened. Sirius looked at Remus, perplexed. Was he writing a letter to Wendy? Be careful, Remus opened the door. Who walks there? Jenna asked, getting up, seeing Remus and Sirius. Sigh. Are something genus? Asked Sirius. Jenna frowned. It's a private. Sirius. Nothing more. I try to hide the letter on the site desktop with your body. But Remus took it. If one of the two needs help, we can give it to them, said Sirius. It's our responsibility to ensure that they are well. Sirius Black, assuming a responsibility? I don't believe it, said the ineffable with a mocking smile. Way is jealous? Remus asked, reading the letter. Jenna looked at him. Apparently he had not noticed that they had taken the letter. I try to ask Remus, but Sirius took her first before reading it. The letter said, Dear Jenna, I don't know how to start this. Honestly, I don't even know whether to tell. But at the time we met, you told me that I could trust you, and at the moment I do not know who to talk to. Today something happened, Harry, as you will know, except Hermione, from some thugs the same day we arrived. Apparently this made both a lot of confidence. You will wonder what to do with this. Well, it turns out that today the whole house found them two sleeping together on a sofa. Apparently that seemed normal to everyone since they did nothing to separate them, although Ron's older brother mentioned telling Professor McGonagall, but did not. In this world, it is normal for people to approach so much. What do I do with Harry? Why do I feel this uncomfortable? I don't know and not how to act. I would appreciate that you would help me. Greetings to Sirius. Wendy. Sirius finished reading the letter before an imaginary tear of the eye is removed. I'm so proud of that boy, he said. Path. It rang throughout the Jenna room, had hit Sirius. There is Canudo, sigh Lupin, sobering the bridge of the nose for exasperation. Oh! Shouted the animago, grabbing the back of his head. Why did you do that, Jenna? Because first, you are a Matiche, second, you should not be happy for Harry for what he is doing, and third, because I know you and I would swear that this behavior is Sirius Black. No, I replicate the animago, I don't give any advice to Harry. Well, maybe that time, I knew. Annoyed Jenna interrupted. Lupin's sighs resigned. It's not what it seems, said the animago in his defense. The only thing I said was in the dripping cauldron before entering so that fame does not rise to the head. The two adults were silent. They could not believe what they heard. It's the best advice you've given in your life, Lupin said. Sirius made a pot. Swallow give good advice from time to time, you and James know it, especially with the test. The two Jenna was still perplexed, but then stirred with his head to clarify the mind. I suppose you have good ideas from time to time, he said, making the animago smile. Well, but changing the subject, what do we say to Wendy? Lupin asked. The three stayed thinking. What do you think is what hurts the unicorns, Hagrid? Asked Hermione, playing his role as a girl who knows nothing. The idea, the Semisigit replied, there are not many things capable of catching a unicorn, not to talk about hurting it. They are very pure beings and put behind that tree. Vossifier, when he heard a noise of something crawling, Hermione backed away a few steps. However, Harry lit a ball of fire and put on guard in guard. There are something that should not be here, Hagrid said. The noise walked away. That must be what is hurting the unicorns. We better continue. Let's go from that thing, said Hermione, knowing who was the culprit in truth. The group kept walking while Harry kept her fireball and had her crossbow loaded by doubts. Hermione, not wanting to prove that she wasted time, I try to invoke something. Solid script. The wind swirled and formed the word that remained floating in front of Hermione, as if it were a throwing shield. What rays? Asked the Semisigit to see what the chestnut did. Wendy and I knew some extra tricks, so we taught Hermione and Ron. I explained Harry. The Semisigit flicker confused and nodded. I must admit that it is a good way to know how to defend himself in addition to a covered. I shout and point to a tree. Hermione undo his spell and hit Harry slightly on his shoulder, so that he would not reveal more than the account. Salga from there. Hagrid, I'm armed. I assure it. Just Harry turned off his fire when a man, or at least half man and half horse, came out of the thickness of the forest. A Hagrid recognized him, and under the weapon Ola Ronan. Hagrid. I greet the centaur looking at the crossbow. Do you were shooting? No, the semi-schedule replied down the weapon, but it never hurts to be cautious, Ronan. They are Harry and Hermione, Hogwarts students. Alumnos, and do they learn a lot at school? Asked the centaur. Yes, quite, said Hermione. It is pleasant to hear that, said the centaur before looking at the sky. Mars and Saturn shines a lot. Both children looked at each other. Shouldn't Mars be just? What does it mean? Harry asked. Ejim, Hagrid said. Ronan sighed. The innocent are the first victims and Mars and Saturn shine a lot. I look at Harry answering your boy's question. The centaurs read what is written in the stars, and we do not always have the exact meaning. However, I look at the heaven one last time, but a noise interrupted him. Hagrid prepared his crossbow again, but only another centaur came out of the forest. Ho, Hagrid, greet the centaur. It is nice to see you here. Yes, look. I was asking Ronan if he had seen something out of the ordinary. Did you notice you're something weird? The centaur. The listen to Hagrid, but he was asking about something closer to us. Maybe near the Radio del Bosque. The innocent are always the first victims, Bane said, and stared at heaven. Well, said Hagrid, exasperated for leaving. They let me know if they see something. Be careful for doubts. That said, he began to be followed by both children. Once the centaurs were out of reach, Hagrid refunfuno. Never, he said, clearly disgusted. But they seemed worried, said Harry. Of course they are, the semi-schedule replied. The forest is her territory and worry that someone is killing her inhabitants just under her noses. But that obsession with her stars seemed to want to continue, but a shout in the distance caught the attention of others. Harry paled to recognize the voice. They stayed in silence until Hermione pointed to heaven. Hagrid, a tornado and red sparks. Wendy, Harry exclaimed, trying to run in that direction. But Hagrid took it by the shoulder. What here? I will go for them. I shout and went into the forest while Hermione held Harry on the tunic. A difficult act since he began to expel fire for the skin, in an attempt that his friend releases him. Harry, exclaimed the chestnut, he will be fine. It is not the Ran replicated, he said her Hurleon. The chestnut turned around and began to shake him quickly. To that saving mania Potter. Harry liberated as he could. Sul tame Granger, confused Hermionio. Fruming when you tell me Granger? Harry flicker too, as, when do you tell me Potter? There was a strange silence between them, in what Hermione remembered his sixth course and his friend's interaction with Hagrid, which simply associates the reaction to the felling nerves. Look, he said, breathing calmly, Wendy, and you are equally powerful. Nothing will happen. And if Quirrell? Harry said, but Hermione reassured him. Harry, Quirrell has no interest in it, and I doubt Voldemort knows about the magic of your two, so you are safe. Besides, don't you remember our former first year? Harry's head began to work. I'm going to kill Malfoy. I do not do it, save energies, said the chestnut, breathing calmer. A noise put them on alert just to show Hagrid, who returned with the other two, and Fong. What happened to you, Malfoy? Harry said on the edge of laughter. Hermione was not better. Malfoy had branches protruding from his robe and some in the hair, in addition to some leaves. The funniest thing was that some were put as if they were horns. The blonde looked furious. Hagrid explained what happened. Apparently Malfoy had hidden to scare Wendy, taking it off guard. However, Wendy went turning and shouting through a roar of seeing, and the one who was taken off guard was the blonde at the time of flying. During the journey, Malfoy threw the red sparks, creating that strange effect that others saw. The reason why he delayed it was because he was so prepared. Wendy shot back, crashing with a tree, being dizzy, while Malfoy was caught in the branches of the tree where he had hidden, so Hagrid had to wait for Wendy to replace and go down to the tree. Blonde in that order. At that point in history, Hermione noticed the object that Wendy brought with her. Wendy, the chestnut, pointed to the egg. Because Wendy brought an egg with blue engravings in her arms, the movie smiled from ear to ear to ear. He said, "But Hagrid Caraspio, I know you want to explain what it is, but we still have a unicorn to find, so we will divide into two groups. Harry, you will. Fong and Malfoy, it will cost you more. Scared you, and we can't waste any more time." Lord Tree, Harry said, while the Fong went into the forest. Malfoy followed them reluctantly, and the group went into the forest. "Seriously, what is that, Wendy?" The chestnut insisted. Wendy was going to answer, but Hagrid Caraspio. "Then you will tell us, but now we must keep looking. For the doubts, you do not lose sight of that Wendy egg," he said before advancing with the girls following him. "A word of this, Potter," and Malfoy threatening while they went into the forest. "So that the blonde does not know more than he owes." Harry used the flashlight. "They will realize when you return," Harry said sharply. "I don't care, a word and I will tell my father. I have the director and the argument that you started, and I have Hagrid to support. The maximum you can achieve is to be ridiculous for cowardly." "How did you call me?" asked the enraged blonde. "Cobard," said Harry, facing him face to face. There was little for the site where they had found the unicorn in his past life and expected that he would not have moved. But now he had anything else to do. "In every time we collide, you always hide after the figure of someone else, whether Crabbe, Goyle, or your father. Why don't you fight your Malfoy battles yourself?" "Because you simply do not have the value. The day you think you can defeat me for your, I will be waiting for you. But do not expect another to come to help you." Malfoy was in shock. Harry stopped facing him and continued, "As we have a unicorn to find." Harry was slightly angry. The blonde had put him in a bad mood for the joke he made to Wendy and ended by telling his truths to his face. Although in truth, he was more comforting than he believed. He never knew because he did not tell him the same before. He would already think about that later. They kept walking along the path, waiting to see something until Harry sniffed something. "I looked at Fong, and the dog seemed to have captured the same smell." "I think I found him," said the raven. They entered a forest clearing where the animal was seen in the background. Was dead. Harry and Malfoy slowly approached to observe the poor creature. Suddenly, a figure that Harry acknowledged left the shadows and approached the body. Aged. The hood got off and began to drink his blood. Harry had prepared for all cases except for what happened in front of his noses. Malfoy was ahead of him, raising the wand. "Who you are?" I asked while the figure stopped drinking and raised his head, staring at him. "Malfoy," whispered Harry, thinking about Voldemort's reaction to see himself faced by the son of one of his most deadly. "Don't be idiotic and back." If Malfoy listens to him, he did not give signs of it. The figure got up and turned around, but instead of leaving, I lift his arm towards the blonde, who, in his despair to see that he was facing an adult, and therefore someone more powerful than him, throw red sparks to heaven. The figure advanced towards the blonde, but a fireball crashed into him, creating a small explosion and throwing him to the ground. Malfoy turns to see Harry with the lodged wand. "Did you face?" I asked, incredulous. "It was my wand," Harry replied as if it were the most normal in the world. The truth was that once he saw Quirrell approach, send the profile low to the demon and throw a ball of fire. Of course he was not an idiot, and to prevent Malfoy from asking questions, I take out the wand. Why had he saved the blonde? Maybe if I had a damn saving mania after all. Hermione was right, again. At least the fireball caused the desired effect. Quirrell took a step forward and collapsed on the floor. The fact that his tunic burned was a pleasant bonus. He hardly got up and left there, if Harry's memories did not fail him. He had given the left window part of Voldemort, quite close to the neck, so Queer would have to work very hard to work or cover very hard the burn. Curiously, the ball impact so that the effect of it can be seen. In the end, his saving mania served, so at least he would serve for his friends to point out the theme of the burn and associate it to the being that Harry threw a fireball. Both watched in the shade leave. Malfoy was panting before turning to Harry. Now you have no one to call cowardly. Cut, said the Harry. Now you are just idiot for approaching someone potentially dangerous without a plan. Now it will be the best of that you are going to warn Hagrid. Malfoy, grinding his teeth, left. Harry stayed next to the creature waiting for him. Not too late. Unfortunately, the unicorn was dead, so he sat down close. What I don't hope was from Quirrell returned. A shadow appeared behind Harry, who jumps towards the end of ropes. Quirrell took advantage of the moment and continued drinking the animal's blood. Apparently, Voldemort had not had enough. A noise gave them away and a shadow came out of the trees to cause the escape of the magician. A centaur, one that Harry knew well, on the way to the lifting. Harry Potter, he said, helping him to unleash. You shouldn't be here, the forest is dangerous, and much more for you. What was that thing? Hermione was not the only one who could play the role of not knowing anything. I shouldn't be here, Harry Potter, especially if he is drinking unicorn blood. Do you know what the blood of this being for? No, in potions we only use the horns and the tail. It's because killing one is an atrocious crime, because drinking her blood gives you half a life. A damn life since blood touches your lips. Hey, someone very desperate would want to live like this. Harry already knew all this, but that was not less chilling. Oh, someone who simply wants to play all or nothing, since he has nothing to lose, but you can win everything completely. The Harry. You have fast, that's good. Do you know that he hides in Hogwarts, right? The Philosopher's Stone, that is looking for the elixir of life, right? Exactly, but who would be so desperate? As complete before, just someone who has nothing to lose but everything to win. Voldemort, said Harry. Firenze stirred restlessly. I do not mention your name if it is true that you are close here, okay? But apologize, who are you? Rarer for not introducing me. My name is Firenze. Saturn shines a lot, he said. This is unusual, in hundreds of years I hadn't shown so much. What does it mean? Harry said. Firenze looked at him before snorting. Sitting this would take a while. Harry headed towards the rock before and sat down. Lully, my people were restless. Saturn has shown a lot lately, and that has an explanation, said the centaur. Millennia did. In the times of Greece and Rome they worshipped various gods and deities and hated their enemies. One of these enemies was known as Kronos, later called Saturn. It was said that he could control the time. Harry swallow. When I mentioned time, I didn't know what he was talking about, since the Dursley never allowed him to learn beyond the basics. So he didn't know anything about Greece or Rome. Firenze continued. A ritual to control the time? Harry said nervously. Exact, a ritual, one that allowed him to travel in time. The day he created Saturn brightly intensely, our people discovering what was alarm. Someone who controls time is dangerous, especially if he uses his knowledge for evil, so my people made the decision to hunt him. They found it? Yes, but he had already embarked, surely knowing what was going to happen. When we found him, he had already left Altamar. Later, consulting the planets, we discovered that this Roman had reached what is now known as Latin America, where his descendants preserved the knowledge of the ritual. That explains why the book mentioned Latin American cultures when the spell was in Latin, Harry thought before a doubt assaulted him. But if it shines like that, that means, do anyone travel in time? Yes, so my people swear to find them and kill them before the story irreversibly changed. Harry held their breath until I listened to a voice in the distance. Harry. He heard in the distance. Harry turned and saw Wendy and Hermione with Hagrid, who had just arrived. You are not in danger, said Firenze, as there is nothing to do here. Goodbye, Harry Potter, my people will keep looking. That said, he left, leaving a trembling Harry at the mercy of the questions. What happened? Said Wendy. Harry pointed to the body of the unicorn more in front. They all sighed. They could not save the creature. Now they can tell us, what is that egg? Where did you get it? Hermione asked in Hagrid's cabin, looking at the object that Wendy still brought in his hands. The movie smiled. Wendy Lucia Nervosa, I fell into the head when it clashes against the tree. The egg is of a creature of our world, at least if the patterns are a signal. A dragon? Hagrid asked excitedly. Harry and Wendy denied their heads. Hermione sighs relieved. Already had enough dragons for the rest of the year. She better than we hope for. Eek. There is no similar creature here, Harry said, knowing that if he said he would come from there, they would cross out crazy. But how do I get? Hagrid said. The silence remained. How had an egg of another dimension arrived to the prohibited forest? There were too many questions. I think we should notify Professor Dumbledore. I mentioned the semisigit. Harry tensed. His friend's words echoed in his mind, but they had no choice. Mamer hope until tomorrow, said Hermione. Once the details were agreed to, the children were taken to the castle. All and Malfoy? Harry asked as they entered the common room. The girls smiled. We found ourselves. He told us where you were and left the forest shouting they would remember me. Wendy simmered while waking Ron, who woke up screaming on a lack of Quidditch. Voldemort looks for the stone, I mentioned Harry once they had finished telling the Redness all the story. There is plenty of stirring that he stirred with laughter when I hear Malfoy's. Don't say your name, yes? Why doesn't? You don't know what you say, Ron replied. They are afraid of the person, not the name, said Hermione. In addition, where we come from there was also a great and terrible dark wizard, I mentioned the movie. Really? Ron and Hermione asked at the same time. Wendy nodded. Harry didn't know how their discoveries passed to the dark magicians. Yes, it is a wizard that caused death and destruction where it happened. Its name was— You don't say it, Ron interrupted. Zerif, I mention Harry, if Levy's lessons do not fail me, a war ago 400 years ago. What time and still fear? Asked the redhead. What damage caused? Asked the chestnut. The enough to be remembered so long, Harry said. I investigate black magic and I believe spells, demons, rituals, everything ugly they can think of. But she died, right? Ron asked. Hermione listened to attentive. For what is known, yes, but their followers stayed until the time, as well as their writings and demons, so they give a lot of problem. Let's see. A dark wizard at the same time, said Hermione. Are you sure it's Voldemort, Harry? Stegier. My scar was too burning. I think it's like a signal. A Valdiradar, Wendy said, making the rest smiling a little the atmosphere. By now it will be better to rest. It's late and I want to see that egg, said yawning. The others nodded and went to sleep. The next morning the classes normally passed. Wendy was worried about knowing about the egg. Ron wanted to see that he would leave there. Harry wanted to see the face that his friends would put. He had recognized the patterns of the egg, and Hermione had begun to prepare for the exams. Hermione, centuries are missing for exams, Ron said that same day in the library while reading heavily. Diaz weeks, the chestnut responded, still looking at their notes. Those are not centuries. It is very little time. Okay, more than 2 months, replied the redhead. Harry looked at him. And this is little to review the entire year. In addition, time flying, you barely realize it will be the first day. I answer with Mr. Potter and Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley. She should start preparing to better take her exams. The 4 boys turned. Professor McGonagall looked at them from above with a strict look. That's why I say that I better study from now, he quickly said, syncing her books with red ears. Professor Caraspio. If I don't want to interrupt them, he said, while the boys continued reading. The Dumbledore professor sent them to call to observe the advance of Miss Marvel's discovery. The egg, Wendy said. He's about to open, said the teacher. Harry and the others arrived at the director's office in a jiffy. The teacher gave the password and went up. Adelante, the director's voice sounded before touching the door. How did he do it? Wendy asked. The rest shrugged. In the office they were already the director and Hagrid. The egg was on the desk, tremble at times. Cease, please. Almost stalling, shook the wand and several chairs appeared in front of the desktop. The 5 stood up and stared at the egg. This began to stir more. What will come out? Hagrid asked. Show silence, we'll find out, Dumbledore said. And at that time a crack appeared. They all held their breath. The cracks spread through the egg and broke down a cloud of smoke. Ah! I exclaimed Ron while the others tried to see through the curtain. Harry took part of the smoke and everyone could see. On the table, on top of some cascara remains, there was a white cat. A minute, said Hermione. The cats are not born from eggs. What you just saw, Hermione, said Ron, looking with his eyes as dishes to the animal. But, what you see? McGonagall flicked so much that he could fan with his eyelashes. Dumbledore and Hagrid had their mouths open. It's like happy, said Harry. Wendy nodded. Very true. He leaned towards the cat. Hola. I'm Wendy Marvel. What is your name? Before someone told him it was unnecessary to speak to him, the animal replied. I don't have a name. Inable, Dumbledore said. Genial, Hagrid and Ron said. I need a copper, said McGonagall. Hermione internally coincided with her teacher. How do you know how to talk so well? Harry asked. He remembered that he had taken Happy to talk for a while. Images, the cat replied. Probably the cat heard us speak from her egg, and that is why she can understand and respond so well, no matter how a few words I explain, Hagrid. Gata, he said. What? Asked the semi-Sigit. I am a cat, replied the now identified female before standing and looked carefully. Can you walk on 2 feet? Hermione asked. So look like Miss Granger, Dumbledore said, remembering the day he went to pick up that dimension, had seen a cat that stopped, but believed it was a trick that taught him, since he did not say a word. Now we just need to give it a cane and a hat and get dancing, McGonagall said before the cat looked at his feet and starts moving them, imitating a dance. Let's go, now that wheel, Hermione exclaimed, losing patience. Harry and Wendy looked smiling. A couple of wings came out of the cat's back and it began to float in the air. Feliz? He said, looking at the chestnut with narrowed eyes. I need to sit down, and a copa, both Hermione and her teacher said before taking a seat. Slowly, the kitten returns to perch on the table. And what name do we put? Said Wendy. Are you going to stay? They asked Hermione and Ron. Wendy nodded. As that it is a creature of where we come, I think that with us he will feel more comfortable, Harry said. Dumbledore coughed. I have no inconvenience with the theme of who has the little girl. But, to maintain peace in school, it will be better not to demonstrate in public its peculiarities. Sure, Hagrid said, at the end, and after all, very few creatures of this world can speak, and it is not convenient for the other students to ask their parents to speak. I agree with that, I speak, Professor McGonagall. As for the name we could put, a moment was thoughtful. Charlotte. Charlotte? Asked the four children at the same time. The teacher nodded. Does that name like? Wendy asked the cat. He stared at her. For my well responded. We could tell him to abbreviate. Charlotte sounds very long, said Ron. Then determined, said the raven while Wendy carried the cat in her arms. Chaw, you will come with us, as I have told you. My name is Wendy Marvel. I take them for a while until in the end. Charles nodded. For my okay, he said before staring at a point. Chaw? Harry asked, curious, looking at the cat until he reacted and looked back. You are a dragon slayer, he said. Hermione wanted to tear her hair. Is you guess too? I know, he said, staring at her. His instinct told him not to say anything until necessary. Everyone looked confused. It's better to leave it like this, Dumbledore said, ending the meeting. Harry got up from his bed, could not sleep, with the whole theme of the centaurs and the fact that now Earthland creatures are in England he occupied too much in his mind. Removing on his side that the entire common room seemed strange, that Wendy had taken a cat out of nowhere. At least Charles got along with Hedwig. He started down the stairs and again met Hermione in the armchair in front of the flames. All good? She said. She turned. Masso less, he said. Harry sat next to her. There are something that I have not told you I have. She stared at him. That? Hey, to be very careful with what we do in the vicinity of the forest. Harry took a while to tell him what Firenze said in the Forbidden Forest. When I finished, Hermione looked at him. Perfect, now we just have to make sure that everything goes well. But that they do not discover or kill us. Got up abruptly and went to the bedrooms. I need to rest until tomorrow. Harry watched her leave and I didn't blame her. He couldn't sleep for the same reason. What happened if they ended up discovering them? Would the rest of your life hunt them? Would they have to escape or live in a muggy neighborhood? What happened if I told Ron and Wendy? Would they believe them? Would they be endangered too? What did Ron say not to trust Dumbledore? Did the old director hide him more than he had told him? What's the rest of the horcruxes? Will they find them before the 4th? Can Voldemort enter your mind and find out everything? Will you have to practice the West anyway? Boo, said a voice behind him, and turned sharply. Behind him was Wendy, looking at him with his pajamas with little chair on the shoulder. Don't scare me again, she said. The girl Rio. I wanted to teach the common room without everyone interrupting, he said, pointing to her friend as she sat on the armchair next to Harry. It's quite comfortable without so much bustling. Cut, Harry said. How do you think they will all be in Fairy Tale? Probably making noise, said Wendy, smiling. Natsu and Gray fighting. Harry continued smiling at the movie. Urza stopping them to blows. Elfman shouting that fighting is men. Urza hitting him too. Kana drinking as if there were no tomorrow. Look attending the bar. Jet and Droy trying to get the attention of Levy. Levy treating them as if they were brothers. Laxus with his cold gaze complaining about noise. Your team treating it with devotion. Natsu and Gray fight again. Both ended up laughing while they remembered things and told Charles, who listened carefully, as it was all before they arrived in Hogwarts, their missions, their friends, and how they ended there. I wonder if we will return one day, said Wendy, looking at the fire. Harry stayed. Severably, yes. I don't think the dragons can walk between dimensions, and in addition to surely your parents will be somewhere. Turned to smile while Wendy leaned to kiss him on the cheek as thanks. Result? His lips gathered a few seconds before separating. Harry said, blushing to the tip of his hair. Wendy was the same. Tomorrow, he said hurriedly before taking Charles and leaving, almost literally, towards the girls. Following his example, Harry climbed to his own room and threw himself into his bed. And with a slight smile that he didn't know he had, he fell asleep. I.e. what a bonnet. Ach no. I had noticed that I hadn't put so much Harry and Wendy together, so my inspiration brought us this. Charles appeared, and I really thought that everyone, they were going to want it to appear when it appears in the original canon, and it was not that way, so well, I decided to put it here. The reason for Firenze's explanation was because I realized that there was a problem of explanations for the size of Hogwarts between insurance chapters someone opened up, so that I put the explanation to play it a little. The planet Saturn has nothing to do with time, I just associate names and put that ability. Did you know that Harry, according to Trelawney, was born under the influence of Saturn? I can take advantage of that Felicaritasketer. Anyway, so far the chapter, I hope you, let's see, wasn't time? I planned to start this note with a joke about the fact that one does not earn fanfiction money and the life beyond the FICS, but it seemed unnecessary more than anything because I did not feel it right towards you, which they have been waiting for since November 2014 for this story, or months if they just discovered it. If I must resume the FIC, well, many things happened in these years. I grew up, and what began as a hobby to ignore my personal problems at that time became a small pressure on my head, so I simply decided, waiting, writing little, and seeing how my inspiration returned from time to time to see how to advance in this story. In addition to a problem that I take the inspiration of a blow to those who take today with fairy tale will know what I mean, just like those who read the Kurari Child. Ultimately my life improved with respect to the beginning of the story and did my way of maturing and seeing things, so I am warning that they are not surprised if they see a couple of things that do not fit with my previous style. After all, everyone grows and everything moves forward, want or not. And the fact that this chapter had it since 2015 is proof. Every time Leia felt that she lacked. In addition, I have caught a tremendous vice to other fandoms such as Percy Jackson, Gravity Falls, or Steven Universe. Seriously, those who say that current cartoons stick against a wall. But leaving aside the things that happen to me or what I see currently, trying to forget the stab to Rowling, the answer to what you want to know so much. Will the FIC continue? If, however difficult it is, if I want to continue it, so I am 95 years old and this one in a wheelchair, only death will move away from this small site. And for now, I have no health problems. In addition, listening to fairy tales first ost after so long helped to end this and next. I do not promise that I will update, but if I will not abandon the story, I just hope you can enjoy it both to read it and I write it. I will answer the comments below. They have left me several and I hope you continue. I want to know your opinion, love or hate this chapter. Harry opened his eyes the next morning, even reviewing what happened between him and Wendy the night before, in summary accounts. How the hell did he acted now? A part of him said that he would simply go down to the common room and talk to Wendy about what happened last night, since he doubted that an 11-year-old girl already had that kind of feelings for someone. And, on the other hand, he felt strangely happy that morning. Why embarrass his friend with such a conversation? Harry felt weird. I sighed and got out of bed willing to change. And incredibly Ron was already awake. It was the first time that Ron had that dream, but even so, he gave him the feeling that he had seen him all his life. It started in a completely white and empty room. There was nothing, neither furniture, nor tables, not even a simple door. There was only one focus without more. That focus was the one that gave off all the light in the room. Ron approached. It seemed that after the focus there could be a murmur. What? Asked the redhead, trying to hear what he said. Since there was only one voice, it was expected that he was who was talking to him. The murmur continued and Ron began to get impatient. Who are you and what do you do in my head? Why, Ron was aware that I was dreaming. It was a mystery, like everything that happened in that room. The redhead put his ear next to the light source, to wake up with a cry. That just happened. Ronald Weasley got up abruptly from his bed. Did not shout. For some reason that scream was not afraid. But even so, he had startled him to the point that he breathed quickly, calmly a little, decided to get ready for the day, just to find that Harry had begun to get up. What? Said the redhead, Harry flickering. Well, what are you doing so early? I stared at Harry. What about the morning? Legera, it was what Harry said, and yours? In my bed, Ron replied. His eloquence disturbs us, he said, an already awake Seamus, while Dean and Neville looked at them perplexed. This is weird, said Ron before taking his clothes and going to the showers. The rest followed his example. Hermione had a terrifying dream. She dreamed that she was a small deer who was in the Forbidden Forest, until the centaurs put their hands on top because they wanted revenge. Because of this, he woke up at midnight just to see how Wendy returned to his bed faster than a bludger. That seemed strange. He calmed down, since he did not believe that the centaurs arrived in Hogwarts, and after a good time he slept. Wendy was nervous, he no longer knew how to act. He had followed the Jenna counsel that he had received the previous night of just talking to Harry without demonstrating much discomfort, and that without Harry noticing it, he will bring afloat the issue that happened yesterday. What I didn't expect was a kiss. Wendy was not naive. Well, I didn't think naive. I still remembered the girls' talks of the guild's majors when I was going to visit them to Fairy Hills, and knew that a kiss on the lips was a serious thing. However, I didn't know what to do. A part of her told her to write to Jenna, although the last time she did not go as expected. Another part told him to act as if nothing, since Harry was his friend and did not want him to bother what happened between them. He preferred to opt for that last and wait. Good days greet Hermione in the great dining room. What happens to them? I ask when you see the dark circles that both their two best friends and Wendy brought. Night, the three responded at the same time. Hermione raised her eyebrows. As it is, he said, we better go to class before we are late. The chestnut had not stopped noticing that Harry and Wendy did nothing but look sideways before looking away. Already that same afternoon in the Menage Hall, Hermione accorlo to Harry while Ron and Wendy practiced in the distance of Hermione. Sueltalo was the only thing he said. I don't know what you talk to me, the nervous boy replied. Harry, I know you, something happened and has to do with Wendy said, the girl taking away the girl's facade they had created between them, so that adults would not suspect. Harry, nervous, had his friend everything that happened last night. By the time Hermione ran into surprise, I suppose the demon with Ginny, right? I asked the chestnut. It was not that he cares too much. It was Harry's matter to see who came out, but still could not help feeling that his best friend betrayed the memory of one of her friends. So they would not have known her yet. Besides, wasn't it something small for him? It's not that, just Harry responded nervously. He was so unforeseen that I don't know how to react. Hermione sighs, it would be better to end this. Go with her, he said, and pushed Harry towards the other duo, who apparently had stopped their training. I notice rare, said Ron as he dodged a kick that Wendy had directed. It's nothing, said the girl for the third time in the day as she prevented the redhead from giving him a ray. Wendy, I am not the smartest with these things, but I know what something happens, he said, evading a blow with wind, that if he had not dodged there would be horror. Suel's hit stronger than normal. Quiz because I also become stronger, the girl replied. Oh, perhaps because something happened and apparently has to do with Harry. Wendy blushed. How do you know? Ron shrugged. Maybe because he is coming here. Harry simply looked like her friend Paliazal kicked her best friend before turning to the Reds, then the Urza hair. Pasta something? It just came to greet. I see. How's it going? And Trinando, I was also training a while ago. And why did you come? I would like to speak. Our dinner? No. Are the sky? No, it's about if the tomatoes are vegetables or fruits. What? Harry flickering. This was, without a doubt, the most strange conversation I was having with Wendy. What the hell are you talking about? I think they are vegetables, although there are people who are not so sure, said Wendy, diverting her eyes. Harry sighed. This was going to take time. In the distance, Hermione began to believe that Wendy and Luna would get along. If there is something that both in Earthland and England hate, they are the exams. Although these were among the most entertaining Wendy had ever seen. Since Grandine remembered, she did not put exams because she did not know them, and Urza's classes, at least according to Natsu's explanation, were a complete hell. Hogwarts exams consisted of two parts. A written part, in which they had to answer theory questions such as the invention of the spell, write it correctly and even the name of the magician that invented it, and the practical part, which consisted of making a series of spells of the subject in front of the teacher, which was fun and even pleasant if the teacher had a quiet aura like Flitwick, could be slightly pressed, but satisfactory if it went well as with McGonagall, or a real disaster if you had someone like Snape waiting for your slightest mistake to make you ridiculous. Even so, sincerely, Wendy preferred the practical part. What could not avoid noticing was the fact that Harry constantly put his hand to his forehead, as if it hurt. When he did, he looked everywhere as looking for someone and then returned to his exam. In a normal situation he would have asked him directly what happened, but things between them were still tense. Even so, one day corners Ron to convince him to ask Harry who was happening. question that Ron did not do even only after the last exam, which was the history of magic. "This is my scar," he said. "He's annoying from the first day of the exams." "It must be tension," said Hermione too. "For example, I got up to review transformations until I realized that we had already given that exam. Maybe she passes soon, we finish, so I don't think he continues," said Ron, falling on the grass. Because of the end of the exams, the quartet had risen to the land and now sunbathed next to the Great Lake. To the seconds of lying, he got up as if he had an idea. "Wendy, don't you think you could?" "I doubt her," her friend replied as she looked at her lake. Lately she couldn't look at Harry without getting red. "We have tried before, the truth. Not even the official healer of the guild could do something with that scar." "I think it's a warning," said Harry, something sad. "As a sign that the danger is approaching." He looked at the horizon, knew that Quirrell had drunk Hagrid to get information about Fluffy, but that did not remove to say it from nothing would attract attention. Suddenly, Wendy sat and looked at the team. "They are... I look at them, I was thinking about something. If Charles could spy on and capture something interesting?" Ron asked. "What is something that we are not seeing of our suspect, understand Quirrell?" Hermione questioned. "What suddenly it is very suspicious that Hagrid wants a dragon, and that just someone who has the egg of one in his pocket appears," Harry said, taking advantage of the situation. Wendy was looking at them. "In reality, I asked me if the 7 question of the magic history exam was option A or B." "Option B," Hermione recalled. "Option B," Harry said, perplexed. "Option 2, Rayos resigned, hit the floor." Wendy looked at the lake until suddenly turned to Harry. "What did you say about Hagrid?" "What seems very rare that what I want most is a dragon egg and then get one," Harry responded, more animated. "Think so? How many people carry a dragon egg in their pocket, being that they are prohibited by the laws of the magicians? How lucky he met Hagrid, right? Of course." Wendy looked in the direction of the forest. "But how do I get the information?" It must be someone who knows the site. If not, I would not have resorted to Hagrid," argument Harry. "Although I don't think Hagrid would speak for good," Wendy said, looking at Harry. "The more than likely they found a way of getting the information without noticing," said the Raven before getting up walking. "We already have a track." "And apparently you two speak again," commented Happy. Wendy noticed it, got red like a tomato, and looked away. Normally Harry did not launch murderous looks, he almost never does. But he couldn't help feeling a little better when looking at Ron. "Hide after Hermione when I stare at him." Harry felt a feeling of satisfaction that made him stop dry. What the hell had that been? Normally he does not enjoy scaring people, moreover he doesn't enjoy it at all. He could not help remembering his 3rd original year and the feeling of wanting to kill Sirius. At the time I don't pay attention to him, but now he worried him. "Harry?" I hear in front of him. Harry looked up to notice how his 3 friends had advanced, and now they looked at him worried, even Wendy, although she looked at him sideways. Well," he said. For the moment there was no need to have more questions in the head. They just had to worry about the theme of the stone. And about the voice, I would think about that later. If he remembered. "Charles, I spend the page of the book I was trying to read." While it was true that in Hogwarts you could wear a pet so that some students do not feel so lonely, to avoid problems such as organizing a pet battle behind the back of the teachers, they could not take their pets with them all sides. Fact that Charles bothered him quite a lot for his mission. He had finished processing the visions he received at the time he left the egg, and his mission was quite clear. She was an Exceed, a special breed of cats from Erised, a land without magic, whose magical ability allows them to create wings to fly. They are intelligent enough to speak and understand human language. They were the only beings in Erised that could use magic and recharge if they were exhausted. 100 of them were sent to Earthland with a specific mission: destroy the Dragon Slayer. Although I still didn't know how, he believed he had been sent to Earthland, just to end in a place called England with a lot of rare people. There was also another reason why his mission looked annoyed. It had to do with the group of humans that accompanied her. Passing them one by one, they were curious in their own way. First the redhead, that little impatient who wanted to become stronger in his training, but did not seem very willing to strive too much. Then was the incredulous girl, the one who wanted to know everything or wanted to give an explanation to everything. He still remembered his annoyance the day he left the egg. And from there was the goal of his mission, the 2 Dragon Slayer. On the one hand was Harry Potter. For some reason, he was quite famous for becoming a wound on his forehead, maybe except a child or something. They had never explained it to him, and either was that he died to know. In addition, he had that look that told him that he hid something, apart from the issue that he was the only dragonslayer who had more than one element. And on the other was Wendy Marvel. At the beginning it seemed like a somewhat curious girl, at least for the subject she was too kind. In recent weeks he had felt very comfortable with her. Wendy had an aura that made you feel better with being close to her. Maybe it is because of her healing power. His two dragonslayer were a curious duo, because of how they behaved apparently before they were very close. At least until that mouth-to-mouth contact happened, which Wendy called kiss, and began to get away. The truth, Charles did not understand. He had to admit it. There were two essential reasons that made their mission completely impossible. One, for what they had told him, its objectives were incredibly powerful. How could a newborn cat end two magicians trained to kill dragons? They would crush it with the first attack. The second reason was that, although he did not like it, he was getting used to his new life. Although not being able to use his wings was something overwhelming, at least carrying it. Although being able to use them when Wendy and the incredulous girl are alone in the room compensated that. In addition to that, the fact that they were gradually teaching him to adapt to that world along with ways so that he does not get bored, how to teach him to read to him to take love, a fact that he finished making his mission impossible. And then during these wandering, while the information also asked, it was when it happened, they looked like the visions he had of his mission, only something more real. Red eyes looked from the back of a person's head. A red stone like blood flew through the air. The red head was hit by the head by a stone giant. The incredulous girl was about to be crushed by a green beast with a garrote. Harry knelt panting and a column collapsed on him. Wendy was surrounded by fire, tied on a rod. "Do you want Coral to get the stone?" exclaimed the redhead. "Am I going to die here?" The chestnut wondered in a whisper. "You can't beat me, Potter," said the face. Now I saw it well, behind the person's head. "Don't give her Harry stone," Wendy shouted with all her might while the fire surrounded her. "Wendy!" Harry shouted with all his strength as the fire surrounded the movie. "Ah!" I exclaimed chat while jumping from the bed he was in. What had been that? What stone did they talk about? What the hell happened? What was going to happen to Wendy? He had stood up, looking in all directions until I hear of voices heading to the room. Remembering his role, Charles put on all fours. "As I tell you, Parvati, if so are the other 7 years, I am going to fry my head," said one of Wendy's companions. I didn't even know his name. Calmate Lavender, surely it will become simpler. Okay. It was called Lavender, useless information. Now, how did he acted regarding what he saw? Meow was what said jumping out of bed. I had a little idea. Tell Wendy and the rest he had seen, even if that causes too many questions. He was not funny that someone wanted to hurt Wendy. He was starting to become fond of her. Under the stairs of the bedrooms to the common room, where there were few people, apparently everyone was outside. He was wondering what his next movement would be until the portrait opened. When I look in that direction, he saw Harry enter only the portrait hole. "What happened?" Harry asked, holding the cat. Once confirmed that the boy's bedroom was empty. "Something happened to me," said nervous. "A series of visions that showed me some things." "Wait, visions? Which ones?" Harry asked, confusing. Charles could have visions? It's not time to explain now. Where is Wendy? Charles anxious. Harry began explaining the plan they had done a few minutes ago. Harry's thought, they were returning from Hagrid's cabin. The semi-sigit response about the dragon had made the four nervous. "Iquel already knows how to pass before Fluffy," I dictated Harry, looking at the other three. "Now the point is like preventing it from reaching the stone." "Not necessarily," I point out. "Hermione, we shouldn't tell Dumbledore?" Wendy suggested. "What teachers are more able to protect the stone than a group of early years?" "Probably so, Harry." There, Wendy had a good argument. "What are you doing here?" "Raise," Harry thought while Professor McGonagall, who wore many books, approached the corridor. "We will see Professor Dumbledore," Wendy said. Courage. It seemed like Ron. Harry did not have a good feeling, and Hermione felt that this was not going to finish well. "See Professor Dumbledore?" repeated the teacher, as if he thought it was something implausible. "Why?" Harry swallowed. "That he doesn't think of the is something secret, please." "It's something secret," Wendy said, for Harry's horror, but he immediately silenced, because Professor McGonagall got angry. "The Dumbledore professor left 10 minutes ago," he said coldly. "He received an urgent owl from the Minister of Magic and flew out for London immediately." "Was it?" Ron asked with desperate air now. The Dumbledore professor is a great magician, Weasley, and has many commitments, but this is important, claim the redhead. Hey, that you have to say is more important than magic minister, Weasley? Look, said Harry, sending caution to the Tacho Professora. It is the Philosopher's Stone. It was evident that Professor McGonagall did not expect that. The books he carried slid to the ground and did not bother to pick them up. How do you know? Fart. Professor Harry continued it. I know that someone is going to try to steal the stone. We have to talk to Professor Dumbledore. The teacher looked at him between impressed and suspicious. Professor Dumbledore will return tomorrow. He finally said, I don't know how they have discovered the stone. But stay calm. No one can steal it, it is too well protected. But teacher, Wendy insisted. Marvel regards, I know what I'm talking about, he said in a sheer. He leaned down and picked up his books. I suggest that they come out and enjoy the sun. But they didn't. Well, that was not very intelligent, said Hermione, looking at the other three while they moved away from there. That letter was false, Ron concluded. Then Quirrell will try to steal the stone tonight, said Wendy. Not being that we stop it, said Harry. The others stared at him. What? I will not stay here while Quirrell resurrects Voldemort so quietly. How are you going to do it? You still don't have the cape, said Wendy. Harry cursed internally. Ron was thoughtful. Now I remember, he said, calling the attention of the three. Do you remember this morning? What did I go forward? Harry replied. Ron nodded. It turns out that at the time you left a owl and left something about your bed. Absolute silence. Nobody wanted to mention anything. Hermione had a tick in her eye and was starting to get a book from her backpack. Then we know what to do, said Wendy, to see that her friend was going to hit the redhead with a history book of the greats. Harry, you will go for the cape. Ron, you have to monitor the third floor to make sure Fluffy is fine. Hermione, you will go to the library to collect information. Spells, things, everything that is missing. And what will you do? Harry asked. Wendy looked at him for 3 seconds, before blushing and turning the other way. I will go to the teacher's room to spy on Quirrell, said the slightly nervous girl. Memento, said Hermione, if it is about spying on teachers, I think I would have a better alibi. After all, being the best notes would make sense that he is there instead of an average student. I'm so sure, Wendy said, being the best notes, it would not make sense to worry anymore. However, someone average like me would have more reasons to worry about their notes. But, in addition, Wendy said, touching an ear. Dragonslayer has a finer ear, so she can better capture conversations. In addition to the fact that you are better investigating than us, Ron interrupted. The spells you can find could be really useful. Agreeing to be in the common room in an hour. The four departed in different directions. And Harry's thought. Now we hope that everything goes well, Harry said as he moved the curtain of his bed. There was a bag that when he opened his perfectly folded layer with a note. For doubts, Ron went to the third floor. In part he was glad to have remembered the cape, but if it were not for the dream of the light sphere, nor would he have fallen asleep first. That dream began to scare him. It was always the same. He started in a completely white room, hence that strange sphere of light, and after a shout, which varied from what the hell has just happened. Even I'm hungry. It seemed some kind of sphere that emitted loos which always remained still in place. If there was a good reason not to tell his friends what was happening was perhaps because of the fact that he would worry them or curtail him crazy, and the nursing was discarded. He simply doubted that Madame Pomfrey knew something about dreams. He would continue to think about the matter, but had reached the third floor. To his misfortune, McGonagall was also there. It's enough. The teacher shouted, losing patience. You think you are able to overcome the traps, don't Weasley? I will not allow you to follow the steps of your brothers. 25 less points for Gryffindor, and if I see you here you will be in detention. The only thing Ron was able to do in such a situation was to return to the common room, lamenting through the 25 lost points and waiting for others to have better. Hermione wrote in a frustrated parchment, more to fulfill than for something else. He annoyed that everything is not dating as she planned. Too many coincidences with her previous life to relax. And at the same time, enough changes, mainly in his friends, to irritate her. First there was Wendy. Her presence was completely new. Apart, she had nothing against her. It is more, she liked her whenever she did not get an argument that destroyed his own as if nothing. If we add that when she wants she can become more stubborn than Harry himself, and she knew for her own flesh that she could get her best friend sometimes, Wendy could become a small headache. After that was Ron, who had been one of his best friends until he fell in love with him. Or at least of the old rum. This, although still ate without weight and was the best chess player of all, that still surprised him, since for chess you need strategy, and rum many times does not seem to plan much. Showed changes that made him want to shake the boy until he returned to be as before. Now he planned, tied loose ends, seemed to really take the training to the point of asking them to or train. It is not that he did not like, but they noticed him, but he had lost the old rum. And then there was Harry himself. What the hell was happening to him? He hid information or did not say it until it was necessary. In addition to that excessive concern for Wendy, it is not that he cared about who fell in love with Harry, but when Les would like him to be sincere with her. She was her best friend. For Merlin. In addition to the fact that they were together on this time, and one would think that what happened to what happens and what is his good friend Harry hid more information than Dumbledore Potter. Nothing. Not even when they had to go to the astronomy tower, or a few minutes ago when I needed it, it was quiet and that frustrated it too much. Or maybe, hadn't he warned him about the forest? In addition to, I did not hesitate to help her the day when Dudley had gone for her. Maybe he was exaggerating a little. Without thinking, he released a small sigh. I kept the scroll and went to the common room. Harry had gone down to the common room when the portrait door opened to show his redhead friend. Ron, Harry said, looking at his watch. There were still 20 minutes for the established time. I thought you had to watch the third floor. I found something unexpected, said her nervous friend. Let's say that if we go down to second place, don't bother me, said Harry, confused. What are you talking about? Ron had everything that had happened while watched since I arrived on the third floor, until McGonagall took 25 points. Harry and Charles made a grimace, although at first glance it did not look like Snape's favoritism towards the snakes, to which each point that the other three houses had were fundamental if they wanted to remove the streak of victories to the House of Slytherin. Charles had remembered the visions he had when the portrait door opened showing Hermione, who taught a group of scrolls with several second and third-year spells. You have worked out, said Ron, looking at the parchment stack. Hermione smiled. Harry already knew that she had simply written them based on her memories. Now we just need to, what happens to Chat? Said the chestnut, to see that the cat stood out in Harry's arms without saying a word. Apparently because in the distance, Neville seemed engaged in a letter. Trying to hide, Harry and company went up to the boys' room, the only one in which the three could enter due to the protections of the female rooms upon arrival. Charles took out their wings and perched in front of them. That was what I wanted to tell you, said the scared cat. Don't ask how or what happens, but please believe me. We believe you, but please go to the point, said Hermione. The cat nodded before staring at them. I have the feeling, no, I know that Wendy is in danger. Him, I think you are exaggeration, Harry started, but then he stopped by remembering. Wendy was going to spy on Quirrell. Wendy, although it was brave, was Voldemort who they were talking about. If she came up with trying to stop him there. And Voldemort had no mercy with anyone. Harry? Asked the redhead when he saw his friend pale suddenly. Harry moved as if they had thrown the vernier, took the cape and passed it to Hermione before taking it by the shoulders and staring into her eyes. If I have not returned in half an hour, he said, mortally serious. Ron looked where his friend had left before turning to Hermione. I don't have to be the most intelligent of the class to know what you have to follow, right? Hermione nodded before trying to save the cape in the backpack. Rum took her shoulder, stopping it. You wear the layer, that way if you discover me you follow it invisible. The chestnut nodded before placing the layer on top. We will get Wendy, he told Charles to reassure her while leaving the room with her friend. They both knew that Harry was fast, but still surprised them not seeing him anywhere. If it's Wendy, it's really fast, right? Ron said. You don't tell me, said Hermione sarcastica. In addition, do not move the lips so much or have the voice so much. It will seem that you speak alone. I'm sorry, said Ron in a whisper, just opening his mouth. Better? I better, said the chestnut. Harry ran at full speed by Hogwarts. Later I would ask Wendy to teach him Vernier to try to move more fast. But first I had to find her. After running as if he had made a heavy joke to Urza, I arrived at the teacher's room, one of the two doors they had. He stopped and opened the door. Wendy! I shout. But a look at the room indicated that I was empty. Harry was willing to examine the room until I hear a couple of voices. All idea why all Gryffindor students move like this? Snape's voice sounded. The severest idea, the voice of Professor Flitwick replied. For some reason they began to move to the great dining room. I think it has to do with the points. Harry did not pay much attention to the conversation. Quickly left the room and closed the door just when the other handle began to turn. He started running in the direction of the common room to meet the rest until Choco with Dean Thomas. "Okay," was what Harry said before lifting Dean. "What the hell does it happen?" "I'm sorry, Harry," said the boy, "but all the Gryffindor are gathering. It's an emergency." "What raise?" Harry thought, assuming Ron and Hermione would be there. He followed Dean Thomas in the direction of the great dining room. Ron and Hermione ran as much as they could to the teacher's room. There were chaos. Many students from the House of the Leons were heading to the great dining room as if Voldemort had appeared right there. "What's so much tumult?" Hermione asked as they advanced. "The idea," I answer Rum in a whisper, "how will be lower or you will notice." Hermione nodded. Although the truth was somewhat annoying to walk with the cape, with so many people, she had to be careful not to collide with someone. In the end, he got fed up. "Spare me here," he told Ron before entering an empty classroom. Seconds later, a visible Hermione Granger left the classroom with his slightly swollen backpack, as if he had put the layer in a hurry. "I hope Harry doesn't bother his layer with wrinkles," said Ron jokingly. Hermione looked at him, forming a smile. "As that planches later," he said, smiling until he saw in the distance three people running in the direction of them. "They come up here and explain what they have done," shouted Iracundo Percy Weasley following a couple of confused Fred and George. "We did not do anything. We swore it," both said at the same time before almost colliding with Ron. "Ronnie!" Fred exclaimed, opening your arms. "Hermanito, have we told you how much we love you?" "What do you want?" said the redhead, dodging his older brother's hug. "We need to tell Percy that this time we didn't do anything," George said while an even Iracundo Percy reached them. "Percy," Hermione said, trying to calm him. "What the hell has just happened?" Percy breathed a couple of times before responding. "That's what some did not just understand," he replied after recovering. "Some were in the great dining room when it occurred. At the beginning it was 25. But then," Percy Ron interrupted it, "I will explain the 25, but please, to the grain. The point is," said the prefect looking at his younger brother, "what today, in less than 2 hours, Gryffindor lost in total 175 points. Harry did not believe what was happening, although the twins helped people not look bad at Ron for losing the first 25 points, claiming that he did it for a bet with them too. The other 150 lost points put Gryffindor in the last place. And what annoyed him was that Wendy did not appear anywhere, although due to the tumult no one apart from him had noticed. Hermione was with Percy talking with Professor McGonagall on how to recover points after the finals, just to find out that she recovers only doing a favor to a teacher or by the score of difference in the Quidditch final. Because of this, Ron, Fred, George, and Wood were making tactics. They had to recover 175 points, which meant crushing Ravenclaw in the final. And now the Eagles were still second in the cup after Slytherin. So they also had their reasons to defeat them. The pressure that was in the room was felt, in addition to the fact that McGonagall said so a certain potion teacher could take the opportunity. Harry had an idea. Leviting a little, he got on the table. "Eugen, I try to get everyone's attention." Eugen, no one still listened to him. Well, now the whole House of the Lions was attentive to him. Hermione had a face that said practically, "What, in the name of Merlin, are you doing, Harry?" Outside this room there is a whole group that will take advantage of any provocation to take away even more points, so you have to act. I point to the Weasley Fred twins. "George, they will have to avoid the jokes. Each detention would be disastrous. At least do it until the year ends." The twins did as a military greeting and a joke, something that uploaded the spirits to Harry. Others provoke ours. Satisfaction. Try not to answer for more than these are looking for them. I do not know if there is an award for the best behavior in Hogwarts, but they will have to behave as if there were and wanted to win it. You have to avoid losing more points at all costs. "And how do we recover the already lost?" asked a 7th course student. Harry looked at Wood, who nodded. "Jugators," I call the captain strongly. The 7 gathered and stood at the table, which happened to be round to be a long table for everyone to enter. "That leave us to us," they shouted at the same time as they hit their chest with their right fist. The entire room began to cheer up, completely frantic. The 7 players got out of the table, which was round again. Harry did not know why he had transformed first. "That was motivating," said Ron once Harry met with him. Harry smiled. "That was the idea," he said before looking for her friend. Says Hermione, "We have to find out where Dianters is." Wendy. Ron nodded and went with her friend while Harry went up to the bedrooms wondering where hell was her friend. Minerva McGonagall was surprised. While Harry was not like his father, he had some of his features, for his good positive. He could not avoid assaulting her a memory of the time James Potter gave a similar speech in her last year. They went to the middle of the course and because of a joke of the Marauders Gryffindor had dropped to the last place. At the teacher meeting the next month, he discovered for his pleasure that the students of his house were more active in class and calm than ever. And not to mention that year they won the Quidditch Cup. It was a year of resounding success. All for a speech well placed at the most appropriate time. Therefore, when he saw Harry being quite surprised with the column of fire to exhale his mouth to give the speech and see Oliver, he knew that the whole team was going to commit to recovering the points. So he decided to put his grain of sand transfiguring the table so that he can endure the weight of the 7. Otherwise he would have broken and would have fallen to the floor, losing the spirit that the previous discourse had created. McGonagall, although he was not a favoritist, is not that he did not care about his lions. With a smile on his face, he left the common room. While doing it, I noticed how Harry and his friends climbed the stairs and something missed. Where was Miss Marvel? A few hours before. Moment of Wendy's mission arrived in the teacher's room and remained at a prudent distance from one of the doors. He had just seen Snape and Professor Flitwick out of there and didn't want to get attention. Then a small smell of garlic entered his nose before listening to someone. Senorita Marvel? Professor, she said, ignoring the lack of stuttering of Voldemort's servant. I won't expect to find him here. Quirrell looked at her for a few seconds before smiling. Rear, it turns out that I have upre a few cocococoses and I do not remember where the DD give what papopapodes help me, he said, returning to his usual stuttering. Oh, of course, the girl replied before entering with the teacher in the room. Why are there 2 doors? Wendy asked. Because Tayu allowed to leave Mama Moss quickly depending on where the teacher goes to the teacher. Wendy decided not to ask him any more questions. Deciphering it was a challenge and did not allow him to concentrate on his mission. Papapaby now to seeks Papaby there, said, pointing to a drawer of the corner. Wendy went to the drawer to open it and be invaded by the smell of garlic. Fudge, he thought. The smell was overwhelming. He began to search between things until he realized that he didn't know he was looking for. Professor, he said, before turning exactly what do I have to. It was suddenly interrupted when seeing a dark spot on the Quirrell neck, as something that had not healed at all. The burn, Wendy thought. I had to show it somehow. Apology, teacher. And that burn? Quirrell lifted my head as he put his hand to the neck. I had not noticed that he was visible. How did he do it? Asked the curious girl. Uua Peppa Pequeno XBPPR FAFA Fallid. I don't see anything healthy to kill unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Wendy thought maybe he is related to the voice of that day. I would have to check it, teacher said, Wendy placing a hand in the garment Madame Pomfrey could. I don't think it's a good idea, said Quirrell, going back to withdraw until a voice was heard. She knows a cold voice was heard. The same one that Wendy listened when she spryfied Quirrell by accident. She listened to us when I felt the low energy. Who are you? Said Wendy, looking everywhere. Show up. The voice river strongly. You're looking at me, Makosa. Wendy turned to Quirrell instead. Quirrell smiled machiavellically. Not silly girl, he pointed to her head. Me lord is the one who is talking to you. Voldemort, whisper Wendy. Before Quirrell can move, jump to him and take a part of the turban, removing him from the teacher's head. You! Damn dirty blood! I exclaimed, the voice strongly. Wendy, even with the turban fabric in her hand, turned to face what was in the teacher's head. From the surprise, the turban released, which fell to the floor with a deaf noise. What are you? I asked. A pair of red eyes as slits looked at her. I am what your dear friend made of me, he replied, staring at her knotmates. Quirrell, we need it to attract Potter. That can catch me, he said before turning. Immediately, the 2 doors closed. Voldemort, Rio, I'm not stupid, girl. Wendy facing him well, which recorded that you asked for a jump, while the wind swirled in his arms and attacked with all his strength wings of the dragon of the sky. Quirrell moved quite quickly for what appeared, and the attack impact on the table of the master room, destroying it. UPS. Wendy thought while the fixed I saw a ray of light heading towards her. To prevent him from jumping back to dodge him and headed for Quirrell. Dragon of the sky, I shout while bursts of wind focused on the fingertips. Quirrell launched aside and Wendy remained long until it impacts with a robbery for robes, destroying it and scattering the garments around. A whistle sound was heard on his right and jumped to see how an arrow was embedded in the remains of the closet. Another sound and had to levitate to dodge it. Coral continued to throw conjured arrows out of nowhere. I have to do something with the he thought while flying by dodging the projectiles. Due to the little space in the room, I had to even step on the walls to boost and dodge. In one of those, Coral apparently prior their movements directing an arrow to there. Wendy had to use an airstream to prevent it from giving it full, but the arrow ended up rubbing it in the arm, causing a wound that began to bleed. It's really annoying, Voldemort said. Coral, you better find a way to get it right. Obvious arrows have a paralyzing spell, my lord, said the man in a low voice. They will gradually slow down their movements. Coral launched a spell that caused the remains of the table to fly in the direction of Wendy. Dragon of the sky, I exclaimed, turning on itself. The technique had suggested Ron when they trained to use the wind as a temporary shield. Positive point. Protected several projectiles for a period of time. Negative point. I still didn't have it completely controlled and ended up dizzy. For his fate, while the remains of the table were destroyed when he collided with his shield, recalled a spell that Grandine taught him. For the theme of dizziness. Troya, I exclaim, invoking this magic when stopping. However, for some reason he felt too exhausted. It seems that my arrows begin to take effect, said Coral while moving towards her with the wand high. Wendy, I aspire air. Something light, something like, I already have it. Sigh of the dragon of heaven. Wendy released a fast burst of compressed wind that travels fast as a bullet, taking by surprise the defense teacher, impacting him on the stomach by sending him to fly to the other side of the room. As he got up, Wendy began to heal the wound. What an annoyance, Voldemort complained while Coral recovered air. I don't know what he's doing. But stop it now. Coral raised his arm, but Wendy started first. Vernier Conjuro and a green aura surrounds her before disappearing from the view. Oh no, Coral lamented before kicking in the neck. Dragon of the sky, Wendy shouted while impacting Voldemort, sending Coral for the floor. Then Wendy felt how the whole body became rigid as she fell to the floor. Wendy Marvel, said Coral while rising and picked up his turban from the floor. Apparently, he had thrown the spell at the time she hit him. You just committed 3 infractions that, if treated by another person, would merit her expulsion from school. First, I rob a teacher a garment.